not a sprint. Like, you want to improve every day at the event. I think that'll be an interesting storyline to just keep an eye on.
It really is. It's all about consistency. You know, you've got to turn up.
It's not
People say
very
it's an ongoing
nice,
thing.
dog.
4 or 5 days. This is a very long time for these guys to actually, you know, neutral, -2, +2, whatever it may be. You got 4 more.
No. You know. Eradicator says gay for 5. Stormbreaker says Jeremy doesn't acknowledge me anymore. I literally ran your YMCA intro last stream. This is a good one right here. I see Jackson Hinkle, Chunk Uger, and Hassan Piker are upset. That's all you need to know right now about the current state of what happened with Thomas Massey.
Dog,
these are the people
you have to learn how to
Thomas
drift.
Massey lost. These are your leaders of the anti-Israel crowd. This is who represents you. This is who stands with you. So there you have it. Have fun.
Faggot doesn't even know what camp is. He's like, oh yeah,
I mean, hey man, Hassan probably live right now, so you can go listen to him complain about Israel and complain about Trump. Let's see. Captain JPS says pro streamer tax. Grilled retard says thanks for inviting me to the stream. You are welcome. I don't really know what you mean by that.
Whoa,
but
I'm
going
at
to
500
think that's
friends.
some indirect shot at me. Scottish Ranger says pay you more money tax. This is a good tax right here. This is a really good tax. JDT199 says I can't stay. Saw you were on. Take my money. How do I have this power? I don't know. How do I have this power? Someone figure that out for me.
Welcome back,
Frieza Max says small deer tax. That's a good tax right there as well. You guys are insane with the freaking memes. I have no idea. But obviously yesterday was a very interesting day with the situation in Kentucky. And listen, what we found out is that nobody is more powerful than Donald Trump. Simple as that. Nobody is more powerful. And if you want to go against
They're
him,
fucking retard driving on stream,
but don't
dude.
cry and play victim when you get the same result as every single other person. Has Massey become a podcaster yet? Oh, we are very close to Thomas Massey having
Fucking
his
faggot
podcast
complained
ready
about
to
the
go.
game. It's
I
how
mean,
fucking
we
bad
already
he is
know
at
that that's
driving.
what's going to happen.
Fucking retard.
Airplanes have Wi-Fi? Yeah, if you pay for it. Found that out. Real retards, no, I'm just being silly. That's okay. So am I. That's what I do around here. Insomniac says Beardo thinks zip-up hoodies are gay tax. Hail 9line. Hail 9line. Thank you.
Whoa.
And by the way, we do have the 9line meet up in 2 days now. 2 days. By the way, I'm finally making my return to Fortnite later tonight after the G&G play stream. I haven't played the new update. There's a huge new update. I haven't played it at all. So I'm looking forward to playing that later. And yes, the one and only Drunk 3PO will be joining me. So that will be later tonight. I don't know if I'm going to invite Beardo. I'm not a really big fan of Beardo. Don't tell him I said that. Don't tell him I said that. But I don't know if I want to invite Beardo. You know, like, The new update is awesome. I've heard it's really good. Ugly Duckly says that seeing Libertarians meltdown on Tim's show last night filled me with glee that I have not felt in a long time. I haven't seen this at all. So on Timcast last night, I didn't see this at all. I gotta look this up.
What did you have to eat, dog?
Live.
Steak and tater tots.
Is this it right here?
Let's
Was
go.
it last night?
What do you have, dog? Or have you not eaten yet?
Yeah, I haven't seen this. Let's see. Well, you had Scott Pressler on. He's not a libertarian. Let's see.
The Ed in the Department of Education.
We're good with that too.
Alright, I'll be back. I need to get to my nose and I need to drink, you know. Yo, dog. If you like Nos, if you like Nos, the energy drink, like the main one, or at least that I've had, you should try the mango loco for Monster. It's in like a blue can. It's pretty similar.
Well, maybe.
Das, if you want to, man. Did you end up getting another one or no?
No.
Got to get through Thomas Massey's speech.
Nasty story. He actually created a death clock.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Off of roofing material.
Yeah.
It's like I would
The guy
say
with the
they did
glasses
every
that we just saw?
Pretty much. So I'm just like, Massey, how'd you turn the clock into
Yeah,
the
he's
death
like
watch?
a Phineas and Ferb kind of guy. Like
Very.
he's building contraptions in his
Very
backyard.
pinky in the
I'm
brain.
Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Like a roller coaster.
He's like, oh, this is just a roofing material and an Amazon like.
I want to hear crying. I want to hear tears.
Entire lineup. He produced them and gave about
the after show, baby.
wish.
Oh, of course, but we're not talking.
We're why take you in the back.
At Hawks, but they never actually.
Well, I'm not going to go through this whole thing and listen to all of that, but I'm sure there's going to be some clips out there that we can check out. But I am enjoying the libertarian meltdown. It says that I've lost connection with my browser, so let's open that up. Okay. But thank you, Ugly Duckly. I appreciate it. Or Ugly Ducky, if I could even fucking talk. Darth Manic for 10 says,
Dog, you gotta
I just
fucking
went to
get a
insult
2JZ.
you, but couldn't get past the YouTube censoring. It wasn't even that bad. What I was trying to say was that you're a retarded, top quality streamer. Listen, what up, Cole Hauser? Hail to you, brother. Listen, I don't really need you guys to compliment me.
Toyota Celica, that
I do
is
appreciate the compliments. but
fucking
I would advise you to stay away from the compliments, okay? So can we get back to like calling me retarded is a compliment. That's actually disrespectful to retarded people because I'm much worse than retarded people. But I do appreciate that. Jeff says that Steph might take care of your Beardo problem after daily tax. I like the sound of that. Clutch City Fan says, do you mind playing the Beardo and Brett Cooper clip?
Yo, dog, who's talking
I
in the
didn't get to
background,
see it
dog?
Yesterday. You're damn right I can. So we went to the Gina Carano fight, for those that are not aware. And what's funny is...
Dude, this guy's
obviously,
fucking
you know,
shitting his
Gina-
face, man.
Gina lost. But the funny part is that Fear the Beardo stole Brett Cooper's seat. Okay? Fear the Beardo stole Brett Cooper's seat. What a freaking story. Okay, so how this whole thing started is that we had a certain amount of seats, but then Beardo was the odd man out. So his seat...
Okay, so like, whenever you don't watch the show, but Survivor used to do live finales. So
Yeah.
it's like, you know,
The big, yeah, I know.
and then they'd show the show throughout it and then come back to the live
Kind of like a
finale.
big brother.
So, they're down to the final four. The girl wins. She has to choose one person to take, then the other two need to make fire. Okay? Whoever does that loses, goes on to the jury, so that's the member of the jury. And that's the final three. So he calls them fire, but they haven't shown fire yet. And he's talking to him, blah, 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 and then he's like, alrighty, and please welcome your last member of the jury. Everybody in the audience is like, the jury's like, they haven't shown fire yet. And then Jeff's like, I don't know what's going on, I'm confused. He literally spoiled it before they fucking showed it. Like, it's so bad.
The host, or who was
Yeah. Not who wins, but who lost, and who's the last one of the jury, and who the final three is.
it? That was
So awkward.
yeah, even after 20 years.
It's so bad. Like, we never
You think that would be on
talked.
YouTube?
Huh?
You think that would be on YouTube?
I don't know if it'll be on there yet, but I absolutely don't doubt it. It will be very soon.
seat was on the next row in front on the opposite side of where we were. So we get there, and the two seats in front of us are empty. So Beardo's like, well, I'm just going to sit in these seats until, you know, maybe someone shows up or whatever. I'm like, yeah, cool, go for it. You know what I mean? And so anyway, Beardo decides to sit down. Most of the event goes by, no one shows up, and then right before Gina's fight, all of a sudden Brett Cooper and his husband show up, And Beardo's like, is that Brett Cooper? We're like, yeah, that's holy shit, that's Brett Cooper. That's cool. She's kind of looking around, kind of confused, and then she walks away, and then she comes back a few minutes later, and Beardo was literally sitting in her seat. When we find this out, we turn the camera on, and this is what we get right here. Beardo getting kicked out. There's Ryan saying go. We're all telling Beardo to get out. Leave, Beardo. Leave. You're in her seat.
Take your pain meds, dog.
Yeah.
That.
So there you have it right there. Beardo stealing Brett Cooper's
Supposed to
seat.
take
So,
your meds, dog.
we always get some memes in these stories, so it's always fun.
And
Wait,
I
he's bald. He had
did.
just shaved his head. He had just shaved his head before the event. But it was funny. It was funny. Krista's edit. Yes, that is Krista's edit as well. Insomniac says, Beardo, oh, got that one. Godzilla's Beard says, I don't care how much they cry about Israel. I'll take them over Islam anytime. Well, again, like, I treat the anti-Israel crowd kind of how I treat the left with identity politics. Like, at some point in time, you know, like, if all you're going to do is accuse people of X, Y, and Z, then people are just going to stop listening to any fucking thing that you have to say. It's kind of like the left. Like, when the left started accusing everybody of being racist and sexist and misogynist, like, those words used to actually mean something. And then it just became like, I don't even care to take you seriously anymore. And it's the same exact behavior from the anti-Israel crowd, where all they do is accuse people of being an Israeli shield. There's no conversation to be had. Now, and as the identity politics crowd, let's just ask a cut and dry question, okay? Cut and dry, point blank. Is there racism in the United States of America? Yes, there is racism. Is there racism to the level that the left tries to paint? Absolutely not. No way, shape, or form. Does racism hold everyone back that's not a white person from being successful in the country? No, absolutely not. That is a ridiculous statement that no one should be taken seriously if they're saying that bullshit, okay? And that's the same problem with the fucking anti-Israel crowd. Is there a problem with some of our politicians seemingly caught up with Israel? Yes. There is 100% a conversation to be had there. Is every problem in your life, is every problem that's ever happened in your life and everyone else's life tied to Israel? No. And that's exactly the same behavior that the left applies to identity politics. Everything is based on racism. Everything is racism. Everything. If anything happens in their life, it's racism that happened. That's why my problem. And same fucking problem with the anti-Israel crowd. If something bad happens, it's Israel's fault. It's Israel's fault. It's like, dude, you can't be taken seriously. Like, you need to be laughed at. You need to be mocked. You need to be shamed. You should never be taken seriously. And in fact, we got this today. I swear I think Trump knows what he's doing, okay? Because Trump said this today. Trump said this today.
I'm right now at 99% in Israel. I could run for prime minister. So maybe after I do this, I'll go to Israel, run for prime minister. I had a poll this morning. I'm 99%. So that's good. But
holy shit, dude. Holy shit. Do you know how triggered the anti-Israel crowd gets over some shit like this? Like, holy fuck. Like, he's just running his mouth. I think he's just trolling at this point, just like he trolls everybody else. I'm 99. How do you know you're 99% in Israel? What the fuck does that even mean? You're not 99% in Israel, Trump. You're not even close to 99%. I mean, he's popular. I'm not saying he's not popular, but 99%?
It's a good day
you
today,
fucking
dog.
kidding me? That's such a troll.
Yeah, dog, what happened,
It's
dog?
clearly a troll. Nobody's
I was
99% of
completely
anything anywhere
undisturbed
in the country.
while pretending to be in
So,
9/11.
I'm sure that, yeah, that's getting some people triggered right there. We got Nandy for 50. So still waiting for the Epstein victims to come forward and testify in Congress against
I love how as you're saying
businessmen
that popped in
and
my head,
hardcore
dude.
Traffickers. Almost.
Oh my god, dude, that
almost
is hilarious.
as if
That'll be
once
funny
Flotus
every time,
called
dude.
that,
I could
it
be
wasn't an
fucking
issue for
70
the
years
victims
old and you
anymore.
say that and I'll still laugh.
You think
Exactly.
9/11 is funny, though?
Me 2.0. I think it was Ministry of Wrongful. I think.
Holy fuck, dude, that's so dumb.
So yeah, that said that instead of me saying Me Too 2.0, it's Me 2.0 because that's exactly what
Fucking
Thomas
insane
Massey
about 9/11,
was
dude.
pushing forward. Was the Me 2.0, the second version of Me Too, where it was they essentially rebranded.
Think it was dumb?
It's like this, okay?
Watching people
If you
fall
know
from
anything about
buildings,
the business world, corporate
Dude,
America,
watching
whatever.
planes go into
Corporate
buildings.
America
Like,
has a
you're just funny
marketing
with that shit,
campaign,
man,
okay?
every time.
And the marketing campaign is successful for a short period of time, okay? Okay, there you go. Oh, yeah, this is a great marketing campaign. This worked out very well for us. Okay, well, the marketing campaign ends up, drying up and no one actually pays attention to it. So what do? Well, they have the same marketing campaign, but what do they do with it? They rebrand the marketing campaign. Oh, we're going to rebrand it. It's the same campaign. It's the same goal in mind. But now we have to find an emotional attachment that people can cling on to in order to move our marketing campaign forward. That's what the Epstein narrative was. Me Too essentially took the Epstein narrative, rebranded Me Too into Epstein, and got a lot of emotionally weak people to then go, oh yeah, this is exactly it. We've got to take down all of these powerful men.
hell, dude.
It's the same thing Me
How the fuck
Too
do
was,
people
you retards.
brush
It's the
their
same
teeth
exact
with their
thing.
fucking
They
feet?
just rebranded it, and you fell
What do you
for it
mean?
because they're playing on your
They don't have any
emotions.
arms.
They don't actually care. The moment you think that the
Or they brush their
wider
teeth.
political sphere cares about you and cares about taking bad people down,
That I have no idea.
you've already lost. They don't care about you
'Cause
or
I'm
your
not-
feelings. But
I'm
you
not
think
flexible
that they
enough to
cared
get my
because
foot up
they've
to my
played
mouth.
on your emotions. And then
I have
First
to use
Lady
my
stands
arms
up
to pull
there
my
and
foot up
gives
to my
them
mouth, and
exactly
even
what
then,
they were asking for, and
it'd
they
be pretty
tucked
hard.
their tail and ran.
Yeah, I
Boom.
guess if I didn't
End
have
of discussion.
arms.
Thank you, Nandy. Scully
Probably
for
wouldn't have
50
teeth.
says, hail chat. Hope all is well with everyone. Good to see you, Jeremy. Your stream was missed. Thank you, Scully. Much like, many others, I just wanted to save you some money, Scully. I feel a responsibility, and
What do you
I
think about
that I
chicks
deserve credit
who
because
marry
I
dudes
said,
with,
you know what, I'm not
like,
going to
no
stream. I'm going to
limbs or
save
whatever?
Scully and others money. And I'm a very brave and stunning streamer for that, and I deserve a lot of credit.
Good for them.
But all
in the
reality,
back.
I missed you guys too.
As if they're-
It's really weird not
Yeah, you
streaming.
think it's genuine?
And like I said, I was talking to Matt Morse the other day.
I think
about
it could
and
be.
It's weird, man. Like you take one day off.
You don't think it's like some like
and you
cuck
feel like you have
situation
no
where they're
idea
like,
what's going
okay,
on.
let's
It's
call
so
in
weird.
the
You
fucking
miss one
the
day,
male
I miss
escort.
3 days.
I'll just
And I
you
just
know,
feel
Well,
so
I guess
husband just sits in the corner.
I would have nowhere to
So
prove
I'm trying to
that.
keep up. Like this old ass is it intact?
Why do you think they got those chairs in the corner of hotel rooms?
I have a tech home video that I might watch here to kind of catch us up on, but I completely missed that story. BNCCB for 20
Those hotels are made for couples like that.
Last night to have left his beer in Cooper's seat, but reviewing the evidence, he is clearly holding a glass. Did he go back? I'm just asking questions. These are questions that should be asked. And I don't know the answer to that. That is correct, Madam Savvy. 3 days is like 47 in streaming days. Yes, 100%. How's parents doing? My parents are doing fine. Like I said, a little banged up, but they're doing okay. They're able to
Thank God for Indian swaps, man.
So they're good. Got very, very lucky. Very lucky. So, yeah, very, very blessed that they're okay. Angie says, "What's up, Tax? It is rude to not answer when Dan Vast asks."
See, you can turn a car you don't even like. You can put a wide body on it,
Ryan
and an
Kittle.
engine swap, and it's a fucking great car. Unreal.
I actually check in on Dan Vast
Isn't that intelligent?
and ask him how he's
Makes
doing.
it not a great car to
And
a
he
great
does
car.
the same for me. All right.
Sure. Dog.
Ryan can't say the same. So there you have it. Okay. I did see the tweet though earlier that you put up. But yes, my parents were in a car accident, for those that are not aware, and that's why I had to head back to their house these past couple of days and help them out. And yeah, the car was totaled. It was a bad accident. But even though they were in that accident, and even though they got banged up, they got away pretty easy, all things considered, since the car was totaled. So yes, that was a blessing for sure. So thank the Lord for that. Okay, so I did have this video pulled up from CNN, and we've got to talk about this. I'm sure most of you are aware of what happened last night, but just to hear some of the specifics, let's get into this video right here.
In Texas, everyone was waiting to see if it really happened, and then came the Truth Social post.
So this was they're going to talk about that a little more. So this is the Texas race. So Trump has endorsed Paxton against Cornyn, and now Ken Paxton is the leader in this race. And if you know anything about Trump's endorsements, it's pretty much a done deal. But that is what's going on in Texas right now. So I have another video with Scott Jennings talking about this too.
Harry, I mean, obviously when the president said today that he was about to endorse in Texas, everyone was waiting to see if it really happened, and then came the Truth Social post.
Yeah, it really happened. It really happened, and I can't think of an endorsement in Republican politics that has ever been as important as Donald Trump's endorsement. And
you hear that? You hear that? That's the bottom line on this. Donald Trump's endorsement is the single most powerful endorsement in political history. All right? Check this out right here. Listen.
Dog, my tires fucking surviving me, dude.
A proper 199. Just prayers to you and your family. So glad they're okay. Yes, I know the rules. Thank you, Scully. I appreciate that. And I will say, because you know, I was after my first stream the other night, because I talked about I've made some jokes about my mom and she was driving.
What have you done today, dog, to improve the world?
Had to have shoulder surgery, so my mom was driving to their doctor's appointment when the accident happened. And I was like, "This is what happens when you let a woman drive." And then my mom was like,
Dog.
"Why did you do that? Why did you say that?"
Nice.
Get more super chats, Mom. And my dad
Not sure what I could do.
You know, and my mom was like, "You didn't have to throw me under the bus to the whole chat." But thank you, Scully. I appreciate that. And guess what?
I did make
The
a video on
chat
how to
appreciates
slightly
it
improve the
as
game,
well,
though,
because
which
Red Dress
could
Sydney
improve the world.
shows up. Quote,
So-
I had to say it, Mom. I did. I had to. What am I supposed to do? You know?
Dog, that's a million
But thank
views.
you so much, Scully. Hail to you, as always,
Yeah, dude,
and
fuck.
to the Red
How much
Dress
money did you make
Sydney
off of that?
Sweeney. Okay, so let's
I
back
had
it
to
up. Here.
pay them,
President Trump's
dog.
endorsement is the most powerful endorsement in political history. It just is. Nobody's even close. He is the king, and he is the kingmaker in the future. This is why they have tried to tear him down over and over and over again. Because he is the person that controls everything in the world of American politics and throughout the world.
It really happened. It really happened, and I can't think of an endorsement in Republican politics that has ever been as important is Donald Trump's endorsement, and you see it in Texas.
You tend to think in a I can type of philosophy versus I can't philosophy.
55% of Republicans say that you would be more likely to vote for the candidate Donald Trump endorsed. You see 36% say no impact.
No.
Just 9% say less likely to vote for the candidate Trump.
No, even if it's something, even if I say I can't, in my head I think I should.
What you should expect to see is Republican voters lining up behind Ken Paxton,
Give me an example.
in basically every single other contest, including obviously
It's hard to explain, but basically, like, if I feel like I can't do it, that makes me more... Not entitled, but it makes me, believe I should have it.
Yeah, okay, so I think it's so important to note that you have one world, one galaxy, which you have the Republican primary electorate, and then you have completely other galaxies, which is the general electorate. And the polling here really tells the story, right? The plan before the endorsement that you essentially saw here was a very close race, but one of the candidates was actually favored to win the runoff over John Cornyn, obviously, but Thomas Paxton was ahead 48% to 45%.
I'm not going to pretend that I know a ton about Cornyn, but he's always kind of been almost like a Massey type, where he's just worked against, he's actively kind of worked against Trump in a subtle way, if I'm not mistaken. That's what I understand. Am I correct about that, or the chat? But I'm not overly familiar with him, but he's always been a guy that was not fully commit to security. He always plays, kind of like the middle of the road.
On slide number 1, of course, I expect that Paxton is going to climb ever higher. You see these numbers right here, but then we move to general election because it is a completely
Damn, dog, look at all the
different world. Because you can see it right here. Okay, voice for Texas Senate. You got Al Lingo here at 44%, and then look at here. And a Republican in Texas, the best you can do at this point is averaging 40% of the vote. I mean, I was looking at all the polling. This is the best that a Democrat in the Senate has been polling since like 2002. That is a very strong candidate all the way back to the middle school. You know that the Democrats are going to face polling well.
Thank you, Harry, for those numbers.
Well, it was the most expensive House primary in U.S. history, and the president made it a
Did you hear GTA 6 might get delayed until 2027?
frankly become an opponent of the president.
No, I don't really care.
It's that simple. It's that simple. This is not complicated. You can try to complicate it. You can try to say it was because of this, that, or the other.
Huh?
It
I
was
was
simply
sent it
because
to a
Thomas
different
Massey
realm.
has become nothing but a rival.
GTA 7 has already released for me. It's all irrelevant, dog.
I feel like...
Is your life complete now, dog? Now that you got Forza Horizon? Is it complete? Is it perfect in all aspects, dog? Is everything fine and dandy?
I feel like even, obviously, GTA 6 is going to make a lot of money. I feel like it's going to be like
taxpayer bills. And so they said, look,
If I can't fuck a woman in the ass in that game, I'm not playing that game.
I just want to also add another thing. Thomas
What do you think of
Massey,
that? Think they'll let me do that?
said something despicable.
I think they'll let you fuck something in the ass in like Edinburgh. I don't know if you want to do it.
Right? Thinking, what a way to go.
Nice, dude.
There was an undercurrent of anti-Semitism in this race.
I don't really think that. Yeah, it was just memeing. I didn't have a problem with him saying that. I mean, it was a little bit of a coke, but I don't really have a problem with that. And again,
Just let me fucking
the
strip
right,
the female naked.
I get it. It was a joke. He made a
So
joke.
they walk
I
around.
don't have a problem with that at all. What Thomas Massey said. Not even.
The Nazi side is in an undercurrent of it in his career, unfortunately, and it really came out in an ugly way tonight. And I think it needs to be stated, acknowledged, and condemned because it was pretty extreme.
All right, so that's the perspective from the district. and also have been watching all this. Tara, I am curious from you. Can Republicans not go against the president anymore? Is that where we're at? Clearly, the Republican Party is a party of pedophiles. America is
Here we fucking go, dude. Hey, go ahead. Go ahead and run with this narrative. How has this narrative worked out for you for the past 10 years? Go ahead. I get racism didn't work. Sexism didn't work. Misogyny doesn't work. Being a Nazi doesn't work. Let's go ahead and just go to the next thing, right? They just continue to move to the next thing because everything else they've done doesn't work.
Do you journal at all, dog?
Huh?
America is watching, okay?
Do you journal at all?
Sex
and a bit.
No, I might copy down things that I want to remember, but I don't journal like things that I do. Why?
Just asking. You don't think that would be a benefit? Have like a diary of sorts? I mean, not to make it sound gay or anything, but just like, you know.
No, I think that's...
Place to write down your thoughts.
I don't know if it's the right word, but I feel like that's kind of pretentious.
Pretentious?
Yeah, I don't think that's the word.
Well, then just say it in words that you know are right.
I feel like I'm not even like narcissist, but that's the first word that comes to mind.
Just for writing down your thoughts, dog.
Yeah, why they worth writing down is pretty basic. Lots of
What makes it narcissistic?
like your normal thought is people need to write down. Damn, dog, is this a fucking drift course or something?
Been watching all this. Tara, I am curious from you. Can Republicans not go against the president anymore? I mean, is that where we're at?
Clearly, the Republican Party has become a party of pedophile protectors.
Oh,
America is watching.
Here we fucking go, dude. Hey, go ahead. Go ahead and run with this narrative. How has this narrative worked out for you?
I understand the game hasn't even been out for a week, but I only have 15 and a half hours on this. I feel like that's bullshit.
Sexism doesn't work. Misogyny doesn't work. Being a Nazi doesn't work. Let's go ahead and just go to the next thing, right? They just continue to move to the next thing because everything else they've done doesn't work.
30?
The Republican Party has become a party of pedophile protectors. America is watching. Okay? I agree with
Oh, whose fault is that, dog?
who did the right thing, stepping out.
Faggot hasn't done one all-nighter. Fucking faggot.
You know how to calculate math, dog.
Fucking faggot's unwilling to fucking be a man and do an all-nighter. Fucking faggot got off at like 12 yesterday, dude.
Yeah, I was tired as fuck.
What kind of gay faggot are you, dude? Tell me. What kind of gay faggot are you?
Parking lot.
This person, Hassan,
This parking lot right here is already more than the last one.
Jackson Hinkle, I think's his name. You know, this is your group right here.
This is what the result has been. Now, I think that there are a lot of members of Congress who are looking at what's happening with this president. What a disastrous presidency this has been thus far. They're looking at his tanking poll numbers. They're looking at his priorities all over the place, everywhere that they should be in the midterm elections. But they're too scared to stand up and say, no, enough is enough. Because they're looking at what happened to Massey. They're looking at what happened to Castle. But you know what?
Tanking poll numbers, too scared to speak up. Trump is so powerful he can get you removed. How do you have tanking poll numbers but simultaneously have the power to destroy anyone that steps out of line? How does this happen? 2 plus 2 does not equal 4 in this equation. Either he's overwhelmingly popular or he's overwhelmingly unpopular. You can't have it both ways. He can't have tanking poll numbers, but also unmatched influence in the history of politics. Which is it?
Some things are bigger than your elections. Where the hell is the integrity of these people in the Republican Party to stand up and do what's right, not only for the country, but for their own constituents? So, you know, Massey is another casualty of the retribution tour, but I think people need to understand that the reason why Donald Trump went after him is because he was not subservient to him on the Epstein files. And that is a problem. America will remember that for
Can we just do a little bit of fact checking on the Epstein issues? Did every member of the House Republican Conference, except for one, vote to release the Epstein files, yes or no?
Because there was a discharge.
No.
It's a yes or no question, you dumb bitch. It's a yes or no question.
Conference, except for one, vote to release the Epstein files, yes or no?
Because there was a discharge petition where they had to.
The answer is yes. Did Donald Trump sign it into law, yes or no?
Because he knew that he was going to lose the discharge petition.
Yes or no?
So
For the
be honest
record,
about that.
the Republicans voted to release it. Donald Trump signed
Because
it.
there was a discharge petition. They were forced to put it on the floor, Scott. They were, come on. If they were open to doing it, then they would not have had a discharge petition.
The fact that Anna Navarro has been crying about Trump since 2015, and here we are, like 10, 11 years later, and she's still crying about Trump is absolutely beautiful. She has been crying on national TV, on CNN, for over a fucking decade. Think about that. Think about that. How miserable and insufferable do you have to be? And here you are still doing the same thing.
Seeing as a litmus test. And so, I mean, you can
says, if we had Jesus Christ come down and count the votes, I would have won California because I did great with this.
You have a really rigged vote in California. You have all the mail-in ballots, everything else. Very hard to win because the elections are very dishonest. If we had Jesus Christ come down and count the votes, I would have won California because I do great with Hispanics. But it's a rigged vote. They said that 38 million votes. Nobody knows where they're going.
Only Trump, man. Only Trump.
Until Trump took office. So
No, but
let's be very clear about
people
the
How the
timing.
fuck does it make sense
That's right.
that women attempt suicide more often, but men make up 3 times as many suicides?
Isn't it like 3
I
to
don't.
5 times? I think it's actually more than 3, but it's because they do it for attention. When men do it, they want to actually end it. They don't want to fucking deal with all that shit. Like men blow their brains out because they don't want to deal with it. Yo, I love when you're so close to the wall during the drift, where the camera zooms into your car, because it doesn't go through the wall. It's so sick, dude. It looks so cool.
You raised a good question about the people.
Optic complete the chart. What is this? I mean, bro, if Optic's gonna peak and win champs and go 3 years in a row, that would be insane, bro. That would be literally insane. I was talking to Damon at the bar about this, which, by the way, was fucking comedy, bro. First of all, I'm in the bar and I'm talking to somebody. Somebody slapped me in the, and I turned around and it's Damon. He slapped me in my, and I said, Damon, what the? And he said, what? What's the problem? What? And I'm like, bro, what the? Damon? And he's like, I'll smack Major Maniac right now. I'll do it. And he smacked Major Maniac. And Major Maniac was like, dude, what the It was hilarious. And then I was talking to Damon. Obviously, he's ranting. I told Damon at the bar, I remember telling him, I think it's their S&D, bro. Their overload's obviously a problem as well, because, you know, they're just going on these super flanks when they don't need to. I don't know why they're going for these super flanks at the wrong time. They're just doing too much. But I think S&D wins championships, and I think they're S&D. I think there was moments in Surge where there were certain rounds, especially in the last map, the Den, there were rounds where Optic were throwing them away. They were throwing away rounds. That's the biggest problem. Their hard point's fine. I think their overload needs work. I think they're doing too much in overload sometimes, like with taking these long flanks and just doing all these weird flanks. You can only flank in certain scenarios. If you're overdoing it, it's gonna hurt you more than it helps you, right? Like
Scroll over like they lost the middle of the stage where they always give up three caps because they're 3 or 4.
Yeah, I mean take go. The flanks need to be timed the right way. And you can't go on these super routes when your team is like getting pushed back. Like, I mean, the Scar one is obviously, you're talking about Shotzi going back green, right? And going all the way around green while his team's just getting pushed ran through like boat and blue. Yeah. Like, you can't do that, obviously. And he knows that. You don't think Shotzi went back and looked at that and like, yeah, you know, he's probably sitting there like, yo, what am I doing, right? But like, they know that. I think they gotta fix that. They gotta fix their overload. But I also think
somebody just saying attempted suicide, or is it? I don't know.
Well, you can
determined by the doctors.
You can take certain drugs where some drugs are easier to reverse the overdose, and slitting your wrists is a very inefficient way. Pretty sure that's 2 of the popular ones, or men are more likely to use a gun or a rope. Those are probably the 2 main ones. I think men are more likely to use very serious drugs than overdosing.
who voted for Trump. As a voter in this district, let me stand up for my people. These people voted for Donald Trump. They also voted for Nancy on the expectation that he would help Donald Trump enact his agenda.
Correct.
He stopped doing that.
Correct.
It's pretty simple. They decided to get a congressman who will help them enact that agenda. It's easy to overanalyze it. The bottom line is they love Trump. They love his agenda. Tax cuts, border security, you name it. Nancy got off that team, and they wanted to put someone on the team who would help the president. It's pretty simple.
I want to ask you, with these two people, Cassidy and now Nancy, could one of them be facing when they come back, because they're not going to be out of their office for a while. What do you see happening? They stay back in Congress. Now they know they're not back. They're losing their seat. You see them deciding, okay,
Yeah, like all these roads that I'm on right now, I haven't discovered before. So I definitely haven't seen all that.
From somebody who actually
Still good roads.
I can tell you right now, I used to make fun of it saying,
One other thing I like about this game is the way they design the roads is I think they know that some of the roads on the parts, let's say two corners are spread out a little too far for drifting. They made the side of the road for some roads wider so you can actually keep drifting all the way.
These things we know. How is he also losing his influence, and how is he also tanking the polls? It's almost like they're just making shit up. It's almost like they don't have anything to base this off of, and then people run with this narrative that Trump is losing his popularity. Trump has no power, yet he clearly has all the power.
There could be more sort of subservient to what's happening. The thing is, regardless, that that's what they're doing, right? Everybody's trying to get paid for Trump. That's exactly what they're doing. Also, thank God we were talking about Massey. I served with Massey. And Massey had some bizarre speakers. Okay, so let's just be honest. He had some elite systems, like defense energy, like some of the things like that.
Dog, someone's got a fucking
but the Republicans on the Biden base, like, look at this $32 million in pure absolute right for Trump and AIPAC, and those guys actually going to go after this guy. But I think this is actually a bad thing for the Republican Party, because right now, with the polling and what they're seeing with Trump right now, I think they're beyond putting their house. I think they're now into government, which are showing failure to the Republican Party based on polling that's happening.
Are you worried that this could happen? If you look at Trump's polling numbers, they don't look good. And each of these people are back on Trump, although the party has consistently put in those people who are off against.
They're just talking out of their ass. Again, right here. This is his record. What are you talking about? What world do you live in? Like, it's crazy.
Or not the general. Are you worried that this could backfire? Because if you look at Trump's polling numbers, they don't look good. And each of these people were backed by Trump, although the party has consistently put in those people who he has put up against the incumbents.
Yeah, look, I mean, the fact that somebody like Massey lost so overwhelmingly would suggest that Republicans are still very aligned with Trump's agenda.
Thank you. Now, I know she's probably going to spin this, but what she just said, Thomas Massey didn't just lose a close battle. Thomas Massey got obliterated, who previously was very, very popular. Thomas Massey was so popular, even I didn't think that Trump could get him removed. Even I didn't. And yet, Trump did just that.
So overwhelmingly would suggest that Republicans are still very aligned with Trump's agenda. The reason that Cornyn is in this position, the reason Massey was in this position, is they weren't really aligned with the Democratic agenda. And so, to your point earlier, too, this Trump is arguing with his agenda.
Whoa. You know that guy that I watch, Marshall Rockwell? He said in one of his videos that porn feels more real than relationships to him. What do you think of that?
I feel like I can get where he's coming from. Like, that's not something where I'm like, oh, that sounds insane.
Dang.
I feel like because
I do like this right here.
he's probably coming
Thomas
from
Massey finally
the
recognizes
aspect where, like, usually
now that he
they
doesn't
don't
have
really
a
show
job.
everything, whether you're doing it on purpose or not.
Gotta respect that one right there. Gotta respect that.
Playing cards again.
So, you know, it's a majority.
Doing something disingenuous.
It's harder to.
It's probably where I think he's coming from. Where when you watch it, it's basically like. It sort of seems more authentic because it's all out there. There's no secret.
So what we're learning is that Trump is learning to do. We're over a decade into the MAGA movement, and here we are again with Trump having as much, if not more, power and influence than he has ever had. And yet the narrative is that Trump is unpopular and Trump has lost his base. It just doesn't make any sense. This is ridiculous. East Coast Toasting Voice says, I have a prediction. Trump will continue to endorse candidates after his second term and still drive leftist nuts and still have TDS due to said Prez being Trump endorsed. Yeah, I mean, if Trump doesn't run in 2028, I'm still not having an idea what he's going to do. I don't know how he can pull it off. I mean, if you were to ask me, like, do I think he's going to run in 2028? I don't think so. But you never know. But regardless, let's just assume he's not running in 2028 because he can't, obviously. But telling Trump that he can't do something is the classic way to get Trump to do something. But let's just assume Trump.
Damn, dog. Drifting in a fucking glacier.
Whoever he endorses wins. At least the Republican side. Whoever Trump endorses will be the Republican side. 100%. He will be the guy that controls the Republican Party for the foreseeable future. It is still Trump's party, and if Trump doesn't want you, he will not be nominated. And that is the bottom line. There is no argument to be had. If Trump doesn't endorse you, you're done. So it will be interesting from that perspective. More million for 10 says Trump polls are terrible. They have to be afraid. Listen to us bitch piss and moan about how powerful Trump is and the weight he has in the party, but the polls say he's not right and MAGA is
perfect.
Exactly.
Perfect for fucking drifting.
By the way, Marmillion, earlier,
what?
Sent a
I said amazing, dude.
Now you're being mean. Welcome to the slap.
Well, there's like 12, 14, 15 tunnels in this game. That's not the same.
James says, billionaire Anderson yesterday, who also discussed his tours in Call of Duty lobbies back in the day. Mar Millen on Rumble for 20. Says double it. Kevin Cron says, what's up, Tax? Saving money for Fortnite stream. Hey, Dark Red Knight says, even Aspen was whining a bit about Massey's loss. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. I mean, it's not true. Operation Jeremy Shaved. Shave me like guy from whatever. Oh, from the Monkey Island. Whatever the hell you doing? What's up, Operation? You provide me says, that's not how I heard it. Can it be considered theft if dibs were called? Jen says, I'm so tired of these clowns exploiting great actual victims like myself, male on male, are being ignored by the same people until it affects their paycheck. And speaking of that, and I appreciate the super chat. Speaking of people exploiting things, though, I gotta say, man, whether it's the right or the left, and honestly, it's becoming more annoying on the right. The exploitation of Charlie Kirk's death is out of control. It's out of control. Everywhere I look now, everybody is showing something from Charlie Kirk to push their point. Whether it's showing clips from him, years and years ago, Thomas Massey, or whether it's something from a year ago where the pro-Trump crowd is sharing stuff from Charlie Kirk about Charlie agreed with Trump. It's just like, dude, just stop. Just stop. Let the man rest. He doesn't, his death was not, it wasn't for you to build narratives out of. Like, it's absolutely crazy. And it's sick, and it's everywhere. Obviously, you have the left, and we know what how they treated his unfortunate situation of his assassination.
Oh, we talking about.
But on the right, it's like all people are doing is inventing narratives around Charlie Kirk to push their own personal agenda. It's crazy. I'm so tired of it. I'm sick of it. Everybody's doing it. Minister Bumping says, the War Powers Act BS is hilariously DOA. The president has the ability to veto it. That's one of the reasons the act itself should be considered let's see. Just like Andrew Wilson says, both Israel and Islam can go. I don't disagree. Mind Dolphin, Pony Soldier with the gift of membership. Thank you. Says both Israel and Islam can go, themselves. I don't disagree with that. Lying Dog Face Pony Soldier with the gift of membership. Thank you. A Minister Phone Thing says actually gave me credit tags. I try. Now see, listen, this is where that did probably happen, okay? Because last conversation I had with Charlie Kirk was that, just send Jeremy more super chats. Jeremy Prime, specifically. Okay, not Jeremy Hamley. Let's just get that clear right there. But apparently you're supposed to like my video if you think Charlie Kirk is smiling down from us in heaven. Like, what are we doing, man? Like, what are we doing? It's absolutely insane. Like the video if you think Charlie Kirk is smiling down from heaven about this topic.
Oh, I don't know, I don't know.
How many?
Oh, well, no, I meant like just regular deliveries on top of that, like serving and everything. I just don't think we have a lot of servers. But yeah, I can definitely start serving this one.
What the fuck are they doing? Fucking slackers, man.
Whoa. What the fuck you just say, dog?
They're supposed to be making a fucking podcast about goddamn Call of Duty, and they're not doing it.
Spaggot didn't start the podcast, dog.
Fucking piece of shit is a retard.
This guy doesn't want to start the podcast, dude. Fucking told him, yo, let's start a podcast. We'll make fucking millions. This fucking piece of shit doesn't want to fucking do.
Okay, so
You ever fucking heard of a retard like that, dude?
Oh my god.
Has the opportunity to start a podcast, but he
How
doesn't.
fucking long are these ads gonna be, bro?
Fucking piece of shit.
Alright, what is this?
Apparently he was doing the other day, like...
Langley's going...
Appeared on. 2 minutes, but if he's not...
absolutely insane all Sunday. So,
But there was definitely.
I'm fucking with you.
I mean,
same shit.
Tomasi don't know. Oh, I know.
Himself, Christopher, show me.
Yeah. Do you want to give them to him now, or you want to give them over the course of the episode?
You can just link him to me over the course of the episode if you want. That's fine.
Alright, so I got him queued up.
Absolutely. Three, two, one, team.
Why can I not have a harem?
Welcome to another episode of The Plank. I'm joined by the multi-Call of Duty champion, the world champ himself, Dylan Attach Price. We got head coach gonna tell you right, Bush. Give it up for Call of Duty champion Don Dada Temp. We got the
Something tells
champion,
me
the human turd, one of the best ARs
if
ever.
a woman became a man, there's a lot of women.
Octane. We got the
They wouldn't be able to
FPS
handle the
champion of world. Give
testosterone.
it up for Ian and Mabel Wyatt. We got the executive producer of the Flank. Give it up for Benjay Nassim. We got some of the best announcers in the game. The world champ himself, Christopher
make
Duarte
me
Parasite. And showing up
sexist
fashionably late.
dog?
We got the world champion, the multi-champion, a legend, an icon to the Cody scene.
Yeah.
Give it up for Patrick Price Eggs. Gentlemen, how we doing? How we feeling? It's been a while. It's been a few days since we got together and talked. We'll start with you, Dylan. We'll go around the table. How you doing, Dylan? What's going on?
I'm feeling fantastic. Ever since that Sunday night in Atlanta, Clayster and I waxed Benjay and Asim's ass in Benjay about that. How many points he scored against me.
Asim cost me, bro.
You guys, Benjay, He's been asking me how many points he, when he's top.
We were gonna win and
Asim.
We were gonna win and
But
Asim
yeah,
didn't
got
go.
cooked.
We were gonna win and Asim choked. It's all good though.
No way.
It was a good time.
No.
Asim L fucking teammate, bro.
Not a locker room guy.
This is Slayer! Holy shit! Slayer, you there? It's okay, man.
Damn, man, we're gonna test it on you.
You're good, man. You're good, man. Yeah, we'll get back to you, Pat. Ben, how you doing, Ben? You were cursing out the Slayer about 2 minutes ago. Want to explain?
Well, Pat is about 30 minutes late.
He's a little late. He's a little late.
No, I feel that. I feel good, Tom. Had a good streaming today. Gonna go play some golf tomorrow. And the New York Knicks had the same comeback last night. Historic comeback. We go 1-0 in the series, so I'm feeling pretty good. It's good. That's really good.
What about you, Sam? You doing all right?
Doing great, man. Controlling the streets of the city. My team is better than everyone else's shitty bitchy team. That's pretty much it.
That's great.
That's pretty much it. That's all I got.
Really,
That's pretty
Sam?
much all I
That's where
got.
you're starting, Sam?
Just a bunch of shitty bitches. That's all.
No way, Sam. No fucking way.
Just a bunch of shitty bitches.
Yeah, we'll get to it. We'll get to that. What about you, Don Dada? Donnie, congratulations. You also got a W on a board this weekend. How you feeling?
I felt good, man. I just been fucking fried.
Oh,
like, I just been on Pluto, yeah. I'm just fucking chilling. I want to play some RuneScape later.
Hell yeah. Oh, that's one of the best. Old school RuneScape, right? OS.
Yeah.
You gotta be old school. It's gotta be. What about you, Ian?
Tomasi don't know nothing. You don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Hey, Nub, you know I grinded RuneScape all like my childhood. That's all I played. I literally grinded that shit. I used to have all the capes and shit. I was like a level 156, and then yeah, I don't know. I stopped. I tried to get my account back, and they lost it. I don't know what happened.
So you wasn't getting just in high school.
Yeah, no, I definitely was. Hey, what's going on, Nub?
Doing good, like Sam. My team's in.
Bunch of shitty bitches.
Literally, y'all lost this weekend? Y'all teams lost? Timberlake.
Yeah, bro. Damn.
No, actually, we did lose. And then we ran winners.
Absolutely, Nub. It's a pleasure to see you. Of course, we got Christopher Duarte. What you eating over there, Duarte? Or what you
some meat.
You're eating some meat?
Yeah, no, I was eating some beef jerky, but I'm doing good, man. I had a great weekend in Atlanta. It was nice to see all the boys there. Great to see Johnny get a W. Big fan of the Bush. Came home, ready to claim my Mickey Mouse #1 ring. I didn't get one this season, so that's cool for me. But other than that, I mean, same shit, different day, man.
Dude, there's fucking 3 parking
One
lots.
and only Slave. How you doing all right? You got your mic fixed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm good. Better than Ben. Ben's always pissed.
have a good show regardless of what Ben is upset.
I'm always upset. Interesting. Okay. Because the
Absolutely.
guys just blow it up every episode.
He's trying to rage bait.
And I ain't wrong. As you saw this weekend, because my prediction was the one that came true.
I don't know. You might need to blow your fucking schedule and alarm clock, brother. That might be the shit that needs to happen for some of these teams.
Damn. We're getting personal.
You hear this guy?
I do hear him.
He's not fucking with you, Tyler. He's not fucking with you.
I mean, speaking of blowing it up, there is a lot of blowing up going on that we're going to have to talk about. I mean, we're going to talk about it. I might drop some leaks on tonight's show.
I think we leak it. I think you leak it, Tom.
Should I leak? I'm feeling
Can't fucking do it anymore.
I'm feeling kind of devious. I'm feeling kind of devious tonight.
The other COD leakers are just taking the time off. I don't know where the fuck they are.
You know,
I don't know the intel, so leak that shit. I think we all want to know.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna start with the tournament. We're gonna go over Champ Sunday, give our thoughts, talk about the tournament a little bit, and after we go over the games, we're gonna do a tier list and then talk about some of the roster mania stuff that's going on. Because there's a lot of teams changing right now, at least from what I'm hearing. One hint I will say is never wrong, just Slay. That's the one hint I'll say. You know, if you could maybe put two and two together and think about it, maybe you can figure it out. But let's hop into it. I said we hop into the first match. This was the losers semifinals. We had FaZe Vegas going up against the Los Angeles Thieves. And I'm gonna be honest, I think FaZe had bad PCs in this one. I think there was something going on. You know, LA Thieves, they came out, they won 3-1, but there was definitely some bullshit going on. We start things off on a gridlock hardpoint. It was a close map one. LA Thieves win that one 250 to 245. Then we get into a dent S&D. Thieves win that one 6-4. FaZe bounce back with an overload, winning 5-4. They make the comeback, and I'm thinking they're gonna do it. But in the den hardpoint, Thieves, they close it out 250 to 164, winning the series 3-1. We'll take a look at the stat sheet. We had 04 with a 1.0. Abuza with a .89, Draza with a .8, Simp the Pimp, Chris Lair with a 1.02, and on the other side, you got a .99 from Abizi, a 1.13 from Scrap, a 1.15 from Neum, and a 1.04 from Hydra. Match MVP is going to be Scrap with a 1.29 in Hardpoint, a 1.17 in Search, and a .85 in Overload. LA Thieves getting it done in a loser's semi, which they end up moving on to the loser's final. We'll get to that. But let's talk about it. Let's go around the table. Sam, these are your boys. So we'll start with you. I mean, they came out. They took care of business. I mean, what did you think of the series, Sam?
Well, first and foremost, if anyone didn't watch the tournament, I implore you to watch both of the Thieves FaZe series. Non-biased, this was probably two of the best series of the entire tournament. Now, full bias, we were downloading these shitty bitches in the first round of the tournament, and then we come back when it matters on Sunday. Fucking stomp shit on. Neum, fucking Sunday masterclass. I mean, in all seriousness, though, I think they kind of just clutched up when they needed to in the majority of the modes. I think Neum looked fucking fantastic this entire day. He was unbelievable, and I think he definitely cemented himself in the Rookie of the Year race. My only critique of his was his hardpoint gameplay, and he shut me the fuck up the whole day. He was absolutely insane all Sunday. So just want to give my flowers to Neum, which we'll continue to do as we get later in the day. But yeah, I think FaZe just kind of ran out of gas on the first series of the day.
Bro, Neum was unreal. He was actually on Sunday.
Yeah, on Sunday he was the best player.
He was insane.
He was the best player on Thieves on Sunday.
I don't know what happened. He just wasn't playing like that until Sunday. He just kicked the fuck.
Saturday.
It's almost like 04 with in Major 2, how he just kind of kicked up and just went fucking nuts. Like Neum kind of.
I wouldn't even say he was playing poorly. It was really just the hard point because he's an overload fucking demon, bro.
Yeah.
Like this guy's the best overload player in the game. And his search is just like what it needs to be. Like he has 3 absolute fucking powerhouse first blood getters on his team. So his S&D doesn't need to be 1.5s, but his hardpoint was really where he was lacking, and he was legitimately phenomenal in hardpoint all day on Sunday. Like he was.
To be honest, guys, it's simple. Really, there's Sunday players and there's everybody else. And we've seen this year who's broke on Sunday and who stepped up big time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we'll talk about it, Pat. You think some people are breaking, Pat? You think some people are breaking?
Hey, breaking. They breaking back to back to back. You know what I mean?
Jesus Christ. Just arguing with that guy about was it natural law?
This weekend, I know you were catching some of the matches. What do you think about these taking out FaZe here?
Yeah, bro, you lost the argument, bro.
On the gridlock HP, Thieves had 4 fucking NPCs out. That was crazy to see. And I think on the Den Overload they did too. Yeah, I don't know. Just from what I was watching, everyone in my chat before I even started watching, they were like, Abuja played like shit, and like, yeah, he was like missing. He just looked off. I think that can happen sometimes. Like first series of the day, it just happened to be your losers bracket is GG's. You know, you don't really got time to lock it in. You know what I'm saying? So, like the ARs on stage played like shit, and they lost. And Eve just outplayed them. They're just fast as shit. Their team just way better with this meta. And look what they did.
Yeah, I mean, Ben, you have talked about the phase ARs for a little while now. It seems like sometimes they're playing well, and sometimes they have these series where they're dropping stinkies. I mean, what is your thought on it, Benjay? Because I know you were talking about some gunpowder, so we'll let you have the floor here.
I think Abuja, I think really everyone outside of Simp was pretty inconsistent this weekend. They were really good in Overload all week. I think they finished 5-2 in Overload, but pretty much 500 or less in S&D and a hardpoint this weekend. I disagree with Sam that they ran out of gas. Like, they were just playing mid-pack COD all weekend and, like, just kind of bullshit their way to a top 4. I think that the Gridlock was an absolute toss. Like, they should have won that map. Then S&D, they looked pretty mid on all weekend because they basically just played the map super straight up. Then they needed to switch up. And they just got bodied on that 4th hardpoint. I think the big problem for FaZe at this event and really online this split, they were a top 3 team like the first half of hardpoint games, and they were a bottom 2 team on the second rotation of Hardpoint Hills, both online and on land. The split, like they just need to play a better 12 minutes of COD. And I think to your point,
they're running out of gas in the second half of the rotations.
I mean, the numbers don't lie, bro. The numbers don't lie. I'll cross
Say his
20
name,
maps.
Ben.
They're
Say his
out
name.
real well and then teetering off, Benja. Is that what's
Say whose name? I think generally this event, everybody but Simp was fucking underwhelming, and I think
you
the
know
ARs.
whose name. You know whose name.
The ARs got to pull out fucking more subs. To your point, like there are times where 3-4 subs got to be in hand. You're in outer, you know. To the point about Abuja, like I know it's kind of a mixed situation being that Gridlock, but like he's on outer showers ready with nail. That's the kind of gunfight now we need to have a sub in hand. The sub's coming around that corner pre-firing.
He just shouldn't have challenged that. He could have just made the push. He could have played that so Zach was pulling out the sub and he just get it lick.
But that's what you gotta do in this meta, bro. If you're gonna set layers, like you need a sub in hand so that we can play gritty with it.
I was gonna say,
pretty high.
We're gonna say the meta even to that on land because I don't think we saw even this many subs all the time online. But on the land, dude, people were running 3 or 4 on like every map, like damn near every single hill. That gun was hitting different on those Atlanta 1-ping servers. So I think the meta's gonna change a little bit online because they got a little taste of land, but also randomly, I'm actually curious if they might even like consider changing it, bro. I feel like at least I haven't heard anything much from the pro side, but the challengers are in uproar about this shit. Like there were so many tweets after the land from challengers players saying they should take no skill, blah blah blah. I'm not saying I agree with it, but I'm actually curious with a little bit of a break here, maybe the guys coming in, and obviously there are also changes if we might actually hear anything else about this. I personally don't mind it. I think it's still way more entertaining to watch. It clearly changed the match.
I mean, what do you guys think? Do you guys like the meta? Like, I mean, where these games thoughts? I mean, that's what happened when FaZe won the major. No, FaZe won the major, and everybody started talking about a meta change. That meta was also last, though.
I will say there also are players on some like very influential teams that had like a substantial fall off in their like play when this meta changed. Like for example, one name I would say is Merc. I think Merc was a lot better, before this meta. And it's not to say he's not good. They obviously made another finals, but he's been kind of underwhelming at times. And it's not necessarily because maybe the gun, right? Because we still see ARs have success. Scrappy just got MVP. Dashy looked unreal in the finals. So I just think it's hurting some teams. It's helping some teams. And that might be enough to stir a conversation, especially among some of the better teams in the league. So we'll see.
Yeah, well, I mean, Nub, talk to me. What did you think, Ian? What did you think about a series here?
I mean, this was just the start of Neo's insane Sunday. Obviously, he was lights out. I do think that what you guys said with the meta does affect. It's kind of like not necessarily Merc, but I think it's exposing more like one-dimensional AR players. Because I think Abuza's also had an issue, especially in this series, where he's kind of taken a step back, in my opinion. The last I don't even know, 8 to 10 matches that they played. at this tournament and then also in the qualifiers. But
yeah, who do you think
it's
was
like
getting
you
more
have to
women?
be able to
Roger when he was Don's
do
age, or
more
just
than
Don?
just be that slow AR player. I think in this meta, I'll be honest. I think a lot of the slower AR players are taking a step back, and so I think it hurts like FaZe. It obviously helps
You don't
some
think
teams.
because
I think it helps LAT.
Roger
I
was like
think it helps a
basically
couple other teams,
rich
but
his entire life.
Was he rich when he was a kid? Like his parents were rich? Already
Yeah.
was his dad's company, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then that would make sense if he was, but my logic was not including that because I kind of forgot, I guess. I feel like with his status, Don's, he had more access due to technology and how much bigger the market was versus when Roger was younger. But that might even be irrelevant. So, yeah. Now that I'm reminded that he was also rich.
this was a good series. I mean, Liam was great. Obviously, Simp was great. 04 was solid, but it's just Abuza needs to get back to the level he was at previously.
Whose like
If FaZe
personality
want to
would
make a
you
deep run,
rather
in my
have?
opinion.
Between those two?
Yeah.
Roger.
Yeah. Too, yeah. Roger's fucking sick, dude.
His that actor did fucking amazing with that guy.
I can't imagine anybody else playing Thunderstone with that guy.
Yeah, like the charisma is genuinely insane with that guy.
Dog, he's a bigoted white male, dog.
God, he's fucking
God,
beast.
Has to be like one of the top like fucking TV characters of all time, dude. Incredible. It's like, imagine if those two got transported into the Breaking Bad universe. And like, imagine if they, I don't know, for whatever reason, they came over to Walter's house, whenever his, like, yo, his wife is gone then. Like, his wife's just gonna fuck them, dude. I feel really bad for, Walter White. Remember how, in Breaking Bad, he tried to fuck the teacher?
Yeah.
And hot, like Latino chick.
Yeah, she's hot.
Yeah. It was Don, dude. Fucking cake. It'll be a cakewalk, dude.
Hey man, I can't fault Walt for trying.
Yeah.
Like she's fucking hot, man.
Ended up getting him fired, but
That's
I
your
guess he was already
principal, dude?
rich.
Oh, that'd be insane.
I'd get in trouble just to go to her office.
Exactly.
Yeah, what about you, Dylan? What do you think? You agree with that?
I agree, but I'm gonna take it a step further. I think there only is 2 ARs that didn't get worse in the new meta. I think every other AR has kind of, we've seen it. Like everyone's pretty bad now in comparison. Scrap and Dash are the only 2 ARs where I think they're still playing to the level they were playing at before. Every other AR we've seen regression from, and I think that's just because the NPC. And I think more teams are gonna force their players to run like consistent 3 NPCs on certain hills, maybe even 4 certain hills. LAT was running NPCs on Den Overload, 4 of them at times, and then like whenever you can run 4, it's better to run 4. But yeah, only 2 ARs have really like show that they could still play at the same level in this new meta, and that's Dashy and Scrap so far. I'm sure more ARs are gonna figure it out as time goes on, but now it's a sub game, and I do agree that in this game it's a lot more fun when the sub is the better weapon. The issue is if you take the NPC out and the M15 is the main gun, the M15 is still OP as fuck in comparison to the other subs. So then it just goes back to the old problem we had with the older meta, which was boring. I actually like this new meta. But on LAT, Neum was the best player on the team on Sunday, and that's big gas coming from a team that has Hydra, Scrap, and Abizi on it. Because before this, like, Neum was just doing his job. He had good call-outs. He was a good team player. He was the glue guy. But he never really, like, showed himself as an individual, like, how good he could be. And this was his tournament to do that, this Sunday in specific. Because even in, like, Saturday, Friday, he played all right. But Sunday, he actually fried all day. So big shout out to Neum for that.
Yeah, no, Neum's been going nuts. Pat, anything you wanted to add with LA Thieves going up against FaZe? I mean, it was a good match.
Yeah, I mean, y'all touched on basically everything, but Neum and Scrap had these AR cats looking like Insight on FaZe. I don't know what happened, but they had their number in this match. It was bad.
I mean, I feel like the ARs have to play. I feel like the ARs have to play more like ARs now. You know, like they actually have to kind of play their range and kind of play more like a traditional main AR. We're definitely seeing less of them. We're definitely seeing less ARs. Obviously, it's more NPCs on the map. But I think that's why Scrap and Dashi are doing well, because just the way that they play. Like, they play more like traditional AR players. But I could agree that there are a lot of NPCs on the map, but I agreed with Dill. I do think this meta is a lot better. It is going to be hard to balance if you do take the NPC out. What, do we just go back to a Javik meta at that point?
No, I don't think that's the path forward. I don't think that's the path forward.
Yeah.
I've said this before when we talked about it on the show. I'm going to throw it back here. We said that we were talking about how they just take a lot of recoil and range attachments off, and that's cool, right? I don't mind that, but the overall problem is just the ADS difference between the two guns. Like, I think it's fair that the sub should aim in quicker, but I don't think you should be punished for sprinting. Like, the way the game plays right now, SMGs just walk people down, and the ARs basically don't stand a chance. And you have to almost play like fucking Adam Assault when you're using an AR nowadays. Like, you actually just have to fucking sit in the back and just iron. Like, there's very little room to move. And there's only two players that managed to figure it out. And that's because they bailed themselves out. We're talking about Scrap and Dashi, two of the best shots in the league. Like, they can afford to play a little bit more aggressive and use their positioning. And everyone else is kind of struggling right now.
I might be on Tard. They're using subs. Why are we sitting here saying that?
Well, they are, but they're also picking it up. They're doing both, though.
They're using both.
They're playing good with the AR, though.
They're still playing good with the AR.
In comparison, they're playing better than other AR players that still use the AR when they have it out.
I get that, but that's because they're them, bro. Like, I don't think that AR take is accurate at all.
I'm gonna be honest. They gotta fix how easy it is to change classes, bro. That's the main shit, bro. People are changing classes 3 seconds after they're all spawned. They're fucking pulling out their sniper and aiming
it like
for
10 or 15 seconds if you don't shoot?
But you got
15 seconds.
I swear, if they just did it, like they changed their class and they got like the next life, like you would like not see it as much. You know what I'm saying? But it's so easy, like to get 4 subs out.
That used to be only your
That
first
used to be a
life. Now
skill.
it's every life.
Changing classes used to be like an actual skill. Now, like you have fucking 15 minutes to change a class. But then now we have 4 subs on every den.
I can't lie. I think I saw Neum do it on a den. He was in the back of P2 and like came down the staircase and like class switched to chow the guy that was off spawn.
Yeah.
Bro, they legit have
It should be what, like 5 seconds?
That's the problem.
Like, how long should you have theoretically?
Whatever it was in the old CODs. Whatever it was.
I think it was like 5 seconds. Yeah, I think it was like 3 to 5 seconds.
It was different.
Life, and then every other life.
However it was
like
in Black Ops 2 or like the old CODs, it should be like that.
Well, I'm pretty sure it was different in Respawn and Search. I could be wrong, but I only remember class swapping.
It was your first life, and Search was your first life of every round. So it's 15 seconds your first life, and then every other life, so Respawn modes, it was like 3.
Yeah, I mean, they do gotta go back to that, because it is getting to the point now where, I mean, bro, 15 seconds, that's a long time. That's a really long time.
You could go to a lane, pre-aim with a fucking sniper cease, and then nobody and pull out a fucking AR. Like, better what?
Ernie did that. Ernie did on the SMG.
That shit's crazy, bro.
Any overall thoughts on FaZe Vegas as a squad at the tournament before we head on to the next series? We'll obviously see Thieves again here in the losers final. But any other final thoughts you guys want to add on FaZe?
I think Abuza needs to use the sub.
It needs to pull it out.
If he's gonna get more punch, he's gotta pull it out.
That gives me PTSD to MW3 sub Abuza.
Yeah, he needs to. I mean, every other team has ARs pulling out subs. You can't be trapped in your AR.
I mean, everyone says the gun takes no skill. So if everyone says the gun takes no skill, especially AR players, then they should be able to run it just fine.
I feel like the Javik took less skill than the NPC did.
No, I think the Dravik took less skill to shoot at range. Like shooting at range is a skill, but like realistically, how many times are you getting into those engagements now?
Yeah, I was
Players just love the bitch, bro.
Hey, I was kind
No
of
gun
thinking
takes
about.
skill.
I was kind of thinking about just like the mid range to the long range shots. Like it just feels a little bit harder with the NPC, but up close, obviously, it shreds. It fucking incinerates. But no, I agree. I mean, in this day and age of COD, right? It's pretty easy to shoot these guns now. It's not that hard.
Oh, your PlayStation has the disc, Trey?
Yeah. Think I'm some fucking peasant, dude? Don't ever fucking assume that again, alright? You fucking hear me? Don't ever fucking assume I don't have a fucking disc tray on my PlayStation ever again. Fucking piece of shit.
Fucking faggot says,
Does
I should do this, but he doesn't do it, even though he has the fucking means to. Like a fucking faggot retard.
Does your fucking computer have a disc tray?
No.
Fucking faggot. You're fucking gay beyond words, dude. Go fuck yourself. Whoa. You know you can get like a collector's edition Blu-ray of Mad Men.
What does it give you?
I'm sure there's like a couple of books, like art books or whatever, or like something else. What's really cool, they give you the glass that they drink out of, like not the actual glass, but like the same ones that is in Don's office. So like you get drinking glasses, I think a couple of coasters as well. And I think some other shit, like it's like in a nice box and all that.
Why don't you get that? Sounds like a cool thing. A collector's edition for a show. I don't think I've ever heard of that.
Either it's very limited, and I don't know, they don't have, but also it's pretty fucking expensive. Let's see.
Dynamic. But make motherfuckers play on standard if they want to start talking about which gun takes skill.
But
I'll lay it out, bro. For phase, like, one up Forza will help because they're breaking in the second half hardpoint games. It's fucking impossible. The minute that they get off kilter, they're not running rotations on hardpoint. They get blown out in these maps. It was like the online. It was like that this event in hardpoint, and they were going down 0-1 a bunch of series, and like their overload kept it in a bunch of these.
Just to get the third season, it's
they got to improve in the second half of maps.
$25.
They're gonna slip away from the top dogs here.
I don't know, bro. Even with dynamic, people be shooting ziggy sometimes, bro. Not everybody be shooting straight, man.
Was always
it'd be like that. But all right, let's move on to the next series. We move on to the winners final. We have Optic Texas going up against Toronto Koi. This one ended in a 3-2 fashion, goes all the way down to a map number 5. We start things off on a gridlock hardpoint where Optic Texas win 250 to 152. We got a raid search where Koi bounced back. They win that one 6-1. Exposure overload, Optic win that one 5-4. Scar hardpoint where Toronto, they get a hardpoint on the board. They win 250 to 212. And then we end things on a Scar S&D where Optic Texas wins 6-2. We'll scroll down, take a look here at the stat sheet. For Optic Texas, you have Dashi with a 1.05. You have Hook with a 1.01. You have Mercules with a 0.77. And you have Shotzi with a 1.02.
So I'm
on the
seeing
other side with Toronto,
Mad Men,
a
the complete
1.2 from
collection
Kleenex,
Blu-ray.
a 0.96 from Insight, a 1.11
Yeah,
from
but
Joe
there's not even like really an option
and a
to buy the
0.91
fucking thing
from Kips.
on
We'll take a look at the match
Amazon.
MVP.
I don't
It's
even
going
know
to be
if
Big
it's in
Brucey. It's going to be Dashy with a 1.02
English.
in hardpoint, a 0.67
And
in
it's
search, and a
$240.
1.24 in overload. Big Brucey with the match MVP here. I mean, we'll start with you, Don Dada Optic Texas. They come out. They take care of business against Toronto, but it does go to a map 5. Toronto was able to take a hard point off of Optic. I thought for a second here Toronto was going to run away with it as we were going into a map 5. I mean, well, what did you think, Donnie? Were you surprised by how close this was?
They played him online close like the last time. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I was surprised Insight played
it's out
like.
of stock
Not saying he
anyway,
played
so.
well.
Nah, he had a
you know.
legacy. This is a legacy series now.
This is a pretty.
It's a takeover. It's a Jamie take.
He actually shit on
This
that.
is pretty fucking
Blah,
good. You know
blah,
what I'm saying?
blah,
Insight did his fucking thing. To be honest, I feel like
Yeah,
he's
dude,
guaranteed a
every
spot,
time-
especially going into next
Every
year.
time that came on,
Yes,
dude.
for this team, it's just like they just gotta survive it.
Like, I almost want to
I don't
say
even
it's
know, 'cause
not
they're
good,
gonna
but
lose
it's
Joe,
so
and then they
hard
might as
to
well just
not.
keep Insight at this point. I mean, he played pretty
Just,
good.
like, go
Motherfucker played
along with.
good.
He played
I don't
alright.
think
He played alright.
I don't think they're gonna win. I don't think they're gonna win. But like,
Do not pull up the map 5. Do not pull up the map 5.
you might as well just, you know.
He had a good
Appreciate
map
that it was
4.
just
That's
quick
about
and
it. He had a good
not
map
like
4.
fucking overly
Just
long.
because he didn't die that much don't
Like,
mean
I
he
like
was
the Game
good
of
in the
Thrones
series.
intro,
He
but
wasn't terrorizing.
like having to fucking
He
watch
was.
it.
He's been
He
terrorizing.
wasn't terrorizing. That's
He's
what I'm
been
saying.
terrorizing. What do you
No,
mean?
One thing I like
He
about
damn
the
near got
Mad Men
2,000 less
intro or
damage than
whatever
the
it's
rest of
called
his
is
Ian, go ahead, Ian.
it
He
felt
was
He getting
like
purged
it
PR.
fit the shit.
What do you mean he's there?
He there.
I'm telling y'all, that's a Jamie take. No,
This is a Jamie take.
Go ahead, Ian.
I mean, this series literally just proved what we've been. I mean, everybody knows actually when he just said this, but bro, this Toronto team could be there. They're competing
how you go
with
deaf
the top teams,
TNG.
but like Insight simply has to go if they want to win a tournament.
Do you like how you go deaf
Okay,
with
Brock,
TNG?
what's next?
Oh my, what the, holy fuck. Yeah, you can't watch that at night. Like when he
Yeah,
goes
you
into
got
to
headphones.
warp.
Yeah. Da 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 da. That shit was so funny, man. I did not rape that woman.
Did he actually though? I can't remember.
Oh yeah, he raped her and he got away with it.
Actually?
Yeah, dude. Captain Picard was giving him high fives, dude.
Nice.
I wonder who would get more bitches, Riker or Dawn, if they switched universes.
Dude, Riker, like, no matter what the fucking scenario is, he's getting shit, bro. That is... I think Riker was crazier.
Yeah, dude. That guy was literally fucking aliens.
Oh, well, let's be real. If you had some baddies, you wouldn't care if they're aliens.
Yeah, yeah. I don't. I've got no allegiance to planet Earth or humans. If one was giving me attention or whatever, being nice, it's like, oh, it's not bad. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was going to town, dude. Like, I wonder how many chicks Dawn saw versus Riker.
I would assume Riker couldn't, because he's probably working more than Dawn.
Honestly, like, I know you probably, I think you've already, like, said this before, but I would rather live in the Star Trek universe than Star Wars, because there are some episodes where it's basically like, there was like one episode where it's basically like a spa planet, so you just go there to relax, and
Is that the
some of the
one
chicks,
Picard went to?
there's multiple. So there's that one you're talking about, but then there was another one, I think like earlier on in the show where like they were like dressed basically like in bikinis all on the planet, and they like, to like outsiders they would just treat you like a king, essentially. But I guess you wanna go in Star Wars and get blown up by a fucking Star Destroyer. I guess, you know, some people have their priorities,
Go to Ryloth,
I
get
guess,
some
different.
bad Twi'leks.
Yeah, no, get fucking blown up.
Well, hey, in Star Trek, you got the Romulans, you got the fucking...
Yeah, but like at least there's like a peace, right? Like there's like they even have like a border. It's like, okay, as long as we don't fucking fuck with the border, we'll more or less like
Well, yeah,
leave ourselves alone.
but remember, Star Wars, every movie or story is basically based around a specific time because bad things were happening. Like before Episode 1 of Star Wars, there wasn't really like a big war. That started because like from the with the Darth Sidious and the Trade Federation.
Well, it just seems like as long as there are Jedi and or Sith, there's never going to be a peace because they just keep fucking fighting and
True,
killing each other.
but before the Phantom Menace, it was 1,000 years they didn't even think the Sith existed.
So and then the pendulum swung the other way, right? So, I mean, yeah, I guess, yeah, 1,000 years of peace, like that's nothing to gawk at or whatever. That's a long time, but I don't know.
No, like what you're saying makes sense and is probably more logical, but I just like the Star Wars universe more.
And like, it just seems like people have better qualities of life in Star Trek in general. Like, you have places like Coruscant, where like the upper levels are nice, but then you have people living.
The lower levels, absolute trash.
Yeah. And I have to assume it works like real life, where very few get to live at the top relative to the amount of people at the bottom.
Yeah, there's like 9,000 levels or some shit. There's as many levels. And the lower you go,
Yeah,
the worse it is.
Yeah, like I would assume 9,000 levels. I'm going to assume like from 9,000 being the highest, like the surface level basically, or is that the other way around?
No, yeah, so ground level or the first man-made level would be 1.
That's the deepest level.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I would assume basically...
Which I'm pretty sure there's no people down there. I think it's either like so long ago that no one's there, but yeah.
So yeah, then I would assume level 1 up to like level like 8,000 and 500 are basically horrendous.
Yeah, I would say
and then, like,
the first 8,000 are horrendous, and then the next 800 out of that remaining 1,000 are decent, but not good. And then you get slightly better until you get to the surface out of those remaining 200.
Yeah. And when you say 1,000 years of peace, does that mean there were no, like, crime syndicates?
There were, but there were basically just skirmishes. There were no like there was no like open warfare or anything. Like I would say, I don't. Maybe it was in the original, or it could have been in TNG. But wasn't there weren't there like pirate
But yeah, there was
gangs?
that in Star Trek.
Like there
Yeah.
there was kind of, but yeah, it's like, so in the EU of Star Wars after Return of the Jedi, there's basically regional lords that were in the Empire. Now they just control certain sectors that they resided over. So there wouldn't necessarily be war. It would just kind of be the same thing of Star Trek, where if you enter that zone, it'd probably be bad. And then obviously there were normal skirmishes because that's when Thrawn came, but Thrawn came later, when Luke's and Leia's kids were probably our age. So maybe 20 years of peace then, and then after that, I think there was about 100 years of peace.
Okay, let me ask you a question, and then we can get back to whatever we were talking about, like when it comes to like the wars or whatnot. This is like, I don't know how you could give like an answer that has like where you're like fully knowledgeable, because I guess you technically can't be. But from everything you've seen of both universes, and using that to generalize to each universe, each respective universe, which universe do you think has the more attractive women?
Well, I would say Star Wars has good potential. It's not like just because, at least in my opinion, just because like what there's only Padme and Leia in the bikini, like just because it's just them two in the movies doesn't mean that's it. Because there's obviously multiple species that are hot. I'm not. I would say just like a certain percentage of Klingons could be hot, or like other species, like Romulans or Vulcans. I feel like there's an equivalent to that on Star Wars. So I don't necessarily say that it's clear cut on either side. Like you can go get one of the cat ladies, you can get one of the Twi'leks, you can get one of the I can't remember, Zabrak, the Dathomirian chicks. Like you can have hot bald bitches, like the fucking chicks from Doom, basically.
Oh, that's true.
And there's a lot more species. I just have a shit memory.
Shit. Holy fuck, man. What do you think the average lifespan is for each universe?
Well, okay, so the differences, so obviously Star Wars and Star Trek have different technology. So Star Wars would have more technology towards, like if you get your arm cut off, you can get a prosthetic, like one that actually works, kind of like your old arm would, and would just be stronger. They have not as good visual technology in terms of like television or holograms, but they kind of compensate for that in some ways. I'd say the best piece of technology Star Trek has is probably the holodeck. That's very unique.
Teleportation as well.
Yeah, that one.
And they could also like materialize anything, right? Like
Oh,
if
yeah, like
you
with
want like food or
yeah.
whatever.
I can't remember if Star Wars has it or not. Whether it's like an actual materialization or just like a machine putting it together. Can't remember.
Would you say they have good droid technology. Because if they could make like data, they could basically like make him like replicate him or whatever.
Maybe not so lifelike, but
Because from
one
what I
that's
know, I don't
strong.
think they really have. I don't really think they have like any other droids except for like him, because he's meant to be pretty unique.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they have anything. Because I don't recall seeing like robots in Star Trek, or at least TNG. They're like widespread everywhere.
Yeah, like that's the thing I've always thought is it's not that Star Wars has worse technology, it's just a different kind of progression. So like they'll have like a hologram, or they'll have prosthetic limbs that actually work with, like, actually cooperates with your mind, or like your subconscious, whatever controls it. And whatever other stuff. Where Star Trek is very.
Dog. I
Star
know
Trek is
some
almost.
that'll tell you.
Star Trek is almost like a world where they try to make doing things yourself less necessary, kind of thing. So it's like it kind of does it for you, where you don't even have to cook anymore. Stuff like that. Like you wouldn't have to walk to the store; you could just materialize.
I think like the idea was like it like frees you up to pursue whatever it is that you actually want to do, and not have to worry about all the other bullshit. Yeah. Remember, dog? They fixed Worf's back.
Yeah. Well, I don't know for sure, but I think they could do that in Star Wars too.
Damn.
There's no as far as I know, I've never seen someone have back problems other than Yoda, but that's when he's 900 years old, so I wouldn't even count that. But he doesn't even have back problems. Just kind of how
Yeah. Why does he walk old, but as soon as he's ready to fight, he can fucking do like 50 somersaults?
He can use the Force to make his ailments not as not profound. That's not the right word, but it's kind of like you can use the Force to make it so you don't have to sleep, or make it so like an injury doesn't affect you as much. Like you could maybe stop the bleeding for a while, or take the pain away, and use the Force to, like, if you pulled your fucking pec, but you need to get out of a situation, you can use the Force to help your pec, help your pec kind of work even without damaging it more, just because the Force is kind of assisting you. Or like, let's say you're super exhausted. Let's say you have heat stroke, or you're about to fucking faint. You can use the Force and have that push you through it.
Doesn't he do that all the time?
Huh?
Why doesn't Yoda just do that all the time?
Well, he doesn't have to.
Yeah, but like if he wanted to just walk without using a cane or whatever, seems like it would be better.
Oh, well, I guess if he doesn't have to, then. But like that, doing that, it uses a lot of energy, so it's like. There's not really a point unless you need to. Because I remember in one of the books, in one of the Old Republic books, about Revan, he was kept basically in prison, and he was being tortured, and they wouldn't let him sleep for days. So instead of just being completely delirious when trying to escape, he had to use the Force. To basically force his body to be capable of basically being himself while he's close to going into a coma, basically.
Damn.
Like the one thing about Star Wars is they have a lot of. It's kind of like instead of them having like super technologically advanced, let's say phones or TVs or a computer, kind of like ours that do the certain things that ours do. They can go to hyperspace. Like their TVs are garbage, but they can go to hyperspace. They're slightly more primitive in some ways, but it's way more technologically advanced in others. So like they're for some of the time periods they're more not more militaristic, but more efficient with it. So they have like better weapon systems, but also they have the prosthetic limbs. So it's like they kind of trade instead of having everything or most things. They kind of trade.
They got that Twi'lek porn.
Dude, it's a fucking slave race, so yeah.
Yeah, dude. Fucking slave race. Fucking incredible.
Tournament. As simple as that. Yeah, he didn't completely shit it, but he's still just when he plays these teams that you need to beat to win the tournament, he's just a level below. He's like Sam Larue, you know what I mean? Level below pro. And I love Jamie, I do, man, but like it actually hurts Toronto because this fucking Toronto team can be deadly for the rest of the year, but I don't know. I think he played pretty mid-pack. Nothing changed. Wasn't no takeover. Wasn't no legacy. I don't know where we're going with that, but good series out of Optic for not getting Neslo'd, I guess. Yeah.
I usually done bank account. Site deposits going in there.
Pat, what you think, Pat? What you think of the series, Pat?
I mean, I didn't think Optic looked particularly well, to be honest. And I think this kind of showed signs, if you were an Optic fan, to be real scared once a real team with some ARs got up in there.
Merc, like I said, the guy's been the legacy savior for this team, but he ain't saving no more legacy stuff anymore. He had a pretty poor tournament overall, but I think this match was a big one. Obviously, grand finals as well, but yeah, I mean, I think it started to show the cracks in their armor this match right here. And like I said, bro, and this happens. I ain't blaming Optic. It ain't their fault, but they hadn't been tested at all. I feel like this tournament, they just what it was. They got an easy group draw. They got a pretty easy bracket draw. And then this was a tough one for him, and then obviously Grand Finals was a tough one for him as well. But we'll get there.
Wait, Pat, they won Game 5 with Falcons though, no?
Is that a test?
Talking about
Yeah,
Falcons?
they won Game 5,
talking about
bro.
the
really bad.
Falcons?
And Krim dropped 50
Wait, the Falcons playing well. Falcons playing well.
Pretty good. They 3-0
You're right.
Falcons
Falcons had a
little bit of a
good
test.
tournament, but as far as all the other teams, Falcons have still been mid-pack all year. Like, they don't have shooters like Toronto has. No Falcons players like a top 5 contending player in any role.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, I mean, I think this is where Optic got tested. They obviously closed up Game 5.
MC. Wait, hold up.
We didn't say top 5 salaries. We said top 5
maybe not
players.
this game, but in past games, sure.
We're talking about
past game?
What are you talking about, man? Yeah, what are you?
MC's not.
No.
We're talking about Black Ops 7.
Let's talk about you'd rather live in Star Trek. I'd rather live in Star Wars. Let's say, do we get to choose where we spawn, or do we have to accept where we spawn and then try to either leave or make do with where we are? How would that work?
Well, I don't know, but I feel like if we left it to chance, that would be a much worse deal for you.
Yes, but you could also spawn on many. Well, it was Next Generation where there's the fucking black sludge alien and other planets where things kill you, or there's fucking lightning everywhere. So yeah, obviously Star Wars would probably be worse for random, but
Yeah, you get eaten by a fucking whatever the fuck those things are called. The big fucking T-Rex looking things. Yeah, Rancor, whatever. Or, you know, be a slave race.
well, I assume I'd be spawning in as myself.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure, I guess. Well, I mean, fuck, Anakin's mom was like a slave, right? So... it still happen. You know what I'm saying, dog?
I wonder if there's a random planet generator on Google for us to type, have it pick our planet for us.
sure you can get AI to do that. This feels like everyone is much more hostile in Star Wars than Star Trek. You know what I'm talking about, though. Dog, I don't know if they have stakes in Star Wars.
Or maybe not. But they would have steaks of other animals.
Yeah, dude, but what if it doesn't taste good? Like, like a fucking cow? Doesn't taste like that.
Any of the planets, none of the animals taste as good as cow.
Possibility, dude. At least with Star Trek, you know that the cows still exist. You can go to Earth yourself and get a steak.
Wait, are you even allowed to do that though? Because there's fucking materializers or whatever they're called.
I'm sure you're allowed to do it. It's probably heavily discouraged or whatever, but I still think you could do it. You can raise your own farm animals.
Wait, I swear they would have put that under like animal rights or some shit.
I don't remember them fucking doing that. I think, well, because I swear in an episode you can see Riker cooking eggs.
Well, yeah, but I wouldn't.
And I think Data asked him.
I don't think that even if that is a real egg, I don't think that would violate animal rights. He could have said spawn eggs so I can cook them like we don't know, right? Like it's at least a possibility.
But why would that violate it? Why would that not violate it?
Oh, well, he's not killing it. If it's the real eggs or whoever got the eggs isn't necessarily killing it. They're just harvesting the eggs.
I mean, I guess technically he isn't killing it, but isn't he basically ending the life before it can become a chicken?
Sure. Well, I guess it would depend on if they were doing the chicken.
You know, what if the alien meat doesn't taste like a chicken or a fucking cow? What if it's just all weird shit? Like, I don't know. Whatever those fucking animals are. Look like fucking giant insects. You can only drink blue milk. Whatever the fuck that is.
And I don't think, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think the eggs you buy at the store are fertilized anyway, so they wouldn't be able to become, they wouldn't grow anyway. Pretty sure.
I don't understand, like, how does, so like the chicken doesn't have to get pregnant to lay the egg or whatever?
Some species lay eggs no matter what. So like some species, even fish and stuff, they lay eggs and then the male goes over the eggs and fertilizes the eggs. So not necessarily like, does anything with the female.
fertilizes the hard shell egg?
I don't know how it happens with chickens, but I'm pretty sure the ones in the supermarket or the grocery store are not fertilized. So even with the argument of it being capable of becoming a chicken or whatever, I don't think that would actually matter.
Okay, I'll look it up right now. You eat animals and starve them. Huh, okay, I guess they don't use animals. I guess it's just all replicated meat.
Yeah, like for me, just like hearing the dialogue from specifically Picard, it just seems like they're very, I don't know, like that kind of stuff.
Fuck it. I guess I'll have my steak replicated then. I'll have 5 steaks at once. Well, you can eat your insect leg on fucking Coruscant level 5. You can shower in the upper levels fucking sewage, dude. How you like that?
Sounds pretty lit, dog.
If your fucking faggot universe or whatever tries to go from your galaxy to my fucking galaxy, dude, I'm gonna call up my boy Q. If we're gonna settle this shit real quick, alright, you fucking faggot.
Peace, bro.
Yeah, you fucking call up your applesauce, dude. I'll fucking kill you right now, dog. Q will fucking snap his fingers and your entire galaxy along with you will be fucking gone, alright? So don't fuck around with us.
Well, Nihilus and Sidious will
Go fuck your
planets and
fucking stuff.
open a black hole in your universe and they'll be gone.
You know what? I'm not just gonna call up Q, I'm calling up the entire Q continuum, and they're gonna fucking butt rape all of you, dude. Nihilus is gonna be turned into a woman, dude. Which... Anything else you wanna fucking try to threaten me with, dude?
Well,
fucking faggot.
If Q went into the Star Wars universe, it'd be under Star Wars kind of world rules, right? So
No. He would be God. He is God, dog.
There are gods in Star Wars too.
Nah, gay gods. Faggot gods.
bro. Calls himself Q. He's a part of the fucking alphabet community, bro.
Nice, dude. Bro, go look at your fucking sequel trilogy.
Yeah, go look at Discovery, dog.
Oh!
And Lower Decks and the other one that's on right now. The one with the really bad looking thing on.
Oh, dude, that's all just a giant fucking hallucination by fucking Captain Picard as he's going into dementia. Dog. Didn't talk. It's not real.
Well, the fact that you said that it's in his head makes it actually in universe, whether it's reality or not, so you just fucked up like that.
We're gonna come over to your galaxy and we're gonna fucking rape supposedly all of the Jedi, that being Rey, so we're gonna have fun with that, okay? We're gonna bring Palpatine back somehow and then fucking kill him again.
I wonder what will happen to your shields when every ship in Star Wars has massive ion cannons on any of them.
You know what? You know what? You're fucking... What is that fucking fish guy? It's a trap. He's gonna be fucking screaming at the top of his lungs when he sees the fucking photon cannons, dog. The photon torpedoes.
Yeah, while his shields are still up and taking
Fucking
your
faggots.
shields with ion cannons.
You know what, dude? We're not gonna bother sending our Enterprise and our Starship Federation after you. We're just gonna send the Borg after you. We'll just send a couple cubes to your galaxy and fucking butt rape you, dude.
Well, Star Wars has droids too.
Gay droids. Wait, isn't there a droid in Star Wars that's fucking what's that guy's name? The black dude?
Yeah, that's fake, dude. Don't bring up fake stuff. Literally fake, by the way. And Jedi can just kill the Borg easily. It's like they won't even be able to defend against a lightsaber or the Force.
Well, I'm just being nice to you. The conversation was already over as soon as I said Q. It's over, dude. Your silence means victory. Bro, just admit defeat. There's more integrity in admitting defeat. You can't fucking win, dude. This guy's in control of the entire fucking multiverse, dude. What do you want me to say? Holy fuck. Q is so powerful, he can make the sequel trilogy real, okay? Whoa. You watch Darth Maul yet, dog? Whatever. Why not?
animation looks terrible. It's just like there's like
Why?
10
Why is it
FPS.
terrible?
Well, for one, just the way they model and move the characters just looks stupid. It looks goofy. And the FPS is horrible.
All the clips I've seen, it looks pretty normal.
And I don't like how the fucking lightsabers have like a trail. It doesn't really make sense. That's what I mean. There's like motion blur or something. It's weird.
Why are you a fucking hater?
I don't know. People glaze anything with Maul, no matter how good or bad it is.
Nice. Yeah, but from what I've heard, it's actually like good.
Well, like I said, anything with Maul doesn't matter if it's good or bad. I'll say it's fucking amazing.
So if I look at the user rating on Rotten Tomatoes, it's all bullshit.
Yeah, dude, go look at fucking The Force Awakens, The Last Jedi, and The Rise of Skywalker. Those are all gonna be bullshit scores. People
So
can
you're
have bad
telling me the
opinions.
user ratings? You're telling me the user ratings are going to be as consistent with the user ratings for Darth Maul? You're saying they're going to
No,
be
I'm gonna
all
say
positive
the
reviews?
user ratings for those movies are gonna be higher than what the movie actually deserves. Especially The Force Awakens, because people were delusional and so but like I said, they were fucking jizzing their pants when Maul was in Rebels. It wasn't even good. Like, it's really weird.
So what do you want, dog?
I want a story that isn't contrived. I want animation that doesn't look fucking weird.
Okay, let me look at this animation. Let me see if it's bad.
People love the fucking Jedi games. It's like, I don't understand why people like it so much. The engine feels horrible. The gameplay isn't very good. The story's bad. The locations aren't good. People's standards for Disney Star Wars is really low. People love the fucking Siege of Mandalore. Like, dude, anything with Maul, it's like it's the fucking greatest thing ever, no matter how.
What's the anything wrong with the animation?
Yeah, I can't watch animation like that.
It looks better than fucking Clone Wars animation.
I don't know. I would say Clone Wars animation was more fluid.
Yeah, but it was way less. It might have been a tad bit more fluid, but it didn't have nowhere near as much detail as what I'm seeing here.
I'm not talking about the image quality. I'm talking about like how it's animated, like how the character models move. It's very static.
I don't know. It looks pretty fluid to me.
Maybe I just have a different standard. Like, to me, season 7...
like, the fights look fluid.
Like, to me, season 7 of Clone Wars didn't add to the universe at all. To me, it hid a lot. It retconned a bunch for no reason at all.
Let's see what the criticisms are.
That was friendship cheese. Let it ride.
Listen, this team could
I
turn
didn't see
around.
bank
MC get
account.
back on
That's
top,
like when
bro.
I bring up Tej, Sam.
Yeah, exactly.
She's
Yeah,
blowing a grown man right now. I bet you get a grip.
That was some friendship shit.
That's absurd. That's all I gotta say. Ben killed my vibe.
Fuck these pop-ups, dude.
Hey, what do you think, Duarte? What you think of the series?
I think Toronto really could have won this one. I think they threw it away in the overload. That was a really back and
Bro,
forth
the
game.
overload was
but,
a fucking banger, man.
Yeah, it was a banger.
Bro, we've had
but
some good fucking overloads, by the way. We've had some bangers in
Overload's
overload.
entertaining as fuck to watch.
Yeah.
I don't
Even
care
in the
what you
Phase
say about it.
Thieves, even the Phase Thieves overload was crazy. It was nuts.
What I was saying was, I think this meta kind of fits Toronto because they have just three absolute maniacs, and they have somebody that, although I said it again, he's not the best player in the world. I think if anything that JB does.
Okay, well, Star Wars Force Awakens, 84%
they're able to
user
run
score,
that three-sub play style while Jamie kind of sits in
and
the back
then
and
Star Wars: The Last Jedi,
baits his teammates,
41%.
essentially, even if he isn't getting a lot of kills.
So I don't
So
think.
that obviously just I feel like
That's a
LA
crazy
just
sum, though. That's a crazy.
And then for Rise of Skywalker,
He does the bare minimum. Like he does
Yeah,
the skin.
he does that.
He does jam though. Let's not get it twisted. He just does it the other way. He's not brain
That
dead.
literally doesn't make sense to me. How the fuck does Rise of Skywalker have 86%
Like I said, I'm
user
not
scores?
saying he should ever stay on this team. I'm just like saying
Wait.
that
Wait.
the way he's playing,
51%.
at least take care of most of the teams. But again, when they play these top
Tomato
teams, you
meter.
just never know what you're gonna get out of them.
Those are the
And I think
actual
this series, he
critics.
played good enough to win.
But you're telling me
majority of
the
it, but
user
unfortunately,
score is higher?
They didn't come out on top. I think the thing that stands out for me though this series is
What
looking
the
at Merck's
fuck?
stats. What in the fuck was going on with this guy? I guess he was just running it down because he had like over 100 deaths, which was absolutely insane. I just don't see Merck ever putting these kinds of like engagements. And I don't know. I think just
When is that actually a reality?
Yeah.
So tomato meter, is that the critic reviews?
Yeah. I'm just saying, although Optic made it to the finals.
Okay, Rotten
I just think they're
Tomatoes.
gonna have some adapting to do.
Do you not know how Rotten Tomatoes
This
works?
whole sub shit where everyone's
No,
running
I
three
don't.
subs now. I feel like it's gonna transition to
So the
online
I've
now.
seen
critic
two
review,
ratings.
It's about positive, so
Merck
it's
is
not like,
probably
oh,
gonna
they
be
gave
the
it
one
an
that
8 out of
pulls it
10.
out
It's 80% of said
and I feel like
demographics.
And I feel like
I don't think that
gives it a positive rating.
I don't think the
6 out of 10.
I know.
But still, then, you're telling me 86% of people
They are prone to losing
like
game modes like this.
Skywalker, but only what is it? The Last Jedi. Only 41% like The Last Jedi.
Okay.
I feel like Rise of Skywalker was worse.
Random clips, obviously.
Is that not the worst movie?
What I'm saying, oh yeah, you're gonna show shots he's flanking 100 times, like he's crazy. I know.
Like I said,
Believe me, I know.
at
They made
least
a
the
lot
Rise of Skywalker
Whoa,
is a
hold on.
slightly better
Merck is gonna have a lot of
experience.
transition
Wait.
to do because he's
So, okay, but wait, hold on. So you're telling me in the movie where that line happened, somehow Palpatine came back. Palpatine dies the exact same way, but even dumber. The fucking kiss scene. The horses on the fucking Star
Last
Destroyer.
Jedi had a similar thing with worse. Yeah, maybe not worse, but similar.
playing BO4 he was on that fucking. What was that team called?
At the
Singularity?
casino. Like Star Wars Theory, he actually, I don't know if he liked it more than The Force Awakens, but he actually likes Rise of Skywalker. So it's like, I respect him for liking that instead of saying he likes Last Jedi. Or like
Best
like
The
Force Awakens.
Go ahead.
When it comes down to like Toronto, I mean, this is actually a series they could have won with like reset on their team because usually when they play active, they don't really win very many maps. I mean, just look off it. Like, if we're being honest, and we look at this Toronto team, they can beat any other team in the game. They're 37-23 this
So
year.
they like a movie
16 in overload.
where Luke just dies more than that other movie.
They just simply cannot beat Optics with doing the 3v4 shit. But Insight actually played pretty well. So like when you
In Last Jedi, right?
you kind of have to close this one out.
So yeah, they like that movie more, where he just dies like pointlessly than Rise of Skywalker.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the least kills in the lobby.
Last Jedi.
Okay, yeah. Makes sense, yeah. Like Mark's thing.
But the Kleenex buddies, he looked great.
If you wanted to go into a movie and just have visual cool stuff, you have Kylo Ren, Adam Driver, actually doing the best job he can
Alright, let's go to you, Ben. What you think, Ben?
trash garbage script.
I mean, I think
You have cool visuals of ships, and you have Ray doing his hobbies. He's really
They can.
So it's like there's at least something to look at on the screen where last year you got horrible dialogue, everything's dumb.
I'm just saying that the sandbox is much like it's nice they like kind of finally stepped up this season. Got back. Just, I think that's their ceiling, bro. I don't think they can make it deeper with James and team. They're not going to drop him now, and like it is what it is, man. Like Tips, Kleenex, and Joe are going to play the game. The team plays so passive. And until you suddenly
Like people love Rebels,
and
people fucking love
the
when Maul was in it. I'm like,
Can anyone give me a case why they shouldn't drop Jamie?
Next game.
They're good friends.
he was in season 7, right?
In a few months, he'll be good. I promise you. Next game.
It's also about looking for an upgrade.
Yeah, it's like I feel like that whole season, except for like the last 2 episodes,
They're like not rapidly change their system, but also improve them. Like,
Bro, but the thing is, look, man, I get that, but at the
hey
same
guys,
time,
Ahsoka was
like,
in the background of
has
this.
any challenger player that's joined the top team been bad? Joined the top team, not just joined the CDL. I feel like every challenger player that I've seen that's joined the top team has been good.
And there's a lot more in there in the pit that are really good. There's a lot of
Like an interesting concept is
Scouting the player based on how good they are on their fucking challenger team. You're judging how good you think they can be on a team.
Yeah.
Bring back Beans.
Beans has been good.
Beans was already on their team, and they got fucking Max third. I don't think they're going to run that one.
Yeah, but that's because they had fucking insight.
They have a Tips on the team with them.
Yeah, and it's gonna get worse soon before we get to this next series. It's gonna get worse.
Toronto has hit that ceiling. They have hit that ceiling. They have hit that ceiling every single year, despite
Like, since 2015, I've had no faith in
I mean, I think there's, I mean, they can look at people from your team down, they can look at the Bush. I mean, there's also just other names that have been making noise as challengers. I mean, people are even about even in the chat. Really good. You know what I mean? You get the Stallions, there are people for the Stallions. You know what I mean? There's all types of players in challenge. You just gotta watch. There's a lot of talent. And you can't just look at placements. There's literally just individual challengers. Like, there needs to be scouts. You have to have people scouts.
pauses every 2 seconds.
The way this team is designed,
During fights, it fucking goes to slow motion. It's a kill. It's, every kill goes to slow motion. That just feels dumb.
You talking about Fallen Order?
Because I have a roll swap and then Toby's uncomfortable. I should
not to mention
Make Abe.
Abe is not running it in
We were just talking about is 3-4 subs in every map. It's the perfect time to do it. You guys are the ones saying it's 3-4 subs every map. It's all subs.
At least in the Force Unleashed, you had stormtroopers that had better armor or maybe a shield, like a ray shield, so you couldn't hit them. Or they would just get 2 hit by your lightsaber. It's like it's another thing where it's another person in the story or the universe that escapes the order. So it's like the past 10 years they've been created basically into a competent retard.
Whoa!
And even episode 3, he gets the job done.
So you didn't appreciate that scene in Rogue One, even though they got away?
I
Well, that at least makes sense though, because that would make perfect sense with the original movie. It just makes sense to bring in that actively chasing him down. He's actively going on different ships.
That's keep it inside for next year.
That's what I said. Just keep on the bench. No
Even for
downside.
next year,
But
because
I
I feel
wouldn't
like
say
next
that's
year the game,
incompetent
the AR's probably gonna kill him fucking 2 bullets, gonna be camping on Eddie's
Wait,
shit.
speaking of, is this the latest that I got?
Yeah, but dog, he could have just force held the ship as he tried to escape.
Well, part of it's also like the E3, like that whole like.
So why didn't he do that in Rogue One?
What's kind of disrupted everything.
Wait, what do you mean it's fake? Can't he do that?
When Rogue One came out, no, he didn't.
That might be
What? Why?
I know there's a gate. I know there's a gate from you.
So you're telling me just like lore-wise, he can't do that?
Is it Summer Games Fest or is it something else like that?
He could probably move the ship, but not while it's full power. Fucking. He can make it crash.
Yeah, I don't know, but let's move on to the next one because it might get worse. We got Toronto Point going up against the LDD.
People always
Isn't
are
there
like,
Thor who can move like Star Destroyers?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. People are like, oh, you can fucking pull down a Star Destroyer. It's like, first, that Star Destroyer was already going
Then we go to a Dennis and D.
Like,
These
in
were
the
that
cutscene,
one
it already
6-4,
showed
and then Overload with these
that it
ones
was
were
one.
both. So this was a beating to
And then it
Toronto
starts
Point. Let's go down.
Which cutscene are
Take
you
a look
referring
at the
to?
stat sheet. We have a
Force Awakens or whatever?
0.82
Force
Phoenix,
Unleashed?
a 0.62 from JB
Well, you already
Insight,
said
a
that that's
1.0
not like
from Joe
canon,
C, with a
right?
0.79 from Kit.
It's not
Notice
canon,
he's
but even if you
about-
use that as a
see
standard,
even, so
to
nearly
say
a
that
red
he should
carpet
be
here.
able to do that.
On the other side, Jesus, man. This
Starkiller
was a beating.
basically
All green,
made
got a
the ship
1.23
crash
from Hydra, a
earlier or
1.34
faster
from Neum, a 1.15 from Scrap, and
But I'm talking about like
1.26
stuff that's already been pre-established, that's actually in the universe, like going back to like old Republic days, like nobody's done something similar feat when
1.56 in hard point, a
it comes
1.0
to like
in search,
a
and
ship
a
or like some
1.24
giant
in
object.
overload. This guy's gone from Zoom Opti subscriber rates to the Huntsman to a fucking champion. I mean, this is absolutely phenomenal indeed. I love seeing him perform and do his thing. Ben, let's start with you. What'd you think of the series, Benjay? What'd you think?
I mean, it was a fast one. I think classically, this is what we've seen from Toronto the last couple of years. Maybe to make it to a winners final, mostly having they get the loser bracket run, and they get the losers finals, and they get last.
He was in
But
the
I do want
exact
to say
same
something real quick.
position to
Ernie
do that to
definitely
the
deserved MVP, man. I don't know why people. I feel like people are like trying to. Ernie's tournament run.
People always think
It's old, though.
Yeah, they're high.
For whatever reason.
Yeah, I guess he's too old.
Yeah. Ernie was on.
That was like.
Yeah.
I could have got it as well. I mean, Ernie deserved it. It's not like he didn't deserve it. I thought Abe was
What
great.
can happen? Yeah, where do you think your body will be in 4 or 5 years, dog?
If I had the Force, I'd probably feel like I was 22.
Go ahead, Ben.
Vader was in agony like 24/7.
We're just having the same conversation. Toronto's just smashed me third. He got bowled over by a we've seen fucking this match. That's why Malgus
Malgus killed his wife. Malgus killed his wife because his wife wouldn't fuck him. Okay? That's why.
Anybody got anything to say about the Disney?
No, this is they actually fucked up at getting Thieves Soccer, but you do not play Thieves on soccer. You do not play Thieves on soccer.
Toronto picked it, Dale. They picked
How'd
soccer.
Palpatine come back though?
How was this?
No, he created a force bubble.
No, what
went down that corridor.
What
He
they
went down that.
shut your faggot mouth. If they established it through essence transfer, which is in universe, which they did not do, it would have made sense. But they didn't do that, so it didn't make sense.
But dog, it's there, dog. It already exists, so they
See,
can just say they used it.
This is the problem. This is why I fucking hate faggots, alright? People are like, oh, why didn't they do this in the original trilogy? And I'm like, well, because they couldn't do it. And it's like, oh, but they did it in the fucking Disney timeline. It's like, yeah, because it's fucking Disney. They should all be fucking burned alive, dude. They're all fucking retards. Like, yeah, of course they did.
Wait, hold on. So, if fucking Jedi can use super speed in the prequels, it's okay?
well, in what context?
Remember that scene with Obi-Wan
Yes,
and
no,
Anakin?
no,
They
I
just
know what you're
use super
talking.
speed?
No, it's not Anakin. It's Obi-Wan.
Or whatever.
But like, what
Yeah,
context
right.
are you? Like, what are you actually trying to insinuate?
I'm asking you, is it just because Disney's doing it?
Partially, yeah. I think when someone's so disconnected from the creator and or not the creator, is doing it while not trying to fit it into the universe through consistency and logic, then yeah, it becomes disconnected. Like The Last Jedi or Obi-Wan, none of that is directly connected to the universe. It's just written by the writers. It's not like any of the fucking story people or the writers or anything. Like Ryan Johnson, I'm pretty sure either he wrote most of The Last Jedi or wrote all of it. What's her name? Kathleen Kennedy? Didn't give a fuck. She just said, do whatever you want, and she signed off on it. Fucking Ryan Johnson doesn't know shit about Star Wars. That's like me doing the fucking Elder Scrolls movie. You might as well fucking...
Whoa.
Might as well fire me day one. Don't even hire me at all. It's like, imagine this, right?
Did they do super speed?
Huh?
In the original? Did any of the Jedi use super speed or whatever the fuck that ability was in the original?
In the original trilogy?
Yeah. I think I was seeing them do that.
No, I don't think so. I don't think even if they could have, they would have, because their powers were diminished at the time. But what was I gonna say?
What about Luke?
It's like, okay.
Well, what about Luke then?
What about him?
Well, didn't you say basically to maintain the balance, like if there's like 1 million Sith but only one Jedi, like the Jedi is the equivalent of like 1 million Jedi, like force-wise?
One Sith?
Or whatever?
No. One Sith is... Not literally, but one, like, 2 Sith is like...
Like how like Palpatine is, right? Like how Palpatine is, like there's like a lot of... So he's more powerful.
It's one Sith, but it's not like they're 1,000 times in power, so it's not like if I can lift 1 pound, a Sith can lift 1,000. It'd more so be like, I can lift 1 pound, the Sith can lift 20 pounds, but he's more efficient and he's in the shadows, so you can't stop. You can't stop something that you don't know is happening. So it's like one thing that the Empire did was build half of the military and the navy without letting the Galactic Council know. The Galactic Senate, they weren't exposed to that unless they were directly a part of the Empire. That's how the Super Star Destroyers were made. That's how the Death Star was made. So it's like that's how the Sith get their power through like really high levels of efficiency and deception.
So you don't believe in Grogu?
Well, that's fake. How?
Yeah, but Luke saved Grogu and trained him.
He's 50 years old and he's still a baby. That is retarded. How can Yoda train Jedi for 800 years if he's still a baby at 50? That mathematically, logically, does not make sense. It can't make sense. So you're going to tell me?
Well, what if it's a very rapid puberty?
That's
nice.
so stupid. That still doesn't make sense.
Well, bro, it's biology, dog. It might just be that way for them. You don't know.
Well, considering he died when he was 900, he taught Jedi for 800. You assume he'd be a student, then a knight, and then a master to then grandmaster. That doesn't happen in 20 years.
Whoa, what if he's a prodigy? Dude, there are kids who are like 12 years old graduating university, dog. They're going on to teach their doctorates. What if it was like that, dog? Nice.
Okay, no. Did that kid wait until he was like 25 to then go to school and get his doctorate, or did he do it when he was young? And then he still ages the same as normal humans.
Yeah, but the kid
just
was
better.
aging. The kid was aging. Right, he didn't remain a baby.
Yeah,
for,
so
you know,
so Yoda would have been 50 and he would have been a prodigy then.
a baby.
Then
No, he's still a
50.
baby.
No, he's not a baby. He's 50 years old.
He's still. No, he's 50 years old. Biologically, he's still a baby.
No.
Why,
That's
dude?
retarded.
But no, but it's
makes no
confirmed with
sense.
Grogu. It's confirmed with Grogu.
Okay, cool. If they confirmed fucking Obi-Wan was a woman, does that mean he's a woman?
I've had that happen a few times, and it will probably happen a
If
few
they
more.
take off his pants and I see a vagina, then yeah, I guess the entire time he's just been on testosterone, or she's been on testosterone to cover up her appearance or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. To
Anakin
avoid
didn't
the
have a
Empire.
prosthetic limb. Padme didn't have kids. Oh, you didn't see Padme have kids. They just had babies in the room.
What I'm saying is he could have been 50 years old and a baby, and then undergone a very rapid puberty where within 1 year he grows up to
No,
basically
no.
be like a teenager.
What
And
Grogu
then-
is the people
Is
wanting
a-
a cute baby and they don't know
Yeah.
the lore.
No, what it really is Disney wanting to sell a fucking plushie
Yes.
to a bunch of fucking adults, dude.
Yeah, to a bunch of effeminate fucking faggots and a bunch of
Whoa! Whoa. Alright, fine. I guess that breaks the lore too then.
Yeah.
But what if Grogu was in cryo that entire time? That's why he was basically 50 years old.
Then he wouldn't
He was
be 50
frozen
years
as a
old.
baby. Huh? What if he was frozen for 50 years is what I'm saying.
He wouldn't be 50 years old.
So you wouldn't call Captain America like 150 years old?
Oh, I wouldn't say he's a geriatric patient because he's human and 80 years old. No. He's genetically still, what, 30 or whatever? 20-something? 30s? Now, you can say he's 100 years old as hyperbole.
Are we judging though?
No.
But are we judging from birth date, or are we just saying biologically? Like
But
biological
but
clock
by you
versus
saying Captain America is 100 years old, that's just hyperbole.
Well, no, you could look at his birth date, right? And you can judge his age that way, or you can go the other way where you're judging
But
his biological
can you judge
clock.
someone's age if they haven't aged?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, do you go by date specifically, or do you go by biological clock? What if they're going by date with Grogu? What if they're saying he's 50 years old, but he's actually still like 0 years old or whatever?
Because he was frozen?
Yeah, like what if they're just going by date?
Well, then I guess that would make sense, because if he's actually still a baby, then sure. That would be fine.
Yeah, maybe they're just doing that.
But there's no evidence of that.
Is there any evidence that they're saying he's biologically 50 years old?
Well, okay, so
I feel like there's none in either way.
in Captain America, they tell you, oh, he was frozen, right?
Well,
And
wasn't he in that pod thing? Like, wasn't he in like the little cryo pod where the Mandalorian finds him? They call it like a hibernation pod, right? So I'm assuming that like that's like that galaxy's or that universe's form of like a stasis or like a frozen.
well, I know there's carbonite iron. I don't know exactly what you're talking about.
Like in Halo, when they do jumps, like faster than light jumps, they might even have it in Dead Space. They go into cryopods, right? And you basically just you freeze all biological functioning, and you're basically just like frozen until you get like reheated again. That's what I'm saying. Like, wasn't he in that show when he was first found? Like, wasn't he basically in like a cryopod or some shit?
I don't think so.
But if it
No.
was the case, I mean, does that break the lore, or is that still good?
Well, if he was put in like a cryo tube, which people have made that theory just to make it make sense. There's no evidence of that. So they asserted that because in order for it to make sense, he would have had to have been frozen from the prequels, maybe before that. Because it doesn't make sense, and there's no evidence of it. It makes sense with Captain America because you know he was frozen, and then he woke up. So you know his body wasn't active during that time because he's been frozen for 70 years. He's been frozen for 30 years and then he was frozen for 35 and he lived 5 years in between, or something like that. Or he was in a coma for those 5 years, but he was still alive. No, he's frozen for 70 years. Grogu, there's no evidence that he was frozen, and they give like some weird random age. That doesn't make sense with
So
what?
Okay, I just want okay. When does Yoda start training people? When he's like 200 years old?
No.
When he's 100?
Around that, either right before or like let's say within 10 years of 100, so 90 to 110.
Okay, so 90 to 110. Does he train people or is he training? Or is he doing both?
When he started training people, I believe he was already Grandmaster at that point.
Okay, so anywhere from 40 to 60 years Grogu has to basically get on that level. If he wants to be that by the same age as Yoda. Right?
If his age is 50, yeah.
So you don't think wait, hold on. You don't think that this species is kind of like a have you ever watched Invincible, the Amazon anime show?
Is that the one you and Freeze were talking about?
Yeah. Okay, so in that show, there's basically like a Superman race, right? They're called Viltrumites, right? And the main character, Mark, he's the son of Omni-Man, who's a Viltrumite, so he's like part Viltrumite, part human. With that race, they age like normally, right?
But just over a longer period of time?
No, like the older they get, the slower they age. So like they can live for like thousands of years or whatever. But as they get older, they get stronger, but they also age slower. It doesn't have to do with like being in the presence of like a sun or anything. It's not like Superman, it's just how they are. You don't think like with Grogu or whatever the Yoda species, they like age really quick up to like a point and they just like age slow as fuck after?
Well, you mean they age slow at first?
Well, no, like, well, I would get, yeah, 50 years and you're still a baby. I don't know. But like, it's like they hit like a growth spurt where like everything just kicks in. And then after that period, it's a very slow burn type of age where they'll get older, but it's very slow. That's like how they can live up to like 900 or whatever. What I'm saying is you don't think it's possible within 40 to 60 years that Grogu
Okay, so
resembles anything like Yoda.
So let's just say every assertion you've made, every theory you've thought of is 100,000% true. When do you think that all was established? What year?
What, like in real life?
Yeah, like what year was that plot point or lore created?
I mean, I can look it up on.
No. I'm asking you to guess. Because I'm pretty sure I know, maybe not the exact like month, but I know the year. Now for my.
I'm guessing you think it was the same year that they fucking came out with the show.
Well, okay, just give me the answer. Give me just guess.
I don't even know when the show came out.
No. Just give a guess. Just say a year. That isn't 2026.
I guess the show came out a couple years ago, so I guess like 2021, 2022.
So I don't know when the show came out, but in 2019, that's when that concept was created. So that's one reason I would say it's bullshit, is because it's literally out of nowhere, made by people that don't know the source material or the lore. At least when like the Old Republic stuff was coming out, sometimes or most of the time George Lucas would either sign off on it or would be signed off by someone who's under George Lucas while the IP is still owned by the creator. Now, if I were to compare that to religion, because people would say, oh, I'll like bow at the altar of George Lucas. I've heard people say that, so I'll just compare it to religion. If, let's say, I was a devout Christian, right? And then I was like, okay, well, I'm done with Christianity. I'm going to go make my own thing, which is now Disney Star Wars. And now we have cloud monsters that are shaped as dragons that when you see them, that's when Satana, the new Satan, is going to come down and grab us and take us away to hell. That doesn't make sense. There's no basis in that.
I guess.
There's no.
Let's just say, I'm not saying you're wrong or whatever, but I guess one caveat you'd have to add to that is you got permission from the pre-existing god George Lucas to do all that, right?
No.
Like, yep,
I got the permission to make my own group, but everything that I come up with has no basis in anything that was signed off on.
I mean, let's see. I'm looking here at Yoda's species. It says, what is it? The average lifespan is at least several centuries. Now, so far, I don't see Grogu violating that.
But that's not. How does them living for centuries?
Okay, it says this here. So despite their slow aging for the first 5 decades of life, members of the species reach maturity by their 100th year, as exemplified by Jedi Yoda, who began training other Jedi when he was about 100 years old. According to Yaddle, I guess that's another Yoda species or whatever, Yoda member. Yoda was considered to be middle-aged at 514. So there you go, dog.
Okay, that first
Now
part.
shut your fucking mouth.
What's the source? When was that
I'm
established?
on
No, yeah. Okay, no.
Wiki. I don't know.
Okay. So what you just
I don't
said,
know who fucking
what you
this
just
is, right?
said, doesn't refute what I said about when it was established. That's basically giving the same information of what we already know about Grogu in the Disney timeline. That doesn't contradict what we've been talking about. And neither does what Yaddle said. You can still be middle-aged at 500 and not take 50 years to grow up. Like, are you gonna say, oh, fucking Thor was a child for 1,000 years and
Might have been.
no, but they're adults for like way longer than they are children. They grow up relatively normal. They don't spend 1,000 years as a child.
I don't know, dude. Is that confirmed?
Pretty sure.
I'm not asking for pretty sure. I'm asking, do you definitively know that or not? Because I don't know that.
Yeah, I've never heard of any mythological story. Superman. Does Superman not live for thousands of years, even on Earth? Would he not live for that long? Or does he have a normal lifespan?
Well, I guess he'd be immortal if he's always in the presence of the sun.
Well, or what? He grew up like a normal kid, right?
Yeah, but why are we comparing Superman to a Yoda species then?
Because it's
like,
the same concept.
Wouldn't it be obvious that they're...
It's the same concept.
No, but they're both fictional characters.
Yeah, they're both fictional
Oh,
characters,
but what I'm
but
saying...
they both have long lifespans. That's why.
No, but wait. No, okay, look. Yeah, they both have long lifespans, right? But it could be the case that Superman will grow, right? Like at a normal rate. And then he reaches, like, I don't know, maybe his peak, which is like mid-30s or whatever. And then he will basically stay that age and then like slowly age, if at all.
But it doesn't make sense that Yoda species would age would develop normally, but then just like.
Well, how are you judging what? But how are you judging what makes sense then? If it's all fictional, right? Like if it's all at the whims of whoever made the species up to begin with, why would one make more sense than another? If it's all fictionalized, that's what I'm asking.
Well, so you're saying fiction can't not make sense? Like you're saying it always makes sense just because it's fictional?
Well, I'm asking what about it makes more sense for Superman than the Yoda species or whatever. Grogu.
I'm not saying it makes more sense. I'm saying it's comparable. I never said it makes more sense.
But then why draw the comparison with Superman then?
Because he lives a very long time as an adult and ages normally as a child.
Yeah, but then I said, but it's a different species.
But it's still similar logic. It's still a species that has a long lifespan.
Yeah, but then you can also say, well, Superman is more human-like, right? So I guess the creators wanted him to go through like a similar puberty cycle where he would actually age like an adolescent boy to a pubescent teen, and then a teenager, and then a young adult, and then finally a man. But with Grogu, I don't know what the fuck Grogu is. Maybe it is the case that they just live fucking long as fuck, and they're babies for however fucking long, and then at a certain point, the puberty kicks in. I mean, if he's mid-age, by the time he's 514, I don't fucking know. When does he stop being a baby?
I don't know.
I'm just asking questions, dude. I don't know.
Yeah, and I think.
But I'm reading here. It's saying.
I think with how the lore's been established, you need to ask those questions because it doesn't make sense. So let's look at it this way, right? If a human were to become a grandmaster, they'd probably have to be 50, maybe, probably older, maybe Dooku's age, maybe Qui-Gon's age. So 40s, 50s, maybe 60s. So you're gonna tell me Yoda's a baby at 50, can develop within 50 years, even though he took 50 years to still be a baby, but he becomes Grandmaster at 100? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but what if it's different rates of growth throughout their life?
That's just an assertion. That's you having to assert things within the lore just to make it make sense.
But was there anything in the lore before besides him just being 90 to 110 training people? Like, did it say anything about their actual puberty cycle or rate of growth?
No,
Other
it
than,
said.
okay, they lived out.
It said when trained Jedi for 800 years or whatever, will be 900 or almost 900. So I'm not gonna think, for half of that time before he trained Jedi, he was a fucking baby. And then his growth sped up. No, I'm gonna be like, he was probably an adult, even by the time he was 30. Let's say it's 10 years later. Let's say it's fucking 10 years later than a human. That still makes more sense than being a fucking baby at 50. To me, that's just a useless species. So everyone has to wait 100 years for them to be a fucking functioning person of society. I feel like that species would be fucked.
Well, you never know. Maybe within the next 10 years, by the time he's 60, he's basically like an adolescent boy, right?
So in 40 years, he becomes a grandmaster.
Well, it's like I said earlier, right? Maybe it's the case where, like, in real life, right, you have prodigy kids who are going to university, graduating, and then going on to teach, right?
But
maybe it's a situation like that, because I don't
Yoda
assume
is,
Yoda... Wait, hold on.
Yoda is exceptional, but he's
wait.
not...
Well, that's what I was about to say, right? I don't assume every one of the Yoda species is going to be as gifted as Yoda. So I'm looking at him as an outlier.
Yoda is an outlier among the Jedi, but not to the point where he's like, who in society, like, who would you say is a prodigy? Whether it's like sports or tech or acting, music, who would you say is a prodigy?
Well, I don't, like, historically?
In the past 50 years.
It's the past 50 years.
Let's say Michael Jackson, right?
Well, I can do better than that. I could do Mozart. I think he was 5 years old, and he was already composing his own, like, original pieces. So.
Okay, so most people, if not every single other person on the planet ever, probably hasn't been, at least during his time, was not close to him, assuming he was the best. I'm pretty sure he was. So
we're talking Mozart?
Yeah. So
okay.
By that standard,
and
Yoda,
he hadn't even reached puberty.
Okay. By that standard, Yoda was not the prodigy, it was Anakin. Because Anakin had those similar things where he was good at things at, 8 years old. But that doesn't happen with all of them. That's extremely rare. So rare that out of the 10,000 Jedi, there wouldn't be any of those. They'd have to wait generations for that.
Okay, but wait, okay, I'm not. Why did you bring up Anakin?
Because Yoda is an outlier, but not like a crazy one. It's not like the difference.
He isn't an outlier?
He is an outlier.
Like a crazy outlier?
No.
Why? Why is he not a crazy outlier?
It's sort of like the difference between what's his name? Tom Brady and Peyton Manning. They're the two best quarterbacks of all time, but whatever his name is, the first guy I said, Tom Brady is the clear winner. He's clearly number one. There's debate and there's no competition there, where Anakin would be that. So Peyton Manning is an outlier of quarterbacks, but that doesn't mean that he's the best. Or like the fucking golden boy.
Okay. And then this relates to our conversation with Grogu.
Well, because you brought up maybe Yoda was a prodigy when he was younger.
Yeah,
So
okay.
I'd say he's closer to a normal Jedi. It's not like he's special, but he's not like it's not like one guy has $1 million and the guy above him has 300 billion. It's like they're both millionaires or both billionaires.
I don't see how that detracts from what I'm saying about Yoda.
Okay, so then what part of Yoda are you saying would be exceptional? That he just became Grand
At a very
Master
young
Lord?
age. Yeah, yeah.
Like, technically, I guess, but that would have to assert many things that haven't been established, and even if they were established, they would just Grogu make sense. That's all it would be.
Well, you really hate that baby, dude. Innocent baby, did nothing to you.
Fucking stupid, it's the dumbest concept ever.
Let's see. At what age do you stop being a baby? Is it 2 years old, 3 years old, 4?
Like toddler to where you can't even walk by yourself?
Well, Grogu can walk. Grogu can walk, and he can understand people talking to him.
But he can't talk
He could
himself?
obviously use the Force.
So he knows how to use the Force
I don't
and
think
he can
I
understand
don't
people,
think,
but he
yeah.
can't talk?
Yeah. But is that not believable?
Well, do you think it's like so disconnected to understand complex concepts and language to then be able to speak? Like,
Haven't there been cases of like children having like delayed onset like speech or whatever?
sure, but what they're doing with Grogu is implying that that's a special, if that's even a word, that's a species thing. They're not like, oh, he's like this, or like a Star Wars version of learning disabled. They haven't asserted that at all. They haven't been like, oh, I don't know, like he's blocked out from speaking because of the Force or some bullshit. Like there's nothing like that.
I don't know, maybe he talks in the movie, I don't know.
Well, the movie was supposed to just be the show, and they changed it to a movie.
What's considered middle-aged for a human being? Like 30, like mid-30s?
I don't know, wouldn't it be like late 40s or 50? Even 60? Well, I'd say like 45.
Middle-aged? Bro, I feel like you're like 3/4 of the way through your life by then. Like, isn't the lifespan like in the 70s? Yeah, no, I don't think it's late 40s.
It's literally, well, I typed it in. I'll try to get another number.
So that's middle age.
Traditionally, it's been classified as 40 to 60 years old, but lately it's been 45 to 65. So yeah.
I'm seeing on Wikipedia between youth and old age from 35 to 64 years old. Holy fuck. Oh, okay, so I guess
40 to 60 or 45 to 65. Saying 30 is middle-aged is literally autistic. That's actually retarded. That doesn't make sense.
Wikipedia here.
I would say if you have if you're capable of having good testosterone levels or hormone levels, you're not middle-aged, and you have that until about 38, as long as you're healthy.
How can they say 40 to 65 is middle age if the lifespan for like a guy is like 75?
Because the lifespan. Okay, so let's look at it this way. Right? If you die at 65 because of I don't know, like a heart attack, now the middle of your life would have been, I guess.
No,
30.
I understand that. I understand that, but like, let's say like the average lifespan for a person, for like a guy, or whatever, is 75. Wouldn't
because
they
that's hypothetically 70% of a life, like what a human should live to. That's why it's not the standard of when.
What do you mean 70%?
Because like the.
You're saying humans should live to 100?
If they don't have like an illness, yeah. And I think middle age.
Since when was that the case? Who said that you should live to 100?
Even during Jesus' time, the main reason the lifespan was so low is because of infant mortality rate. If you lived beyond that, like 7 years old was very possible. So
yeah,
like
but
back then, 35 could have been middle-aged.
No, but who said 75 is, or whatever, is 70% of a life? Of the life that like should have happened? Who's making a claim that human beings were like basically meant to live to 100 years old?
Well, that's sort of the standard right now, though. That's my point. So the middle-aged number or criteria isn't judged off of the lifespan, because if you die of something that causes that lifespan to be so low, that doesn't remove the standard of that number being middle age.
So when somebody is having a midlife crisis and they're 64 years old, does that even make sense?
Well, like what I said, I think I said 45 to 55. To me, that's a perfect range.
So it says 45 to 65 here.
Yeah, like I saw some that said 40 to 60 or 45 to 65. I would say 65 is getting too old, if not already old. So in my opinion, it wouldn't be to 65. 60 would be the deadline, because I would still say middle age. It's not like you're middle age and then not middle age just because you're now 51 and not 50 anymore. Like it would be a range. Like I've never thought a dude that's 40 is a middle-aged man. Like I guess technically he's getting there, but I would say 40 is like on the edge.
So all I'm getting from this is you just hate babies.
What?
All I'm getting from this is that you just hate babies.
I hate Disney babies. I would love to know.
Yeah, but what do you like? What about, so you won't entertain the possibility, like any of the theories that I had?
But even if I did, none of that is supported by anything. That's just an assertion that you have to implement in order for it to slightly make sense. It's like, okay, perfect example with Star Wars Rebels. People think that they need to make an in-canon reason why the lightsabers are so thin instead of an artistic choice. Like, why did the fucking Stormtrooper helmets look different? Even though they didn't change at that time. They were still the same as what you see in episode 4. Why do people, it's like, hey, why do people look weird in animation? It's because it's animation, it's not real. So it's an artistic choice. You can't really have an artistic choice.
You're saying they look weird?
In Rebels? Yeah, they look fucking retarded. Far worse.
Rebels,
Far worse than Star Wars. The fucking Stormtroopers look horrible. Their armor looks fucking retarded.
Whoa.
It's kind of like one thing that I can compare it to is people don't take Halo as seriously after, what was it? It was Bungie and then 343.
Yeah.
So people don't take that as seriously because I've never heard someone say, "Oh, like this was so cool and like this is what happened in this, so that means it changes something." Halo 2. I've never heard that before, never will, no one sees it that way. But that is 1% of how serious it is with Star Wars, because it's like what's a good example? It's like me, what do I, like, what's an IP that I fucking despise? I don't even know if there's an IP that I hate so much that I can name one, but let's say Toyota, right? If I or Honda, if I went to Honda and I put a V8 and everything, I made it a big boxy car with big rims, and you know, I put in a manual transmission and I gave it drag tires and put a fucking Chevrolet engine in it or whatever, like, yeah, it might have the name Toyota on it, but it has no Toyota DNA. Like, if I bought, if someone bought, like, Twitter's not a good example, but it's different because, hey, I'm not getting fucking banned or my tweets aren't getting fucking removed every 2 seconds. Like, if fucking Elon bought Toyota and fucking changed it into Tesla, like, is it still Toyota? It might have the name on it, but it's now Tesla DNA.
Are you sure you're not caught in a bias loop?
But there's a reason why I'm biased. I wouldn't. Okay.
Well, you said you're not gonna watch Darth Lord or whatever, Darth Maul, Darth Lord or whatever it's called, because it's just Disney.
No, I don't. Well, first I watched the trailer and I didn't like the animation. 2, I don't like how Maul is being milked so intensely and crazy. And then I saw Vader allow someone to escape him again, so now Vader's being diminished once again. So So yeah, just by the trailer, it doesn't really look the greatest, knowing that when Filoni is completely by himself, like season 7, I think it was a huge missed opportunity.
So you'd think people who thought it was good, like I don't know, like Jeremy Jans, I don't know about Star Wars 3. Like, do you think they're just fucking stupid?
I think some people are dumb. I think maybe people like Jeremy Johns, they're not. I wouldn't say he's like a serious fan or anything. So that would just be like.
Why? How wouldn't he be?
Well.
Why do you see yourself as a serious fan, but not Jeremy Jones?
Well, I've been into it my entire life, where I'm guaranteed that I know more than him, and whenever I watch his videos, even of Star Wars, I never get the sense that he's like a big fan. He just likes it.
What about Star Wars Theory?
I can respect his opinions.
You can't say you're a bigger fan than him.
I may not be a bigger fan, but I could say that he has bad opinions. Or bad taste. He liked at least 2 of
Is he more knowledgeable on Star Wars than you?
Yes, but Joseph Mengele
yes.
was more knowledgeable on medical, in the medical verse, but
Okay,
he's still murdering people, right? That doesn't mean that he's better and more moral than they are, and should be listened to more, right? Do you think someone that does that should be listened to when it comes to medical work?
Is that really the analogy you want to draw?
Sure. Yeah, I think
Why,
if you have
go to
bad
such an
opinions,
extreme?
to prove a point, because Star Wars Theory liked at least 2 Disney movies from the trilogy. I'm pretty sure he liked Solo.
Didn't you like it? Didn't you like those ones? Didn't I hear you say?
No,
oh, yeah,
I don't know why you say that. That is like me saying that you like. I don't even know. Like you.
Bro, I don't watch movies, bro.
No, but like anything, I've never heard you say anything that you hate so much that I can say, oh, you love this, bro. Like, no, I never said that. Either you're remembering wrong, or just you trolled for so long that it became your memory.
No, I think you said you liked The Last Jedi more than The Force Awakens. I think that's what it was.
Okay, so I could slit my throat. So if I say I'd rather be shot in the head with a high caliber bullet than have my throat slit while I bleed out, does that mean I like getting shot in the head?
But what I'm saying is, if he's objectively a bigger fan, and if he's a bigger fan, I assume that means he's more well versed in the lore and all that. Wouldn't that make his opinion hold more weight than your own?
He may have more knowledge, but his opinion on what is good is irrelevant.
Well, wouldn't his opinion on a movie dealing with Star Wars just be of more value, or be a better judge as to what actually is good or bad for Star Wars, since he already knows more about Star Wars?
Okay, so
therefore,
if someone...
that's something on better ground.
If someone knew a lot about the Lord of the Rings universe and said that the Hobbit trilogy are on the same level as the original trilogy, would that opinion be... should someone take that opinion seriously? Just because they apparently know a lot? Like, are you saying that just because you know more, you can't have a bad opinion? Like,
I'm not saying anything. I'm just asking questions.
If Neil deGrasse Tyson knows so much about science, but he still thinks that men can be women, is his opinion valid? Like, can I now assume he's truthful or correct about everything he says now? When he's like clearly, whether it's politically biased or just taking a weird stance that isn't even true. Like, if Star Wars Theory liked The Force Awakens, let's say he didn't like The Last Jedi, but he doesn't hate it, so that's another point. Let's say that's 1 point minus instead of 2, and then he said he liked Rise of Skywalker. He liked it. It's not that he didn't hate it or didn't mind it. He liked it. So now that's another because he's not comparing each movie to each other and saying, I like this one more. You can still hate something while liking it more than something else. He now likes The Rise of Skywalker. So 3, he now has 3 things why his opinion, whether it's filled with knowledge or not, his opinion, or at least his taste is bad. Just because he knows more doesn't mean his taste is good.
No, just because something features a character that you've probably grown exhausted.
No, it's not that I'm exhausted of it. It's that.
Well, you say you're tired of them milking Maul. I get it, but does that necessarily make it bad?
Well, the thing is, when they're forcing story plot points just to have the character in certain media, then yeah. For one, it's bad for the character because well, what? How old is he now? He's like 60 years. He's like 60 or 70 years old now, and he's basically the exact same age. Like I'm pretty sure Zabraks don't live to like 200 years old. Maybe they do, but at least in canon, I'm not sure if that's clear. But also,
this isn't an argument for me, but I'm just saying, for what I think is going on right now is for every one of you, right, or people who are voicing your concerns, I feel like there's 10 people who want to see Maul in more things. I think that's what's happening. I don't think they're forcing
I would hilariously disagree because the viewership on it is really low. Now, I would admit that the people...
Well, it's just one season, right?
People that watch the show love Maul. But most people don't watch the show.
Well, I guess most people don't have Disney Plus or whatever.
Okay, but Maul doesn't get good viewership within the app.
What's considered, like, how do you judge the viewership?
Top
like,
10, when was it? Like a few weeks ago or whatever, or not even a few weeks ago. I can't remember what the date was. It wasn't even in the top 10. Oh, it was it was Star Wars Day, I think.
Yeah, May the 4th, right? Well, don't you think what's performing well on Disney?
The original trilogy and the prequels, at least on Star Wars Day.
Now, do you think that's because Star Wars has just been bombing for so long that people just are like they have like an instinctual thing like you? But that doesn't mean that Darth Maul, Shadow Lord, is bad though, right? It's just people have been used to bomb after bomb that they'll instinctively just not watch it, even if the Darth Maul show is good.
But also, one of those things that have bombed, Maul has been a part of at least 2 of them, I believe. Rebels and partially the Clone Wars. So
but like, how big was his part in Rebels though? Like, was he there like every season, or was it just basically like the final season?
Yeah, I think he was there for like a few episodes.
Okay, well then I wouldn't really. I mean, it's not my fault, right? That's just Rebels. They suck. Right? I don't think that's like the character, right? It's not a reflection of the character. It's just the writers for that show. They just suck, and they didn't really do his character justice.
But I would also say that a part of them sucking at writing is bringing them into the show because they needed.
And not doing him justice, right? And not doing him justice, right? If somebody sees him in
I
Rebels,
don't know if a
right,
good
and it's
writer
not
would.
satisfying-
I don't know if a good writer would have put him in Rebels. That's my point.
I mean, yeah, no, that doesn't go against what I'm saying, right? I'm saying if
But it
people
would,
watch
though.
that show, how would it go against my point?
Because there's really no way that you could have done that justice because it doesn't make sense for the story.
What are the ratings for Rebels? Like, what's the rating for Rebels?
Okay, so
No, but what are the ratings for Rebels?
probably
People-
95s.
95? Okay, there goes my point. Okay, if it's actually 95,
how is that relevant?
Because I was going to say, if people are dissatisfied with Darth Maul in that show, I guess they would rate it low. But if you're saying he was just in it for a couple episodes, and if people saw the show and they're dissatisfied with how he was represented in there or how he was depicted, they would obviously say, yeah, this sucks, but it would also leave them longing to have him in a good show, right?
Well, that's
So
if
then
they
doesn't
want
that
him
mean-
in it. That's if they want him in it, though.
So you're telling me people don't want to see more of Maul?
So okay, so just because I like a character, I want to see him in everything, even if it doesn't make
I'm not
sense.
talking you. I'm not talking you. I'm talking.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of
everyone else.
fucking faggot retards want to see Maul. Are we gonna be making Maul shows until 2050? Why not just make him the only character in the universe that has a first person viewpoint? If we're gonna use that logic, right? It's like, hey,
dude, I'm just asking.
No. This is exactly what happened with Yoda species. Yoda species is supposed to be mysterious. You're not supposed to know almost anything about the species. Now they're doing dumb shit, and it doesn't make sense. Because they want to use fucking cute little babies to get fucking idiots to fucking watch the show. Because they don't know how to write a good story. And it fucking works.
Dude, like Sam Witwer or whatever his name is, he seems very passionate about it. And like that guy, he seems like a huge Star Wars fan. If you're gonna talk shit about Sam Witwer or whatever.
No, I'm not gonna talk shit about Sam Witwer because
Well, if he's saying they're doing right by his character in that show, I mean, I feel like it's worth giving it a watch. And again, if you just don't want to see more of that character because you're exhausted of it, cool.
No, I'm not exhausted
don't
of
think-
Maul. I'm not tired of Maul. I could watch a character all day if it's good, but that doesn't mean I want them to fucking make. He's in everything. He's in he's in Solo. He's in the Clone Wars for many different.
He's
plot
in Solo
points.
for like one scene, man.
Okay, so he's a Sith Lord. He goes to.
That was just like a cool little Easter egg.
Was it cool though?
I think they did that. It was stupid. It was
Yeah,
stupid. It was just him sitting. It was
No,
stupid.
no,
I will
no.
admit that.
It's not about him
But,
sitting.
like,
It's about him. It's about the world that he and position he's in that point. So okay, so I don't know exactly when Solo happens versus Rebels, but he either goes from being a Sith Lord trying to kill Obi-Wan to now a crime boss, or a crime boss going back to being a Sith Lord. And I don't remember if he dies.
Yeah, it's very
in
convoluted.
Rebels.
He does die in Rebels. Yeah. Obi-Wan
Okay, so
kills him.
he's a fucking crime boss. While he's a Sith Lord.
Well, wasn't he basically that in Clone Wars?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah, he was.
Which season? Like from the whole thing?
I can't remember like which season. But yeah, it started off with his brother finding him on the trash planet, right? And then him going back to the sister homeworld, him getting his legs. And then they started fucking robbing places, and then they teamed up with the pirate people for a while. Then they got betrayed by the pirate people. And then he started running the Mandalorian, like, if you want to call him a crime ring or whatever. He killed the leader there. Then he basically started using them, and then he was like not working, like he was like taking out like part of the, what is it, the Jabba family, like the fat slug people. Like he was doing that in Clone Wars.
Yeah, I don't know. It just, he's in everything.
Dude, I'm just telling you, man.
No, yeah, he's in everything, and he's basically the main character now. I don't know. It's like just because, oh, we wanted more of him in the Phantom Menace. It's like, okay, now he's in everything. And yeah, I don't care if people like it. Oh, wow, cool, people like it. That doesn't mean it's good. You know, hey, fucking put them in the fucking ovens. Everyone loves it. That doesn't mean it's good. Like, that's what I don't get. Like, this argument of, oh, Drake makes so much money. Yeah, he fucking sounds like a crying little fucking bitch. He doesn't make good music. He doesn't even fucking write music that rhymes. He rhymes the same words together and thinks it's good. Like, no, just because people like it. People can be really dumb and like something. I'm not gonna say, hey, the Attack of the Clones is amazing. I like it. That doesn't mean it's fucking good. Now, I wouldn't say the Attack of the Clones is bad. I would just say it's not good. That doesn't, but just because I like it doesn't mean it's good. I can admit that.
Having said all that, you're not gonna watch it.
I'm probably not going to watch anything of Disney Star Wars until I see something that actually looks promising and is made by someone that I think... Like, if something was made by...
I don't...
what's his name? The guy that made Dune? I'd fucking watch it unless the trailer looked like fucking garbage and there was a bunch of, like, creative disasters like there was with Solo. But I haven't seen that yet. No one that makes sense is working on a Star Wars project. Hey, just because John Favreau
worked on one.
What, as the main fucking creative?
Well, isn't he somebody that makes sense? If he's involved in a project, I think that's a step in the right direction.
Okay. What's a good example? You can have a really good performance from an actor who helps make the character better. That doesn't mean that the whole entire production is going to be good. Like, what's his name? Dooku. Let's bring back Attack of the Clones. Let's say Attack of the Clones is the worst movie of all time. Christopher Lee does a good job as Dooku. Does that mean that just because Christopher Lee was good as Dooku, now that means that the movie's good? No. It just means that Christopher Lee did a good job with the character. So just because Sam Witwer does a good job with Maul, that doesn't mean the show is good. That doesn't mean that the show should have been made. Like I was saying, if someone, I don't remember his name, but the guy who made Dune and Blade Runner, if he was announced to be making a Star Wars movie, and I guess writing it too, or co-writing it with someone that also looks somewhat promising, and there were no production nightmares, and the trailer looked promising, then I would see it. I haven't experienced that.
But you don't think, kind of like Henry Cavill, if Henry Cavill wanted to be part of The Witcher at the very beginning because he had hopes that it'd be done well, but then out of his own conscience, he left that production because he thought, okay, this is no longer holding
Not
true
everyone.
to
Not
what I
everyone's
do.
going to think that the character is no longer being.
So you don't think Sam Witwer would be like, this is a bunch of bullshit, I can't be part of this? You don't think he would do that?
I think that he may have a
There have
different.
been interviews of him. There have been interviews of him saying to the writers, like, yo, you can't do that because it fucks with the lore for this part of Star Wars. Like, you can't do this because it contradicts this. Like, I've heard him talk like that in interviews.
Okay, yeah.
So if he has confidence in a thing, right? If he wants to be part of it, I assume it's going to be pretty good, like production.
Okay, so do you think a story, a plot point, or a show can?
And honestly, like I'll let you finish. Honestly, like from the trailers and everything I've seen so far, like again, you don't like it, but honestly, nothing was wrong with it. Like the art style or whatever, like that's just a preference.
I can't
but
stand that.
Nothing.
It looks
Okay. All right. Fair. Okay. But I would just say, me and the vast majority of people don't see like an issue with it. I think that's just something unique to you.
The vast majority of people didn't see anything wrong with The Force Awakens, so that literally means nothing. Appeal to masses literally doesn't mean anything.
I mean, to an extent, it doesn't mean anything.
That's one of the biggest logical fallacies ever. Like, that literally means nothing.
Okay.
And what was I gonna say? Do you remember what words I said? Just so I could remember.
All I said is it looked fine. It looked completely fine. It looked acceptable. I didn't see anything wrong with the trailer.
Okay. This is what I was gonna say.
Or anything. It looked perfectly fine to me.
Do you think it's logically possible for a show or a movie to not contradict lore, but also be bad?
Do I think it is logically possible?
Yeah.
To not contradict lore, but still be bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still possible. Yeah.
Okay, so by Sam Witwer correcting errors within
I'm not saying it's like that's, if that happens it's going to be a given, like it's going to be perfect. I'm saying that as like a good indicator, as one of many indicators, that if someone of Sam Witwer's character has signed on to it, I feel like that's a good indicator that project as a whole will have a better chance of being good than bad.
I would say some parts of it, but not as a whole, because he's not going to be able to change everything. He's definitely not going to be able to change massive plot points, like with Luke in Episode 8. That was horrible, and the actor hated it, so I can respect that. But with someone like Harrison Ford, he wanted.
Yeah, but Luke, right? Fucking what the fuck is his name?
Mark Hamill.
Yeah, Mark Hamill is fucking crazy, bro. Right? Like, so I'm not gonna compare him to like Sam Witwer or like a Henry Cavill, right? Like, if Henry Cavill, the moment Henry Cavill said, "Yeah, I'm not returning for season 4," the show was already going downhill. But that, for me, I was like, "Yeah, I'm not. I'm done."
Okay,
as well.
I'll be honest.
So that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
If I was gonna ask you, what was the one reason I watched the show, The Witcher?
Because of the hot chicks.
Okay.
Henry Cavill is. That's what comes to mind. It's either Henry Cavill or Jennifer.
It's both. But if Henry Cavill wasn't in the show, I'm not gonna watch the show. I'm just gonna look up pictures of the show, right?
I'm gone.
To see Jennifer. Okay, so, sure. I might. Okay, no, this is actually
But
great.
It's not just Henry Cavill, right? It's the implication that if Henry Cavill is in the show, right, you're also, in that scenario, you're also going to have to assume that the show is going to do right by the lore, because that's the only reason Henry Cavill would be in that situation, correct?
Yeah, it could do right by the lore, but it could still be bad,
out.
right? That's logically possible, sure,
Yeah. Yeah, we're in agreement. Yeah.
So what okay, so that's actually a great example. Is Henry Cavill's in the show, right? I'm watching it mainly because of him, also because of Jennifer. But I could look at pictures of Jennifer. I don't need to watch the show to see Jennifer. Kind of just like how I can watch scenes and fights of Henry Cavill's The Witcher, but if I'm gonna do that for minutes, I might as well just watch the show and give it a chance. But the thing is, with Henry Cavill, he did really well as the physical Witcher. Where basically everything with Sam Witwer in animation is his voice. It's not like I'm getting Sam Witwer in the flesh, painted with fucking Maul's colors, and his facial expressions, his body movements. So I'm not getting as much from having Sam Witwer connected or like right at the forefront. Just like if all I had was Hayden Christensen's voice over Anakin for the Clone Wars, I'm not seeing Hayden Christensen's godlike prowess at lightsaber choreography.
Yeah, no, but they did do mocap for Sam Witwer.
Okay.
Like they did capture his body performance, all that.
Even if that's true, I can't stand the way it's animated.
Well then, yeah, it's just an issue with the medium, right? So.
Which that's kind of what I was talking about with Henry Cavill, where I can actually watch, and Hayden Christensen, where I can watch. There's more. I'm getting more out of having that one reason I'm watching. Like even if you hate Revenge of the Sith.
So.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, no, what I was gonna say is, so the main reasons I'm hearing you so far for that show, Darth Maul show, is the animation and
I don't like.
You don't want to see any more.
Filoni by himself, I don't think he's good. And now he's like the main head of Star Wars. And I don't think, see the appeal to authority. Oh, he's the head of Lucasfilm now, so he must be good at his job. Kathleen Kennedy wasn't good at her job, so that doesn't mean shit. In my opinion, there's a 2 for 2 in having bad heads of Lucasfilm. And I could say the same thing about the Disney heads. They've all been garbage. Bob Chapek and the fucking other guy that I can't remember his name. All they do is buy stuff, but they're not. The only like good creative part was the MCU, but then after the third Spider-Man movie, it got really bad to where no one, like people are like they don't even think Doomsday is going to be good. Like they think it's possibly could be bad, could be a mess. No one knows. But with Endgame or Infinity War, people were excited because they assumed it was going to be good.
But yeah, did you like Endgame?
Yeah. I would say I disliked very few of the MCU movies before the third Spider-Man. So like, what was it? The one with the 3 Spider-Men? Most of the ones before that were good. I would say like the only ones I didn't love were what's it called? Captain Marvel. I would say Captain Marvel is not a good movie, but it can be on in the background, and I don't hate it. Like it being on in the background. Like let's say if I'm building Lego or something, it's not the worst movie ever. But I'm not gonna watch it. Like sit there and actually look at the screen. I would say Age of Ultron is the weakest Avengers movie by far. I don't think that's a debate. And I think Black Panther isn't the strongest.
You think Age of Ultron is worse than Captain Marvel?
No, I'm saying of the Avenger movies.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, no, I would say Age of Ultron is better than Captain. That's to me, they're all on a different level other than Captain Marvel and Black Panther. And I think one other, but I can't remember.
Doctor Strange sequel.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. You know, I think that's after Spider-Man, so I'm not counting that. I'm counting that as the garbage. I liked the first one, and I don't even know if I watched the trailer, but I wanted to see the second one just to see it. It was horrible. It's one of the worst movies I've seen ever in a theater. Might be the worst, actually.
So what I'm hearing from you is you want another sequel trilogy.
Nice, dude.
No, because it just seems like you don't want any more of pre-existing characters. Because they either make them look incompetent or they introduce incompetent, like, what the fuck is the name? Inconveniences in the pre-established canon or lore, like, you know, they're making Vader look incompetent by not catching the people, or they're just reusing Maul. It just sounds like you want a new story.
Well, I want a good one.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Like,
so I mean, yeah.
Like the Force Unleashed did Vader justice. You kill a bunch of Jedi. He trains a son of a Jedi. Where basically he's being tricked into doing his bidding, and then basically is tricked into trying to kill the Emperor for him. So it's like, that's where Sam Witwer came from. To me, that's probably the best story of any character he's done. Now it's not canon, but it's still good. Like in The Force Unleashed, Vader is by far more powerful than Starkiller until basically the end of the game. But it's sort of like he's more powerful than Vader to a certain extent, where he can beat him in a physical fight, but Vader's still going to win somehow. And there's two endings. You can kill Vader, or he lives, but either way you basically lose. But at least, like, in comparison to the sequel trilogy, even if Starkiller's OP, at least it's
So what? You just want to make a Force Unleashed movie?
No, I think they should have just copied and pasted the fucking story about Luke and his wife, and Han and Leia's children, and Admiral Thrawn. They brought in Admiral Thrawn to a time that didn't make sense, and it was completely useless.
Oh, yeah.
Thrawn was made to look like a retard. Like, if you watch Ahsoka, you're like, yo, this Thrawn guy's not, one of the smartest beings in the entire galaxy, even comparing to Force users. You think this guy's like maybe a decent post-Empire captain or fleet admiral? You're not going to think he's like Commander Shepard. It's basically what he was. He was like Commander Shepard, but instead of having military prowess, like fighting, like physical fighting, he was smart, so he would beat you through tactics and large-scale battles.
You didn't like Ahsoka?
Yeah, garbage. Hey, let's get stabbed in the fucking stomach and we just live. Like, what?
Oh,
Hey.
yeah, I remember that.
Hey, Qui-Gon, why did you die when you got stabbed? Oh, because you're a fucking loser. Hey, Ahsoka, why didn't you die during Order 66? I don't know. That's another thing. He keeps milking...
Well, Darth Maul survived.
Huh?
Well, Darth Maul survived. And he got cut in half.
That is still bad, but it's not as bad as... So, no, because... No, because if you get one leg cut off, you're not gonna die.
He got cut in half, dude.
Okay, but listen, he didn't get cut in half where Sabine or whatever her name was got
cut in
stabbed.
half,
Okay,
dude.
no. Okay, I'm not saying it's good, but I'm saying it's not on the same scale as bad. As a chick
So getting stabbed is less bad than getting cut in half and coming back to life. Nice, dude.
So if you get... Okay, so what's worse, you getting shot in the stomach or getting shot in the chest?
No, go ahead. Say what you're gonna say.
No, I'm
just
actually...
trolling.
I'm trying to create
I'm
a
trolling,
logical...
dude.
Huh?
I'm trolling.
Oh, so like you don't actually...
I'm just... I like to pose those questions just to hear your reaction.
So listen. If you get stabbed in the stomach, that's going to hit more organs than getting sliced in half, where it's mainly bone and then like tissues.
Whoa,
right?
whoa. Wait. Say that again. Just so I don't mishear, or I didn't mishear. Say all of that again.
Where he got cut in half is hitting less vital organs than when she got stabbed in the lower rib, upper stomach area.
Hold on. Did he not get cut in half, basically where, like, by his belly button?
Oh, I'd probably say like at the waist. That's where I would assume. So maybe up below.
So you don't think that's as bad as whatever
as
the other person
being hit in the stomach, both intestines, spleen, kidneys, affecting your diaphragm, your lungs? Yeah, I don't think it's as bad, because people in real life can have their entire lower fucking intestines basically chopped to where, yeah, they can't shit properly. They have to have a bag outside, but they're still alive. Where if you get shot...
Would you rather get stabbed like that or get cut in half like that? I just want to know that.
Well, I wouldn't want to get cut in half, but the stab that she
that's
got...
the scenario. That's the scenario. No.
So...
Either or.
Knowing the Star Wars universe, you're gonna die if you get stabbed there. And
dude, this is the longest fucking time you've taken to answer a fucking question, dude. Would you rather get fucking cut in half like Maul, or would you
probably rather die.
That's it.
So yeah, I'd probably rather get stabbed because I'll be dead. Now, let's just grant that it's not gonna kill you right away. Right away. She was basically
kill you right away, but then he fell down like a fucking mile.
Okay, I'll get back to that. I'm granting you this isn't necessarily I'm just saying this to be able to provide more context. Let's say you could potentially survive her stab wounds. Did she get extremely extensive medical attention right away? Within maybe 30 seconds, was she was like sitting up, like what was it, like maybe an hour after, like nothing happened?
Her name is Sabine, right?
I don't know if Sabine, yeah, Hera's the green one, she's Sabine.
Okay, yeah, I looked at that. That is nowhere near as damaging as what Maul went through, dude.
Well, where did it hit her?
I'm not saying it's not stupid. Like her bottom of her right rib cage.
Yeah,
and
that's
then, like,
that's not hitting like maybe 7 different organs at once?
7 different organs?
Well, wouldn't it be hitting both intestines, her spleen, probably a kidney, her diaphragm? It would be affecting. You said it's right under her rib cage, so it's going to be affecting
It
her
looks
lung.
like, yeah, it looks by her rib cage. Like, yeah, the bottom of her rib
That's hitting
cage.
multiple organs. That
Bro, Darth Maul got cut in half. Like where, like you know where you put your belt on, like by your
so
belt,
so what?
or
Like
by
the
your
bottom of his intestines are gone.
All his fucking organs would just fall out.
Yeah. Okay. No. Okay. But I'm not even gonna defend him surviving because I disagree with that.
No, but you did. No, but you kind of did by saying it's not as bad.
No. Okay. This is your. Oh, you like the sequel trilogy movies argument. Just because I'm saying it's not as bad.
But those are your words. Okay, but what am I supposed to take that to mean,
Okay. Let me
That's
say.
on you, bro.
Let me say. Stalin isn't as bad as Hitler. So Stalin is good.
Oh God, enough of these analogies,
that's that
dude.
argument. That's the same argument.
No, let's just stick to.
That's a straw man
somebody
argument.
getting stabbed. No, let's just stick to somebody getting stabbed versus somebody getting cut in half. Why do we have to bring a fucking like a historical figure like Stalin or what? Like, I don't understand the point of these analogies. I just want to know why you think it's not as bad for a character to get cut in half and fall down like a mile-long tunnel to survive, but this chick who gets stabbed.
Well, I'm not
she
even talking
survives.
about him falling. I was just talking about the actual.
Okay, but no, but that's the
itself.
context of. But that's the
Yeah,
context of the character death.
I don't think he should have been brought back either, so it doesn't matter.
But you just said it's not as bad.
Okay, if you get shot
Why
in the
would you say that,
pelvis,
though?
if you get shot in the pelvis, is it better or worse than getting shot right below the rib cage? Or like
I don't know. I don't claim to know.
Okay, so how many vital organs are being hit when he gets cut in half?
I would assume his intestines basically get cut in half, and then once the fucking cavity is opened, all his organs are going to be falling out. That's what I would assume would happen.
It's cauterized.
How do you cauterize a fucking like a open gaping wound?
When in Star Wars is getting hit by a lightsaber an open wound where it's
Okay, if you get your arm cut off, right, by a lightsaber, it cauterizes, right? But like the area inside is filled, right? It's filled with muscle and tissue, right? It's not like a spacious cavity where your organs sit, right? So like if you get just cut in half and that like your underside is exposed, gravity's gonna pull your organs out of that fucking chest cavity. It doesn't seal the opening. It'll sear the edges where it cuts along. Like when you cut like a tube, right? When you cut the tube, the outline of the tube, yeah, it's still intact, but the opening is exposed.
Okay, so
it's like
that is actually a good point.
Water.
So that even makes him being brought back worse.
Okay, so you agree that okay, so you reverse what you said.
Even if I don't, him being brought back, that would make it even worse.
Okay, but I just want to clarify. Earlier you said it was not as bad, so now you're saying it's worse.
Well,
right?
With that context, assuming that it wouldn't melt all the tissue
No, that's just
together.
physics. That's physics.
So
that is physics.
You can't melt all that tissue to where it sticks together.
It's like it's like think of it like cutting open an orange, but the inside of the orange, it's not like all filled up. Like there's spaces in between, and it's like.
But you're not just
hanging
cutting it
material.
with a normal knife. We have to think of it differently.
Okay, but look.
So
the point where it cuts.
When Anakin gets his arm, when his arm gets cut off or his leg gets cut off, his muscle isn't like seeping out of the leg. Like
because it's not like it's not hanging inside of his cavity like an organ.
But even if you're laying down, wouldn't some of it come out? Wouldn't it not be like perfectly flat?
Do you know what happens when you get a hernia? Right? Like when a piece of the tissue like tears
Yeah,
open.
my dad has one.
Immediately the organs start bulging out, right? So what I'm saying is if you get your entire midsection cut open, and if gravity does its thing, it's just going to slosh out of you. It's just going to come right out.
But why are we assuming that it doesn't get cauterized in some way with all that tissue, similar to how skin would operate?
Okay, let's just say you have an orange, right? But imagine inside the orange, it's just orange seeds, all right? So none of like the flesh, okay? You with me so far?
Yeah.
Okay, heat up a knife, right? Heat it up with a torch and cut through it. What's going to happen to the seeds inside?
Well, would an orange melt the same way flesh does?
I would assume it's something similar, even if it wasn't, though. My point is, inside of the orange, right, beyond the skin or whatever, the peel, it's just a cavernous sphere, right? And then when you cut it in half, the entire cavernous region in between the peel and the inside of the fucking skin or the peel, it encompasses the orange, right? But it's not the actual inner cavity part itself, right? That's just empty space. So when you cut it open, you're gonna sear the peel edges, right, of that cross section you cut. But the inside is still just gonna be a cavernous space. It's just gonna be an empty volume. And if you have organs that can't support themselves, gravity's just going to pull them out.
But that's assuming that all the flesh and everything isn't melted and melded together.
Like what flesh? Like what flesh can hold the weight of all the organs from coming out?
Well, can't skin?
You think skin can hold all the organs from coming out?
Unless it's like rotting, I would.
And what skin? And what skin is on the inside of the chest cavity? Like what skin is on the inside
there's muscles,
of the abdomen?
Tissue, right?
Yeah, but like if we just go by real life examples, if you get a tear in your abdomen, they call it a hernia.
But we don't have a real life example of a fucking lightsaber being used like that, though, or anything comparable. That's why it's not just like you can't just compare it to an orange because we're not using a lightsaber on an orange.
So, what exactly do you think is the structure of the inside of the abdomen?
Oh, well, I would assume there's some flesh that could be melted and fucking stuck to other parts of the flesh that could help. I'm just saying that this is basically me. This is basically me doing the same thing that you were doing earlier, which is having to assume something that is stupid, or because it's stupid, because it doesn't make sense and shouldn't have happened. Like just because
I'm just trying to respond to what you initially said.
Just because I have to play devil's advocate just to fucking make a stupid point doesn't mean that I agree with it, because I never have. I always thought that it was stupid that Maul was brought back. I always thought it was stupid he was in Rebels, and I always thought it was stupid that he's
You
basically
always
the main
did.
character.
You always did. But you have to add the caveat that you thought he was less stupid than a character just
Because I
simply being
assumed
stabbed.
because I assumed that it cauterized the wound. That was my assumption.
So he can survive the cauterization, but she can't, even though it's a far smaller wound area.
Well, for one, that's been that area is specifically been known to be a kill shot. Two, there are you have a vital organ or two in the large and small intestine, but where she got stabbed, it's hitting multiple intestines, and not only that, but I don't know, I think it might be in the lore or just like a theory, but like the lightsaber doesn't just do damage from the stab, it does damage from the heat in the body, does damage to the surrounding areas that aren't directly hit. So it's like if she got stabbed right under the abdomen, she could be getting heart damage or lung damage, or should be. That's one reason why it's a kill shot, is because it's not even just like a sword wound, because a sword wound mainly does the damage where it's being pushed in. Now, a bullet would be more comparable to a lightsaber because it creates a cavity wound where it blows up the inside where the bullet hits. It's not just like a 6mm hole. It creates maybe a 4-inch hole. That's one reason why heads balloon, because there's a cavity being formed, and it gets bigger. Now you can use that same logic with the lightsaber, with the heat. Instead of it getting bigger, it just spreads the heat at a few thousand degrees concentrated into that blade. Now, yeah, I would agree. Him being brought back is dumb. If they cut his legs off, then sure, like, he can come back from that. Whatever. I never thought he should have been brought back. I don't think just because we didn't get enough of him, he should be brought back. I think he was fine in that movie. He was used for what I believe he was used well. He was used as a fucking assassin, and we know from the lore, even before the Phantom Menace, the Sith don't give a fuck about their little assassin apprentices. They're literally fodder to them.
Can you give them flack for doing that if it's been done all the way back in the prequels then? And something that seems far more grievous and grim.
Which part are you referring to?
I'm just saying, like, an example of, like the chick getting stabbed. If they're taking example from what's already been done in the movies.
When was it done in the movies?
Okay.
When was what done?
Okay, I guess technically, did Maul come back only in like shows? Like Clone Wars was the first one to bring him back.
Clone Wars was
right?
the first thing. If you're gonna say movies, under George Lucas, no. So I would say that.
So do you not consider Clone Wars part of it as well? Part of Star Wars?
I don't consider all of Clone Wars. I don't deem it all canon. I don't think it all fits. I think Ahsoka should have died during Order 66 or a little after the time where she left the Order.
I think Darth Maul's part of the Clone Wars was pretty fucking good.
I would say Savage Opress, his arc was better than Maul's. At least for the most part. I don't know. Like, especially in season 7.
You really think his was better than Maul's?
Yeah, I think a brother that
Okay,
wants
forget
revenge.
season 7. Forget season 7. Okay, let's just pretend season 7 didn't happen.
Okay.
For now. Okay.
I think Savaggio Press wanting revenge for the death of his brother is better than someone that should have been dead coming back. And I don't remember exactly what Maul did to be so cool and loved in the Clone Wars, but I can be like, okay.
It's not necessarily what he did in Clone Wars, right? It's people liked him from the prequels, and then I guess they were happy to see him return in the Clone Wars.
See, that's where it's just mindless visual like remove your suspense of disbelief. It's like I can go see a really dumb movie and have a good time, but like does that necessarily mean it's good or certain things should have happened? Like just because it's nice to see him, does that mean he should be in it?
Not necessarily.
Like
I don't think he made the story worse. I don't think he made it like any worse than it would have been. I think he actually made it better.
Would you say that that's because Maul was good in the show, or because the show wasn't always the greatest?
Clone Wars?
Yeah.
Well, how am I judging that? Am I judging it based on how it holds up to the original movies and shit? Because I remember watching it on Netflix, and I liked watching basically all of them.
Okay, so maybe that. Okay, so I could potentially use that as an argument why it may not be the greatest, at least for the universe. Because if people can like that, but not necessarily like other things that it's based off of, it's kind of like if someone likes The Hobbit, but they don't like the originals, it's like.
But are you really saying? I'm assuming you're saying that because you want to put Clone Wars in the same space as The Hobbit, as it is to Lord of the Rings, therefore as it is to the original Star Wars. Do you think Clone Wars is really that level of production in comparison, or like that level of quality?
No, I think it's good in quality, but I think the direction and the writing wasn't always the strongest, and I think his obsession with Ahsoka even to this day is insane.
Hey, Filoni?
Yeah. Like I said, her living to fucking after Return of the Jedi makes no sense.
Is her species a long-lived species?
No, I'm saying she should have died.
She should have died.
Yes. So not only.
Okay, but just because she doesn't die, it's bad?
It could be. Like if a character shouldn't be alive, then yeah, it definitely could be bad.
No, but why shouldn't she be alive though?
Because she's basically escaped Vader at every point. She should have died either during Order 66, during Rebels, or any time in between. Like why does she just live through everything? Apparently she was a part of everything and lives through it all. Even though she wasn't in Star Wars until Clone Wars.
Well, didn't she basically get taught by like the 2 best Jedi at the time?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that help her survive?
So what? Vader either wasn't looking for her, or was really bad at it, and then when he finally got to face her, he lost, or at least didn't.
Maybe. Well, maybe because I don't know, like he was conflicted.
No. The reason why she's still alive is because Dave Filoni loves her so much. There's actually no other reason for that.
So what? You don't even want to entertain that? Okay, Vader just doesn't want to kill like the one, I don't know, like the one pupil or whatever that he seemed to care for. Like there's a part of Anakin left in him. I mean, why would he not just stand by and let Palpatine just kill Luke? Like why was he conflicted there? And then why can't he be conflicted with Ahsoka?
Well, one reason why he was so conflicted was because Luke actively, throughout the 6th movie, tried to get it in his head that he can turn and isn't fully gone, where she didn't even know that it was him. No, she didn't even know it was him until she fucking cracked the mask. Or like she had suspicions.
Yeah, but then she said something, and then you can kind of see like Anakin come back for like a second, right? So it kind of like hints at like, okay, like he is conflicted.
So, but he wasn't conflicted
I'm
at all.
just saying, dude.
Right? At all.
Well, he probably fucking hates Obi-Wan, right? Because he thinks Obi-Wan like fucked Padme, and then Obi-Wan's responsible for cutting off his legs or whatever. So it's a bit different with that.
Well, when did he think? When did he think that they were fucking?
I'm trolling. I'm just trolling, right? Because he's just like, I don't know. That's why like he forced her. Yeah.
But that's not. No. But the implication there isn't that he thinks that they're fucking. It's that he thinks that she brought him there to kill him.
I know. I was just being trolled right there. But I'm saying he probably doesn't really. He probably has more hatred to Obi-Wan because, well, of their final fight.
Hold on. At this time, we have decided not to move forward with your application for our consumables associate position. So, if Walmart is hit by a cruise missile, I will pray to something.
Can you show me, dude? Are you able to screen share? I want to see what they said, bro.
Well, I guess I would have to get on my email.
Oh yeah, whatever, it's fine. But
No,
dude.
I don't know if I could screen share or if I just have to put it on the stream. I'm not sure.
No, don't put it on the stream. You can screen share it through Discord, but just don't put the Discord screen on the stream.
Do I need to screen share my main screen, or do I get
If you have 3 monitors, you can choose which one.
Okay, I'll do that.
So what was the position?
What?
Wait, so are you sharing it in the stream or on Discord?
No, I have to fucking sign in because this fucking shit is so stupid.
See, dude, if we didn't talk about Grogu and Star Wars, you wouldn't have seen this shit till the morning, dog.
Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered. Hey, you didn't get the job. Oh, wow. Fucking pieces of shit. They should have fucking sent me that email in a different language.
I legit haven't gone to Walmart in definitely well over a year, at minimum.
It's not necessarily a good place to go.
Well, it's just too far out of the way for me. I don't have a fucking car.
Dude, can I fucking type it in, man? I used to go there. I used to feel magical going there. Now it just feels like a piece of shit.
Yeah, remember when the video games were like in the middle of the store? They weren't all the way at the back. They're basically at the front, and you could just go there and you can fucking play the games.
Yeah.
Oh. That was a magical time. You're still locked out of your Microsoft account, right?
I have to see if it's the right one. Okay, screen share.
Oh, well, you gotta get text messages on your landline. Because we can't help you.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, let's see. Hi, Brock. Thank you for your interest. We appreciate the time you took to. At this time, we decided not to.
I haven't read it yet, so I don't know what it says.
This isn't the end, though. If a position opens that closely matches your skills and experience, we may contact you as we have new positions that open all the time. In the meantime, we encourage you to keep an eye on our career site for other opportunities with our company. We'd love to stay connected with you through our social media sites so you can get to know us better. If you need any assistance, please contact the People Services
so
team.
hey, we'll keep you in mind is basically saying, yeah, you're good to go. Any of these places that says like we'll keep you in mind or whatever, I haven't been like the airport places, like the security ones, or any of the technician or locksmith jobs that provides training. None of them have contacted me after saying that they'll keep you on file.
What's the name of your email? Like, what email do you use to do the applications?
The ones that I send.
Professional sounding one?
It's just my name.
Okay, so just Brock Bondi.
Brock_Bondi.
Okay, all right, that's fine. So if it's like from like Ironhide, like 97 or some shit, I'd be like, okay, I probably won't do that.
No, of course, that would be fucking dumb. I think I specifically made that one. I don't know how to stop screen share, but okay.
Please stop watching it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
I think I made that one specifically for resumes.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, man, it is what it is.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't use my Star Killer email to send resumes.
Yes. It's quite a lengthy discussion.
I've been playing this game for 4.5 hours, and I still want to play it.
Yeah, you're a psychopath.
I've been drifting for 4.5 hours, and I'm not tired.
Yeah, because you were fucking talking about two things that you like, or you're doing one thing that you like, and you're talking about another thing that you like.
So yeah, no, me arguing that, me defending that he's alive. I'm not defending that he's alive. I'm trying to, make sense of something that I disagree with, because I don't know, because that's what I have to deal with now. But all I'm saying is, let me just say, everything that was okayed by George Lucas is gospel, and you should be put to the sword if you disagree with it. So that means Maul being alive is good, right? Okay? Now this isn't being hypocritical, it's being consistent, because under George Lucas, Maul lived, alright? Even if I disagree with it in reality, it's gospel.
So,
it's true.
by your own definition-
No. It's gospel. He's alive. The standard with Sabine's stab wound is Qui-Gon Jinn dying very quickly. Instead of getting like stabbed by something and looking like she maybe got stabbed somewhere else, and then laying down like she, I don't know, like fucking sprained her ankle. That's a kill shot under George Lucas, and even if I disagree with it, somehow Maul's isn't a kill shot, whether it's retarded or not. So if I'm going to be consistent with the Disney being garbage and George Lucas Star Wars being Star Wars, that's still consistent. because under George Lucas, we've seen the people with Maul's injuries live, and people with Sabine's injuries die, at a 1-for-1 rate for both of them.
So you're willing to admit that you made some sacrilegious comments about Darth Maul, according to your definition?
No. According to my hypothetical, yes, of course.
So you're saying it's a hypothetical that whatever George Lucas said is okay is gospel?
No.
That's hypothetical?
No. My hypothetical was everything George Lucas did or signed off on is gospel, and you can't disagree with it. That was my hypothetical.
Isn't that what it is, though? Is that really a hypothetical? Isn't that what it is?
No, because I don't agree with him bringing back Maul.
And for no other reason than what?
Because I think he should have died when he was cut in half and then fell down like a 1,000, 2,000 foot shaft. There was no implication that there was a medical droid at the bottom of the shaft. There's no indication that he would have been caught by like a ray shield or some sort of what is it called?
But if you're willing to entertain Yoda keeping himself alive for however many thousands of years or whatever, but Maul can't keep himself alive.
What are you talking about? No. Hold on. Yoda keeping himself alive. What are you talking about?
Okay, maybe he wasn't but Yoda being able to use the Force to basically
fight better,
calm down his ailments.
That's completely lore accurate. That's not even debatable.
Okay, then why can't Maul use that to, like, I don't know?
Okay, yeah, no, that's a good, good. There you go. You're okay. You're making Disney Star Wars look more retarded because Sabine's not a Jedi. Sabine can't fucking mend those shoes. No, that's a good point. No, I'm saying that is a good point. He could probably use the dark side to. No, he.
Then why? But why would you? Then why are you objecting to him coming back? Then that's what I'm asking. If he can do that.
Because I don't think that necessarily any sort of ailment can be bypassed just by using the dark side, and I didn't get the indication that Maul was strong enough in the dark side to be able to do that, especially at that severity.
Well, he was trained by Palpatine.
He was trained by Palpatine, but he wasn't like he wasn't a true Sith Lord. Like he wasn't Vader. He wasn't Dooku. He was by far the lesser of Palpatine's on-screen apprentices. Not even close. He was very good at combat, but his dark side prowess wasn't there. What he was a Sith assassin. Like he was his apprentice, but he's not like, oh, you're gonna be the one. That like maybe he was like, oh, you're gonna do this and that. But Palpatine wasn't like, oh, this guy's actually gonna be him. That's not what Maul is.
Well, I think with Sabine, there were medical droids around.
There were medical droids around?
Well, I don't know. She wakes up in like a hospital bed. That's what I'm saying.
But even in the show, when she got stabbed, she was like relatively fine.
Was she? I mean, she fell down. She basically like collapsed and like passed out.
Well, at least in the Phantom Menace, by the time you pass out, you're basically dead. So the droids would have had to have gone to her within 30 seconds or not even a minute.
30 seconds to a minute.
that kills you very quick.
But Anakin can survive getting his limbs cut off and then being burnt alive.
Well, you can survive getting your limbs cut off and getting burned alive. Why not?
Man, I just, I get the sense.
No,
that
how is that
this is a lot of
inconsistent?
bias.
How is that? How is that logically inconsistent?
Brock, I just.
No.
Man,
Answer the question.
I really don't. I don't.
What?
Man.
No. Answer
I
the
don't
question.
know.
Answer the question. What is wrong with getting limbs cut off, especially, not where it's, fatal. It's not like he got his fucking femoral artery nicked.
Well, he got cut in half. Well, not cut in half. He got his legs cut off, and then he got set on fire. And then he just survived that? He survived getting his legs cut off and then set on fire.
What's wrong with? Yeah, that's completely possible. What do you mean?
So how long was he on fire for? Because he was by that lava for like, I don't know how long was it until Palpatine showed up. It looked like as soon as he got close to the lava, he just got caught in fire. And then,
his clothes caught, but he also was slowly, but he was crawling up the hill, so it's not like he was close enough to the lava to be constantly being like reignited if that would have happened. Yeah, it's completely possible.
Is that confirmed?
Well, in the movie, he's not all the way at the bottom still. When
yeah, sure. Like he wasn't at the bottom, but like he was getting caught in fire.
Yeah, but the reason why he caught on fire was because he was so close to the lava. Where when Palpatine finds him, he's not as close. But also, even if he didn't move away from the lava, it's still very possible to survive that.
Can you define? Can you put a probability next to that? Getting your legs cut off, and then getting set on fire.
There have been much worse burn victims out there.
Where they get both their legs cut off and they get set on fire?
Why would that change anything?
I don't know. Maybe blood loss, infection. I don't know.
Well, okay. Before, like I said, when they get their limbs cut off, it's cauterized. That's what I was talking about, even with Maul.
So they just don't bleed at all?
The only time when someone bleeds is in episode 4, but that doesn't even show what's hitting him. So when Anakin gets his arm cut off, it doesn't bleed. When he gets his legs and other arm cut off, it doesn't bleed. When Qui-Gon gets stabbed, he doesn't bleed. When Dooku's head gets chopped off, there's no blood. When Dooku's arm gets cut off, or Mace Windu's arm gets cut off, there's no blood. When Luke's hand gets cut off, there's no blood.
So why is this a possibility for Anakin, but it's not a possibility for Sabine?
Well, it's a completely different wound.
Darth Maul
getting your leg cut off isn't a fatal blow.
Again, I'm gonna have to go back to this. Darth Maul survives getting cut in half and falling down a fucking 1,000-foot tube or whatever, hits the bottom. Presumably, that's an impact that's equivalent to falling off the fucking World Trade Center. Anakin again, survives getting burnt alive, getting their legs cut off. Sabine gets one stab wound, and it's too much for you.
It's not too much for me. Where is it too much for me? No. It's not a personal thing. It's lore.
It sounds like it.
Lore. Is Qui-Gon Jinn personal? Am I Qui-Gon Jinn?
It sounds like it.
I'm Qui-Gon Jinn.
It just kind of sounds like it, Brock. It just kind of sounds like you're
not. I'm being completely logically consistent. No, okay. 2 + 2 = 4. Is that me being biased, or is that just me being correct?
I'm just saying. One point during this conversation.
How is that being biased?
If you could just let me finish. at one point during the conversation, you said Darth Maul's death wasn't as bad. And considering he got a much more grievous wound, being cut in half, and then falling down 1,000 feet, but coming back to life.
Okay, but at that point, I was arguing the actual wound itself, not him falling. I wasn't even thinking about that.
Why would that not be part of his death?
Because we were talking about the wound being generated by a lightsaber.
I think we were talking in general about two characters' deaths.
No, we were talking about the damage being done by a lightsaber.
Yeah, and he got cut in half.
Yeah, and my assumption was it would be cauterized in some way. Where
How do you cauterize an empty space?
Well, wouldn't your arm technically be empty as well? Even though it has muscle, but like everything else would be empty, right? There's
No,
empty
it's
space,
not.
right?
No, it's not. If you do a cross-section of an arm, you'll see it's filled with muscle and bone tissue. When you cut across your abdomen. No, it's not.
I'm pretty sure if you see a cadaver, it's not like there's nothing in the abdomen.
Yeah, your organs are in the abdomen, but it's like if you cut it, it'll just spill out.
What if you melt it all together?
How do you, but what I'm saying is, how do you melt something so it fuses with all of the rest of the abdomen up at the top?
You know that like your skin can literally melt off, right? To where like
But yeah, you don't have skin. You don't have skin inside your abdomen.
You have a bunch of other types of flesh that can melt.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, every single time in real life, when you have a wound, like a tear, your organs automatically just spill out.
Yeah, but that's because the wound is open and not cauterized by intense heat that the lightsaber.
Oh my god, dude! I can take a hot knife and cut open a fucking orange.
That's not
It is
applicable.
the same. It is the same.
Okay, but why are you comparing it to an orange? Compare it to like a pig or something.
Okay, all right. I guess we could cut a pig in half with a hot sword, and we'll see if the organs still stay in there or if they spill out.
Like,
how much do you want to bet?
Let's say.
How much do you want to bet? No. How much do you want to bet?
Listen, let's say you cut a pig in half, and then cook the part that's open until it's all black and charred. Is it's still gonna pour out all the same?
What exactly is holding the thing once it's charred and black? Like what exactly is holding it up?
Like
I'm
let's
still
say
waiting for that.
let's say your intestines are melted, the muscles are melted and fused together.
but your intestines are freely floating, like they're not like attached to the sides of your stomach or like the abdomen.
I'm just saying that it's not just as simple. I don't think it's as simple as just being cut in half with a sword. I don't think it's the same.
I feel like you're being disingenuous, but whatever. Okay.
So in the entire
Sabine can't survive, but
in the
Darth Maul
entire
can. That's what I'm getting from this, dude.
Okay, so why did Qui-Gon Jinn die? By your logic, Qui-Gon Jinn should have lived. That doesn't make sense.
By my logic?
Yeah.
Qui-Gon Jinn's a bitch, dude. Need any further explanation? Tell me, why can Darth Maul survive a 1,000-foot drop after being cut in half, but Sabine can't survive her wound?
Because Sabine's wound kills people that it happens to.
And people getting cut in half, falling down 1,000-foot tube doesn't kill people.
Apparently it doesn't. I don't know. It's not my
Okay,
fucking
well, there you
story.
go, dude. Yeah, that's
Okay, so
that's canon. That's canon, dude.
yeah, thanks to
That's gospel. Yeah, that's gospel, right? Like you said, it's George Lucas. It's gospel. So that's canon, bro. So why are you getting so worked up over a girl getting stabbed when a fucking guy can get cut in
okay,
half
so
and
then
thrown down a tube?
literally anything
Fucking
Disney
piece of
does
shit.
is fine then. By that logic, dude, then fucking
Well,
stop.
that one example. Name some others, and I'll
Okay,
let you
yes, in lore, yes, his wounds
there
were
you go.
cauterized.
There
His
you
wounds were
go.
cauterized.
There you go.
Yeah, his wounds were
Amazing.
cauterized. Thank you. So I was right again, and yeah, I think even
Yeah,
in-
like, is that backed up by like real life? Like, have we ever had a case of somebody cauterizing their entire abdomen being cut off?
have we had a case of a lightsaber being real or something comparable being real? Probably not.
Nice, dude. You know, it fucking defies basic physics, but whatever. So I guess in lore, that if you can get to somebody quick enough, you can survive pretty much anything in Star Wars.
Well, at least within the lore, the wound was cauterized, and he used his rage to keep him alive. So, like, at least that kind of makes sense.
Oh.
Well, yeah, like I said before, even before I even remembered that, I said
Now,
that Darth Revan...
wait, hold on. If they said this for Sabine, right? If it was quote unquote in the lore, would you just accept it? Would you be like, okay? Like, would you literally be okay with it if they use that logic? If she used, I don't know, if they just say, oh, she used the Force, or she used rage, or it was cauterized.
Is this implying that she's a Sith Lord? Or Sith? Or
whatever it is for Jedi. Whatever it is for Jedi. Whatever it is
for Jedi, no, because a Jedi wouldn't be able to do that.
But a Sith can do that.
Yeah, like I said, Sith can.
Well,
like
didn't you say she wasn't? Didn't you just say she wasn't a Jedi before?
Yeah.
Okay, so whatever she is, she can do whatever she wants, right? She's not a Jedi. She just has the Force. No? Why? Why no?
So what? Because she's not a Jedi, she's now a dark side user?
But didn't you say Mace Windu has dark side powers?
He can use his opponents.
If that's in the lore, if he can
you're taking it completely out of context.
Then she can fucking use the dark side.
No, you're taking it completely out of context. He can't just use the dark side. He has to have an opponent that has the dark side to use that against them. He doesn't even use it for himself. He can't go against a Jedi. Because if they don't have, like, he can't go against anyone who doesn't have the dark side, because he's actually a bad.
Link me the source.
Huh?
Link me the source for this.
What? Which part?
Confirming all that shit you just said.
What about Mace Windu?
Yeah. Then tell me why Darth Maul can survive getting cut in half and thrown down a tube. Okay.
Because in the lore, it cauterized the wound, and he could use his dark side abilities to at a minimum, not get worse, physically, and possibly heal himself.
So do you think Palpatine is dead?
What do you mean?
I'm saying, in your canon, is Palpatine dead? Like,
Yeah,
was he never in the
course.
sequel? Okay, so why can't Palpatine survive if Darth Maul, somebody nowhere near as powerful in the dark side, can survive that? Why can't Palpatine survive? Why can't Disney people just say that?
Lore or logically, or both?
Whatever, dude.
Okay, so lore-wise, because when he goes on his lightning fits, he can't just stop it. So he was doing that while he hit the ground, so he wouldn't actually have been able to do that. He would have died from that.
Is that really a thing? He can't stop it?
Yeah. That's why in episode 3 and 6 he keeps going and basically hits himself both times. But also...
Well, then if he... Wait, hold on. If he starts, how the hell does he stop then?
He eventually does stop, but it's not like he can just do it on a whim. Like, it keeps going for a while. That's why in episode 3 he kept going.
This sounds very fucking shoddy, dude.
You can look it up. And also, the fucking Death Star blew up. So even if he could keep himself alive at the bottom of the shaft, which, pretty sure...
Well, he can make a force bubble.
What do you mean?
And he can shield himself with the force.
Who said that?
Didn't Leia do that?
Oh, okay, cool. And also, he blew up. Which...
No, why can't he do that? Why can't he do that?
Because that does.
He's like one of the most powerful Sith.
That doesn't exist.
Why?
No,
don't just tell me that. Can't
it doesn't
he do
exist. That? And also, he blew up.
Prove it.
Yeah, dude. Before 2017, those didn't exist, bro.
What?
Fucking force bubbles. That's not a thing. And also, he blew up via fucking episode 6, showing that he blew up.
Yeah, but how much time elapsed between him being thrown to the Death Star being blown up?
No. I'm not saying that. I'm not only saying that. Okay.
Tell me.
If you're gonna say, oh, he was in a bubble, you have to prove it. Actually, that's you having to prove it. That's you would have to prove that. That's not me having to disprove it. You have to prove it.
You know how I can prove it? Yeah, you want me to prove it right now?
Go.
Want me to prove it right now? Watch the fucking sequel trilogies.
Yeah, that's not proof.
Yeah, no, that is proof.
No,
that is
not.
Fucking proof.
That's not proof, dude.
That is Star Wars.
No, that's making an assertion that has no basis.
Yeah. There you go, dude.
Yeah, no, that's not proof.
Got all the proof in the world. Fucking retard.
Holy fuck, that's funny. Also, he blew up.
Well, yeah, he
at
did
the
survive.
bottom of
But you took issue with that, even though fucking Darth Maul can survive.
No, shut up.
It's fucking ridiculous,
Shut up.
dude.
He blew up at the bottom of the shaft, and then the Death Star blew up.
No, he didn't.
You're a retard.
All you saw was a big puff of blue fucking fire. That was it. He didn't fucking blow up, dude. He clearly didn't fucking blow up. He clearly didn't blow up because he was in the sequel trilogy. But I like how you can fucking accept that he can blow up. But you like, I like how you can accept that he. I
love how retcons are
up,
so fucking like, holy shit, dude. Retcons.
Darth Maul can somehow dude.
Yo, retcons are god apparently with you. Hey, it was in the sequel trilogy, so it means that it makes sense.
Yeah, as of today, yeah, that's how it is, dude. Until they retcon that retcon, that is what it is.
That's like saying Islam fucking makes the Bible irrelevant because it came after.
Nice.
Like that doesn't make sense.
Probably does, dude.
Yeah, it confirmed the Bible. That makes literally no sense. Hey, just because this happened in a really bad movie for no reason with idiots.
How the fuck do you cauterize getting cut in half? How the fuck does that make sense?
How would you cauterize anything then? Why couldn't you cauterize that?
Because I'm telling
There's
you,
flesh
once
everywhere.
you oh my god, dude, this guy fucking is.
Like I'm saying, if you cut a pig in half, fucking sear that end for until it's fucking charred. You think everything's just gonna spill out?
What is there to sear onto though?
So
what is it gonna sear
abdomen is
onto
just
to
air?
keep it into?
Our abdomen is just air. There's
It's
no muscle,
cavernous.
there's no intestine, there's no other tissues.
Yeah, there is, but it's gonna fucking spill out under its own weight.
So wait, why don't our organ, like if we didn't have the mesh or the what is it? The thing that holds your intestines away from your skin. If you didn't have that, it's gonna tear your stomach and fall out if you're laying down.
If you're laying down or
Like-
standing upright.
Like if you're standing upright and bending over.
Yeah, if you cut open your belly,
No,
it
no,
will
no, no, no,
spill
no, no,
out.
no, 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 no. Let's just say you didn't have the inner lining that holds your intestines there, like the thing where when you have a hernia, how it pokes out when that mesh or whatever, if it's gone, is it gonna tear through your skin if you're bending forward without the mesh or whatever it's called, without that lining?
It probably wouldn't tear through, but it would bulge out.
Yeah, so
and if
why,
you fucking nicked it,
yeah,
it
so
would fucking spill
why
out.
wouldn't the cauterization stop that, just like the skin would?
Because, okay, all right. Fuck. I wish I had like some way of showing you this. Let's see. Is there a way I can do this? Maybe paint. Okay, hold on. Let's see if this works. Hold on. Okay. Your screen. Okay, can you see? Am I sharing screen?
Let me check.
Oh, fuck. Why the fuck is it so slow, dude? Holy fuck. Streaming quality. Is it working?
Yeah, I think I can see. I don't know. You haven't drawn anything yet, but I think I can see it.
Okay. Let's just say I'm terrible at draw. Okay. You see this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's just say this is the bottom half here. All right, let's say this dot is like the belly button, okay? And then this bottom half is, you know, his lower half or whatever, right? So when you say skin, do you mean this part?
Hold on.
Guess I'll just make this red so this is a bit more obvious. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say this black dot is the belly button of the abdomen, okay? And then this red part here that I scribbled, that's the cross section of when he gets cut in half, okay? This is like a three-dimensional type of image. What are you saying when you say skin?
Well, I think I said tissue, right?
No, but before you were saying skin, right? I'm saying when you get cut in half, there is no skin there to stop the organs
Okay,
from coming out.
You didn't get what I'm saying. You know the lining that holds your intestines in to where it's not poking out like a hernia? Remember that you brought up before?
Yeah, I think that's just like the abdominal wall.
Well, so imagine, let's just say hypothetically that vanished, right? And someone leaned forward, so now their intestines are going to be poking out where their belly button is if they're bending over. I'm saying that's not necessarily going to just pour out, right?
No, it wouldn't pour out. No. Yeah, it wouldn't pour out.
Okay, so
that's basically a giant hernia that you're describing. You there?
Yeah, I'm just trying to hold on.
Okay, let me draw this again. Hold on. Let me draw another section. Okay. So I'm going to draw this. Let me know if you see this, okay?
The circle?
Okay, you just saw me draw that other circle, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's say that circle is us looking from the bottom up, okay? So like this arrow here, that's what it would be like, okay? From that perspective, we're basically on the ground looking upwards inside the cross section of the abdomen, okay? And let's say it's just represented by this circle, and then you have your abdominal wall here, okay? This like thin thing right here, right? So we're just gonna make a little ring, and that'll be basically the outside, right, where our skin is, and then the inside where the abdominal wall is, and then all our organs or whatever are in here, okay? You see that?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure, yeah, like it's packed in there. It's like the organs are basically pressing against each other. When you cut them, where in these cavernous portions is this stuff holding this stuff back up into the cavern, like the abdomen, without it like fucking falling out?
So just like when burn victims get burned, their skin melts and then is still together. Like it doesn't always.
You say their skin.
Yeah. So it's a form of tissue, right?
Yeah, but
so why wouldn't that happen to organs, muscles, fascia, ligaments?
If you cut a bunch of tubes, right? You just get cross sections, right? Right? You get like a bunch of circles, right? Like if you cut a tube, right, you get a cross section, right? You just end up with like a circle, and you can see inside the tube, right?
Okay.
This is the side of the abdomen, right? This smaller circle here, okay?
Okay. Actually, let me just ask you
wait,
this.
Wait. Just let me just finish. When you cut it in half, are these two parts intact?
Can you be more specific?
Is the side of the abdomen wall in contact with the majority of the organs in the center?
could I ask you a question? Because I'm kind of confused.
Sure, dude.
If you have, let's say you have, I guess I could use your example, but change it a bit. Let's say you have a large plastic tube, and you have other smaller plastic tubes inside of it. If you cut that with a really hot object, is it logically possible that the bottom of it could be melted and stick together to where those plastic tubes may not fall right through because it was possibly melted together at the bottom?
Yeah, but like your flesh isn't plastic though.
It's very malleable when it's melting though, isn't it?
Yeah, but not to the same degree as plastic.
I would say that it would burn or melt easier and then spread easier than plastic would, probably.
So, okay, so let's say if you had a bunch of marbles inside that plastic tube, right? And you cut the plastic tube, would the marbles stay inside?
Well, would you have other plastic tubes on the inside that could melt closer to the middle to possibly have more melted plastic to spread? Because if it's one,
Well, it's like what is the majority of the weight in the human body? Isn't it a good percentage of it the organs?
yeah, but are organs not flesh? Like, would it not be similar to skin or
Okay,
tough
okay,
skin?
but then how much weight do you think a cauterized cross section can hold up?
Not sure. I'm sure it wouldn't be the strongest, but it wouldn't just. I don't think it would just like pour out like Judas hanging from a tree for a week.
So if you use a hot sword or whatever to cut through,
If you use a concentrated condensed plasma beam, that is
so you think
I'm not saying I agree with it.
Fall out.
I think he should have died. I'm just trying to convey how.
Well, why do you think he should have died? Why do you think he should have died?
I think he should have died because I think the wound should have been bad enough, even if it cauterized. I think it should have been bad enough to kill him anyway. I think the fall should have killed him, and I don't think he should have been able to use the dark side while he was falling because he just got cut in half. He shouldn't be.
And yet, at the same time, you say it's less bad. Doesn't make fucking sense, dude.
How does it not make sense? Because before Maul, there was no standard.
If you said all
there was no standard of that.
If you said,
there was no standard of that. Yes, I can compare Sabine's incident to a previous incident where someone died.
I feel, you know what I feel like, dude? I feel like your dad trying to explain fucking air conditioning to you.
Okay, but what aren't you getting? What aren't you getting about it happening to Qui-Gon?
What I'm not getting is you saying it's less bad than what she went through, when you yourself said him getting cut in half and then falling down 1,000-foot tube. How the fuck could he possibly survive that? But you're saying that's less bad than what she went through.
Okay, I'll explain.
That's what I'm not understanding.
Maul. Okay, I'm gonna say Maul should have died, but let's just say he didn't.
You already said that. You already said that before.
So let's just say that.
You also said it's less bad.
Okay.
But you also said it's less bad.
Because we know that Sabine's wounds does kill people. Does.
And we don't know that about Maul?
Apparently because he lived, right? And let's just say you brought it up, right?
Oh, well, apparently because Sabine lives. What do you mean?
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, Disney Star Wars, yeah, okay. So fucking
prequel Star Wars,
apparently,
yeah.
apparently Sidious fucking lived, right? Right?
I don't understand the logic you just used. That we know that people die of that one. It's like, okay, but in real life we don't know people die of getting fucking cut in half and falling down 1,000-foot tube. That doesn't seem good
but
enough.
we're also
as an
talking
argument.
about a science fictional fantasy, right? Where we have people that can fucking,
That still has rules.
Yeah, it still has rules. Where in the lore, his wound was cauterized while he was using his rage to keep him alive. Just like I told you before,
Dude,
that
but
was a
Okay, but I feel like somebody from Disney can fucking put that in the lore and do the same shit with Sabine, even though it doesn't make sense.
But then it wouldn't make sense.
Exactly.
So it doesn't matter.
Why is one less bad than the other then?
Because Maul at least has the dark side to where he can actually use that to either heal himself or not die, which was already established before that. Like I said with Revan, when he was basically gonna die of exhaustion, he used the dark side, and or maybe it was Scourge. Maybe it was one of the two. It was in the book, but he was gonna die of exhaustion, but he used the dark side to basically.
Then why do you say he should have died then?
Because I don't necessarily think that he would have been in the right mind while he's falling after he got cut in half to be able to let's use my rage to either heal myself or...
Okay, so therefore, it ultimately didn't make sense to you. It ultimately didn't make sense to you. That's why you didn't like it.
I don't...
Right?
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that it didn't make sense, but I think that it was dumb. Like, something can make sense within lore and still be dumb. But I also don't think that...
Do you think cauterizing... Do you think that...
I don't think he was brought back because they were like, this would like make a lot of sense, and I think it would be good for the story. I think they were like, people want to see Maul more, so we're gonna bring him back. It was an emotional reason, not a logical reason. Just like now, people want to see Maul. It's not like, oh, Maul's like, it's good that Maul's in almost everything. And that he's basically the main character of the franchise. It's an emotional response, not like, oh, Maul isn't like a big draw. He's a very specific, well-liked draw within the group of people that like him.
And how many people like him? You think it's a small group?
The people that watch the show, yeah, that's what I would be judging it off of, and yeah, I would say it's a small group. But going back to the standard that was made, in the same movie, the same wound gets applied to someone that has the Force and can even use their powers to heal themselves, because when you're not a dark side user, that's a 100% kill shot, basically. Maybe if you even then, even if you have the dark side, that might not be survivable. Even with it being dumb, even with it being dumb and having maybe dumb reasons to where it's okay to bring him back, it's still better than her just getting stabbed and just living, like really living. The reason why that happened is because they use lightsabers as baseball bats now. They're not as lethal as they used to. They're heavier than they used to be. People have more plot, like, at least before, you can't say they have plot armor because they were established to be like the main person in the whole galaxy, so you kind of know that they have some merit. Where Sabine just fucking gets to run around and nothing happens to her, and if it does, it doesn't matter. You know, when Vader got his arm cut off and his legs cut off and had to use a suit because he couldn't breathe and all that, he was less powerful, so he didn't hit his full potential. So it had an in-universe effect. And then when his breathing apparatus was destroyed and his other arm was, or his already arm was cut off, or already cut off arm was cut off, he died because he couldn't breathe. Now, could he have used the dark side to heal himself? Maybe. But I don't know that he knew that.
It's a Darth Vader can't do that. How the fuck can Darth Maul do it?
Well, because it is a bit different, because at that point, Vader had too much light in him. Where Maul was pure rage. Maul was pure rage. That's why. Yeah. Maul was pure rage. That's why. Vader wasn't pure rage. Now
Vader wasn't pure rage,
especially in Episode 6. Well, once he realized that his son was alive. That's why Luke said, "I feel the good mood," because there was conflict. And I don't necessarily think Vader having conflict with Ahsoka is the best argument, because I feel like, he trained her and all that, but I feel like he still should have wanted to kill her. He wanted to kill Obi-Wan, and he wanted to kill basically everyone, whether or not he knew them, even his wife, basically.
Yeah, but I think it's different with Obi-Wan, for like the reasons I said before, right? Like, I think he looks at Obi-Wan with like complete malevolence because, well, he fucking cut off his legs and fucking left him for dead on Mustafar, basically, right? With Ahsoka, I mean, Ahsoka never really, I feel like in his eyes, Ahsoka is still kind of like innocent, relatively speaking. Like, she never really like wronged him in that sense. Obi-Wan is tied up with, like, Padme leaving him like doing the shit for Palpatine, like killing the young ones or whatever. I feel like, I can't believe that he would have conflict killing Ahsoka.
You think that he would just have conflict with Ahsoka so he wouldn't kill her?
It's not that he wouldn't, it's just he wasn't focused enough to kill her.
I guess we got Ahsoka as and Maul as our main characters now, so I guess we'll have to wait until Filoni retires before she's gone.
I mean, why is that such a alien concept?
What has she added to the story?
I'm not saying like she's like perfect. I'm just saying, between Anakin and her, like, why is it so like such a stretch to say that even Vader, like,
well, I think
there's a part of him.
I think with her leaving the Order and him feeling slightly betrayed and/or sad that she left, and him wanting to kill all the Jedi, and him basically hating them all, even the ones that were closest to him, if not especially the ones that were closest to him. And he wants to destroy all the connections he had to his past life. I think he would have killed her.
Well, why didn't he kill Luke then?
Well, he just found out that well, for one, the Emperor said...
Luke's a connection to his past.
Yeah, but for one, the Emperor said, basically, like, that it... Well, for one...
Nice.
For one, if Vader turns Luke, then he could have killed the Emperor to become the Emperor. So that's one reason. Two,
Explain that. I don't understand what you just said.
well, in the movie he
Who's turning
says,
who?
huh?
Who's turning who? I didn't understand what you said.
If Vader turned Luke to the dark side to be his apprentice, they would have just been able to kill the Emperor. Like he said, rule the galaxy as far as so at least there's an incentive to keep him alive. Where Ahsoka is just a connection to his past that is just memories of, and no incentive, and it's basically just can only be negative. Because she's not going to turn, and he probably wouldn't want her to turn because I don't think she would make a good Sith Lord. Neither would fucking Obi-Wan or any of those guys. Now, since Luke wasn't trained in the same culture as the Jedi, where the dark side is really bad, and you can't use emotion after 19 or 20 or 22 years of using human emotion, and maybe not being the best at regulating it because you just were a teenager, and Vader saw that, and said maybe we could use that. And again, he knows that obviously it's his son, so there's the implication that he can be as powerful as him.
Could you understand why I'm just like, I don't really buy this? As to why it works for one but not the other?
For which part?
I'm sure that that's all true for Luke. I don't understand how you can't extend the same kind of logic when it comes to Ahsoka. Obviously not like the son part, but just like not wanting to kill him or her or whatever.
I can accept that, but under the assumption that Filoni doesn't want her to die under any circumstance, no matter what it is.
So you don't think there's anything of substance to the actual characters that would permit that?
I think
it's
she
just
would. I
fun.
think it would have helped her character to die by Vader instead of living on until like fucking Luke is like 8 years old. Like she's alive now just to have her character ruined in Ahsoka by the same guy that created that fucking did all that shit. That made Rebels. Hey, you're ruining Ahsoka and you're ruining Thrawn. Good job. Yes, the more Disney Star Wars we get, the worse it gets. The more original and slightly original characters get destroyed. Hey, you like Obi-Wan? We're gonna fuck him in the ass for a fucking shitty show.
No.
Hey, you like Ahsoka? Now she's gonna be a fucking stupid ass character that just is in everything. Hey, Luke, where the fuck were you during The Empire Strikes Back? Oh.
Nice.
When you found out it was Anakin, my father, why'd you lie? The Last of the Jedi. Wait, so is Yoda a fucking faggot retard? I guess technically she's not a Jedi, but you're gonna say, well, you could get Ahsoka on your side. I think she might be alive. Assuming that Ahsoka, you probably know that she wouldn't turn to the dark side because that's just nowhere in her character. You'd be like, she may not be a Jedi, but she probably doesn't want the Empire to be powerful, so she should probably help you.
That is true. That is true.
But in Season 7, when I saw this scene, I wanted to fucking throw up. When Commander Cody and Ki-Adi Mundi and Mace Windu are on a hologram call, and I think it's when Kiyomiya says he should be removed from office if he doesn't relinquish his power after Grievous is killed. And Windu says, I fear a plot to destroy the Jedi. And Commander Cody says, I think Commander Cody says, and we have begun our attack on Utapau where Grievous is holding out. Fucking Ahsoka walks in from the shadows behind the fucking hologram table, and it's like, bro, what? You weren't there. Putting her there? Oh, wow. So she's not a Jedi. She left the Order, but now she gets to see fucking... She gets to just be in all the Jedi dealings. Like, it just... Not only not only is that a retcon, it's just a stupid retcon. It's to literally put her in a movie that she didn't exist in. That was in episode 3. She wasn't there.
What was the issue with her being there? What is her being?
No, it's just the logic that she wasn't there. She was just put there just to be put there.
Like, what does that break? Like, lore-wise?
Even if it doesn't break anything, what was the reason to do that? Like, that's one thing. They do things that have no fucking reason to do it. It doesn't even have to be lore breaking. It's just unnecessary. And not only is it unnecessary, like it would be unnecessary if it was like, oh, she's there during the Outer Rim sieges before Anakin comes back to Coruscant.
Well,
that didn't happen, but it's retconning the fucking movie.
I'm just trying to understand why you're so bent out of shape over that, in particular.
Because it didn't happen, dude. And there's no reason that
anyway.
It retroactively should have happened. There's no reason for it. All it is because he's obsessed with that character and wants her in everything. That's why he fucking put Admiral Thrawn with her for no reason when in the EU. Not only did she not exist, but he was in a different he came into play during a different time. So instead of Luke dealing with Admiral Thrawn, Luke, Han, and Leia, it's now Ahsoka, and even people that like the show would admit that they didn't do Thrawn very well. No one that watches that show is like, yo, Thrawn is so sick. People that read the books are like, yo, Thrawn is probably the best character in the whole entire fucking universe.
Yeah, like I will admit, it was underwhelming. I didn't even watch the show, but just seeing scenes with him, something to write home about.
But
like, what exactly did Ahsoka do though? Like, I don't understand. Like, what did she do?
My
she
point
just
is,
stood there?
she doesn't have to do anything. The fact that she is there is dumb.
Wait, we talked. Okay, so this happened in season 7, right?
Season 7, yes.
Well, don't you think it's just a way to just tie the two IPs together? Because Clone Wars has been going on for, and like that made it in 7th season.
No, what tied it together was her being, her experiencing Order 66. That would have tied it together.
Didn't she?
Yeah, so why the fuck did you need that other scene in there? That's directly from the movie.
Maybe I don't have the context. I don't remember what exactly happened, but I still don't understand the big deal with it.
It's just the principle. She didn't have to come in the scene and fucking strip down and fucking shake her ass in front of the camera. Like, yo, that's not Star Wars. She didn't have to do anything. The fact that she is there at all at that point is fucking dumb.
But what did? Okay, I feel like a broken record, but like, what did she do? Did she say anything during the scene?
Why does she have to do anything?
I'm just asking, dude. I don't remember
I'm saying,
the scene.
her being there is what she did. That is the problem.
Just her being there.
There's no reason for her to be there.
But does there always have to be a reason for every single thing, though?
Okay, when I say there's not a reason, there's not a good, logical,
the way you described
necessary
it,
reason.
the way you described it, I'm guessing it's a pretty pivotal moment during that that movie or whatever. But it just seems like kind of like what's the word? Like not like a very exciting scene to begin. It just seems like a kind of like a normal scene that she kind of popped up in for like a couple seconds or whatever, and then that was it.
Okay, even if it's a throwaway scene, why is she there?
Yeah, throwaway scene. Yeah.
So why is she there? Okay, so she experienced Order 66 away from anything that happened in the movie. So that connects it already. Why does she have to be put into a scene that she was never a part of until that fucking episode? Until they wrote her into it. Retroactively.
If you just said she's already part of Order 66, right? She's already part of that event.
Yeah, so if she's already a part of it, why does she have to be installed into scenes from the movie that she wasn't a part of?
Well, then I can ask the opposite way, like what's the big deal if she's already been established to have been a part of that event?
She wasn't there.
What's the big deal? Because she wasn't there?
Yeah.
Then how did she experience Order 66 then? I don't understand.
Order 66 was a fucking galaxy-wide event. It happened on Felucia, Coruscant, it happened everywhere. It happened on Megiddo, it happened everywhere, dude. Anywhere there was a Jedi, and anywhere there was were clones and intelligence where a Jedi were, that's what Order 66 was.
And had it been established before where she was in particular?
Well, not until the fucking episodes were made. Because all she's been in is basically those Clone Wars, Rebels, and the other show. I guess like a couple books, but they're usually not centered around that time. It's usually around Rebels.
So your issue is not with her being in Order 66, it's just that one scene in particular.
Well, like, I think she should have died due to Order 66, so I'm not mad that she was a part of Order 66. But yeah, the part that is in episode 3 where she just randomly comes from the background, that makes no sense. That's all that is. All that is him just putting her into the show.
It just doesn't seem like a big deal.
Just because okay, so
at least
then
that one scene, the way you're describing it, it just doesn't seem.
So then by that standard, any little thing isn't a big deal. So then even the slightly bigger things are. But then if you have that standard,
I'm not even saying all small things.
Going to start to shift.
I understand. I'm just saying, I'm not even saying not all small things are just like, yeah, whatever. It's, I'm not taking like a Thieves approach where like, oh, what does it matter if they're switching the gender?
I don't think that's a small thing though. I think just because it's not like crazy important.
But you said it was a throwaway scene though.
Okay. Do you think that...
You said that though.
No, okay. Do you think the only way that it could be a meaningful, whether it's good or bad meaningful, is if something like crazy happens, or if like there's a big reveal?
No, like I understand there can be great meaning in subtleties. I understand.
Okay, no, okay, this is perfect. Acolyte. If Ki-Adi-Mundi is in the Acolyte when it's like 100+ years before the prequels, and his species only lives to like 60 or whatever years old. He's like what 140 or 170 years old. That's what does it matter? Like, what's the big deal?
Sorry, I can't keep up the numbers.
Huh?
So what is this? Is it because he's too old or something? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
I mean, sure, yeah, like if it, yeah, like I guess like if the age or whatever has been pre-established and it doesn't make sense or whatever, right?
Oh. Well, why does it matter?
If it physically doesn't make sense that he's older than is physically possible, then I can understand that being a bigger issue than her being in like the background or whatever of a throwaway scene.
But what if she wasn't there until he wrote it that she was?
So where would you, where do you, okay, I'm assuming there was no definitive answer as to where she was before that episode was made, right? So I guess you had your own idea of where she was. The one where she's just in the background of that shot or whatever. Right, I'm assuming that's it, right? Like they never told us specifically where she was during Order 66 or whatever, right? Until that episode that came out and you like finally see where she was, right? Is that
I
what
don't know
happened?
for sure, but it wouldn't have been like specific enough for us to know that. But
Okay,
yeah.
so then I assume you had your own idea, like in your own head canon. You had like again, like you thought she should die, right? What if other people thought, no, like I want her to live, right? Like
They
can't we
want
just?
her, but why do they want her to live? Like, why does that matter whether she should live or not?
Well, wouldn't that make it? I don't know. If you thought she should die, and then she
Yeah,
appears,
because
in
it'd be
the
good
scene,
for her
wouldn't that make it
character
more
in the
annoying?
story. Not because I want her to die necessarily, but I think it would be better for the source material.
Yeah, but couldn't somebody equally argue in the opposite direction though? Like, isn't it all arbitrary? Like when it comes to whether a character should die or
Well, I
not?
would say, if you think a character should live because you want her to live, or like her, then that's just, then I want Dooku to live because I like Dooku, so he's alive.
Well, couldn't somebody, like, obviously I'm not well versed in Star Wars, but couldn't somebody come up with good reasons why she should live that are based in like lore or whatever that go beyond just I like her? Like, couldn't that equally be possible?
And maybe I guess they could do it. Whether it's good or not, I would say it would be difficult to make it good.
Well, that's where the arbitrary part comes in, right? Like somebody can say, well, no, I do think it's good, but you can say it's bad. Like that's why I was saying, like, isn't it arbitrary?
Yeah, I don't think it's just arbitrary to a sense of nothing is a logical or good.
Not nothing. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if it
Yeah,
still
no,
has
I think people
some
can have
adherence to
horrible
lore.
opinions. I think people can have horrible opinions on Star Wars. So yeah, they could love it or hate it, and they could be wrong. I don't think just because they have an opinion doesn't mean that they're right.
And the reverse works as well, right?
Yeah, it could.
It just causes. Yeah. Okay. So then, I can equally see people seeing that scene and be like, oh, that's pretty cool.
Well, so what's cool and does cool necessarily mean good as well?
Yeah, no, but that's the point, right? I'm just saying, is this like really a critique of the quality of something, or is it just like you just
quality of the
didn't
writing,
personally
yeah.
like that?
No, it's not
Quality
even
of the
whether I
writing.
like it. It's that she wasn't there. They're retroactively.
In your
they're
head
retcon.
canon. In your head canon, she wasn't
okay,
there.
Okay, no. When was
No, but
episode
why
3?
would you
No,
say?
no, stop.
No, no,
When
wait.
was
Why would
episode
you
3
say she
released?
isn't there?
When
Why
was
would you
episode
s-
3 released?
Why would you say she's not there if it wasn't part of your head canon? That's basically what I'm saying.
Episode 3 released?
I don't know. I don't know anything about Star Wars,
2005.
dude.
When was season 7
I don't know.
released?
You might as well tell me. I don't know.
2019 or 2021. That means she didn't exist in 2005, so she couldn't have been there because she didn't exist.
Okay.
Okay, so she was retroactively.
Okay,
she was retconned into the movie.
She didn't exist until Clone Wars came out, but people fucking loved her in that. So, what are you trying to say though?
Yeah, and I think Clone Wars did a lot of damage to Star Wars, whether it was good or not. It still did. I think Clone Wars being.
How could you say it did damage whether it was good or not? If you're saying it did damage, then you're saying it's bad.
You can have a show that is good on its own, but do damage to the material that came before.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, a lot of Clone Wars is good. But I would say one of the worst parts of it is that... Okay, so Ahsoka spent years with Anakin, and then in Episode 3, there's literally no record of her. There's no...
But is that the fault of the writers of Clone Wars, or is that just a consequence of it coming after?
Yeah, it's a consequence of retcon. That's what retconning is.
So you're gonna blame the writers for that?
Who else could I blame?
Well, okay, so if the prequel trilogy already came out, right, and then they decide they want to make a show of the actual Clone Wars, right? How can they go back into the third movie and change it so like she's in there?
They wouldn't have to change the third movie. They would have to make the Clone Wars so it fits with Episode 3 because it already happened. It's kind of like if you...
Okay, but how do they do that with a character that doesn't exist before?
Exactly. Because it didn't exist.
But you think... Okay, but do you think then Clone Wars shouldn't exist then? Because that one character can't be, you know, like...
Okay.
I guess neatly put
watch
into
the original Clone Wars,
movies.
and
Dude,
you'll see.
Come on, man.
No, watch the original Clone Wars, and you'll see how you don't need to retcon in order to have the Clone Wars.
With the cartoon?
Yeah.
What did it do? What did it do that the new Clone Wars didn't do?
Anakin didn't have an apprentice that he never, like, where in the original movies was it ever implied that he had an apprentice when he was a Jedi?
I fucking know, I don't remember.
Yeah, because it didn't happen. So just Episode 3, like, he had an apprentice and it just, there's no record or reference or anything.
Then, okay, so then why do you like Force Unleashed? Was there any record of Vader having an apprentice or whatever?
Well, there wasn't any lines.
It seems hypocritical.
There wasn't any lines in the original trilogy that implied he wasn't a master.
Come on, dude.
How is that hypocritical?
Come on, man. Come on, dude.
Not only is it not hypocritical.
You praise Force Unleashed.
Not only
right?
is it not hypocritical,
you praise it,
but Empire implies that he could
Wars,
take an
dude.
apprentice anyway. Because of Luke, he says, "Join me, and you can kill the Empire." So it even implies
where's
that he could have
Where's
one.
Star Killer? Where's Star Killer?
He was dead.
In the original. Nice.
So there we go.
Very convenient, dude.
Yeah,
Very
convenient. Yeah, that's how fucking writers write.
Nice.
If he doesn't fit in the story, they fucking kill them off. That's how it works.
So is what Ahsoka always has to die? She always has to die, dude?
Yeah, it would make the most sense for her character and the fucking story. Yes. It would explain why she's
Not her
nowhere.
surviving.
Now then they had to make fucking Rebels and then the Ahsoka show to explain where she is, and it's still and it was worse than the Clone Wars.
So you don't think a good writer could pull off her just surviving? You think the only option is to have her killed?
I think it could still be done well, but that doesn't mean that it's the best outcome for her character. like the best outcome for Anakin's character is to sacrifice himself to save his son. That doesn't mean that he couldn't have killed his son and kept going and it'd still have been good.
Maybe there's an alternate universe out there where he does do that and it's good.
No, I'm not saying it wouldn't be good, but it wouldn't be the best thing for his character.
You could say that definitively, with 100% confidence.
Yes.
That's where I feel like it's arbitrary.
Yeah, I don't think it's just subjective with things like this. I think when people say that it's cope to not have to defend their fucking viewpoint, and they know that it's not a good one. Because yeah, him sacrificing himself to save his son, because his son believed in him and tried to bring him back instead of joining him to become darkness. He forced his dad to come back to the light, and then he sacrificed himself to save his son. I think that's better than him just killing either killing his son or letting his son die and going on the same as he was before. Yeah, if someone didn't agree with that, I would question everything about them.
So you don't think there's a universe where a director or a writer can pull it off, where, I don't know, either they both become evil or Vader kills his son or whatever. One of those scenarios where he doesn't.
Okay, so let's say, yeah, he turned his son. That'd be cool. But when Vader dies,
I think it's just a matter of competence.
No, but think
I
of
think
this.
It comes down to a matter of competence.
When Vader dies after turning his son, whether it's at the hands of Luke or maybe the rebellion later on, I don't think that's good for his character, because then he just dies as an evil guy. Like, he just basically dies like the Emperor. That's just the story wasn't necessarily about them killing the Emperor. It was about it's a Skywalker saga, and just like going back to Ahsoka not existing in Episode 3. Even when they're talking about him becoming a master on the council, there's no indication that he was a master who had an apprentice. It's just him saying, I shouldn't be on the council unless I'm a master. And the only reason he was on the council without being a master is because they thought he was the chosen one. So they kept him on a leash, but still had him believe he was one of them on the council.
So wait, so he was an apprentice, right? He never reached master.
Yeah.
Why can't we just say he was an apprentice while he was also being made to have an apprentice as well?
In the first movie, when Qui-Gon wants to take Anakin as his Padawan, even though Obi-Wan is ready to take the trials, he's still not allowed because he has an apprentice. So if an apprentice can't take on an apprentice if they're sitting, there can't be three.
Well, you just said they thought he's the chosen one, right? So wouldn't they bend the rules for him or some shit?
Well, they didn't really seem to bend the rules too much for him when they didn't want to make him a master.
Well, so they're already altering the behavior of that procedure works because he's the chosen one? Was it unusual that they didn't make him a master?
Yeah.
So would it not stand to reason that they would also like give him like an apprentice if they're already being unusual with him?
I guess it's possible, but what proof do you have that they did that in episode 3?
I have no proof.
Yeah, because it was made after, and it wasn't tied into anything that could back it up while watching the movies.
I think I said this to you like a long time ago, but I feel like Star Wars is being strangleholded by restraints like that, where you can't do anything because everything is trying to adhere to the movie logic of like all the original movies. So it's just like, are they just going to be constantly locked into, you know, it's kind of like they've lost like 50 degrees of freedom now because they have to adhere to this that happened in the movie and this and this and that. Like, is there any room then, like, for anything new?
Yeah.
I mean, what, like going back, like way back into the past, like Old Republic? That's it?
No, you can work it easily within the bounds. They did it in the expanded universe, like where Thrawn came from. That fit pretty well. That fit well.
And like, well,
Again,
like how long were these storylines?
I think it's bad writers doing things that don't fit with the story. So yeah, it will seem like they're constrained because bad writers don't know how to fucking write. I can't name a single good writer that they've got. What the best writer is the guy who wrote episode 5. They got his son to do one of them. I can't remember which one, maybe Solo or something. It's like, I guess Rogue One is the best written, but
So what did you like about Clone Wars then?
When I watch Clone Wars, I usually think of it as its own thing. I like specific episodes, maybe specific arcs.
Okay, so what is part of Star Wars to you? Like, name everything. So we got the originals, the prequels, and then what else?
Most of the EU, the original Clone Wars, like things that make sense about the Clone Wars. The newer one is, you know, things like Ventress. Dooku makes sense.
Why does Ventress make sense?
She's Dooku's a assassin, just like Maul was.
Like, why? I didn't see her in the prequels.
Because she died.
Did she die?
In the original Clone Wars. That's another character that should have died, but then she just became a bounty hunter or something. Kind of random. You're gonna allow an ex-Sith Lord to be a bounty hunter? Or whatever she was. Yeah, she should have died as well. Cat Bane seems pretty good. I wouldn't say there were too many problems with that. My memory isn't the best, so I'm not sure. I'm watching in a while, but I don't know why there were so many episodes with Padme like flirting with dudes that she Congress or whatever. I was always like weirded out by that. It's like, I don't necessarily mind Obi-Wan having a potential love interest where there's no direct confirmation whether they smashed. I don't think that really ruins anything.
No, when I think about that, I'm just like, they're technologically sophisticated, but I just don't see them inventing condoms in that universe.
Yeah, that would make sense to me. Like I said, they're sophisticated in some ways that you may not think technologically advanced society would be, and then you know, something like they have stuff and don't have stuff that you'd be surprised with. Yeah, that would be another thing. What was really the reason why Ventress had to live in the until the end of the Clone Wars, at least the show. I'm pretty sure in the book she sacrifices herself for Gwendolyn Ross. It's like you could have just had that in the show, but that was written, I think, after the Clone Wars first 6 seasons were done.
Was she in season 7?
That I don't know. I've only watched it once.
Well, Grogu still has time. Fucking teacher. Jedi teacher.
I don't know what people like about that show either.
I guess they like that it's live action and that it wasn't like canceled, I guess. I don't know.
Like the like I think because maybe Luke came in at the end of season 2, but it's like if that's all, like, that's your fucking defense for another one. From what I hear, the delivery of lines for Din Djarin is fucking horrible too. I don't know why people like that guy.
The big hat guy, is that it?
No, Din Djarin is Lord Tywin. What's his name again? Oberyn? Why do people like him for other than Game of Thrones so much?
I think he's like an industry plant, if I'm being honest.
Okay, that would actually make sense. Because like, yeah, I get like his character and that was good, but it's like, what else has he done that people like? Like to where he's so fucking popular. Yeah,
it's not a thing like chicks will like a dude who just seems kind of weird.
Well, another thing about the original Clone Wars that I think did better than the new one is the old one made General Grievous seem scary and deadly. Like to where you don't want your favorite Jedi to go up against him because you think he might die unless like he's already in episode 3. So like when Ahsoka goes against him in what, like season 2 or some shit, when she has the dark red clothing, and when they're on the Uger Hulk or whatever, and it's like, bro, a fucking Padawan can go against him when he could kill multiple Padawans before Masters all at the same time. They nerfed Grievous.
Bro, you should do a fucking rant video on all that, dude. Holy fuck. That's a lot, dude.
Yeah, I'm rusty on it though. Alright, I'm gonna get off. I should have got off an hour ago. You can even hear it in my voice. I'm tired.
Peace.
Alright, peace.
Undoubtedly the best soccer team in the game.
When Toronto's probably the second best team.